Displacement, a Sylvia Wilcox mystery. By Braylee Parkinson. Prologue. The oak hickory forest, carefully carved into a planned nature preserve, covered the edges of the quiet two-lane country road. Just 7 miles from the college town of Ypsilanti, Prospect Road served as a connector for local cities and towns, shuffling traffic between small municipalities in the Ann Arbor area to the more populated communities in Metro Detroit. The natural spaces, lush and full from Michigan's summer rains, had been designated long before the subdivisions and cookie-cutter condos that threatened the greenery. The area, safe and quiet, served as a sanctuary for the college town students and locals. The township's police station was less than a mile away, but even so, the area was a perfect spot for privacy, seclusion, and quiet mayhem. The road had been clear that morning. A man delivering a small pile of the local newspaper drove by at 4 a.m., tossing the thinly rolled periodicals into driveways near the city. Later, as the sun began to rise, Claire Bennett drove her dated blue Chevy minivan along the road, headed toward a highway that would take her to the interstate. The van chugged along, a loud buzz emitting from the vehicle due to the recent theft of her catalytic converter. Claire was taking a sip of her coffee when she spotted a black, mangled dress shoe in the middle of the road. Pulling to the side of the road, Claire looked in the ditch. Seeing nothing, she took a peek into the overgrowth, squinting her eyes and scanning the abundance of greenery. That was when she saw it. A foot wrapped in a black sock, sticking up in the air. Completely stiff, and not belonging to a live person. She let out a loud gasp, threw the van into drive and headed to the police station. As she sped away from the body, large, heavy raindrops began to fall. Claire, frantic and distraught, burst through the doors of the police precinct. "Dead body. Dead body?" she screamed, sending the officers scrabbling, seeking clarification on the location. After Claire calmed down and accepted a glass of water from the desk clerk, she told them there was a dead body about a mile down the road. 2 officers rushed to the scene, where they found the shoe in Chris Stanton's body. "Wonder what he was doing out here," one officer whispered. The rain arrived at the worst possible time. As the detectives rushed to secure the scene, large pellets of water beat down on the ground, washing away potential evidence. The victim wore black dress slacks and a starched white shirt with a dark death stain spread across the front. The man had a neat, carefully cropped crew cut, and a pale face with a gaping mouth. His terrified green eyes were wide and frozen with fear. His arms, already stiff from rigor mortis, stretched out at his sides. "Someone was angry with him," the second officer said. "You think it's connected to the animal slayings?" "Could be. Too early to tell." Meanwhile, 6 miles north of the murder scene, a woman's scream pierced the sky. Her feet beat against the pavement as she sprinted through large raindrops, and her voice interrupted the early morning air. She yelped with pain, begging for help, but the street's occupants lay dormant in their homes. Thunder crackled, and lightning split open the sky. It was hard to know where she should go, or how she could escape. Steady falling raindrops beat harder and harder, as if the elements were against her desire to survive. The situation was hopeless, but she continued running, refusing to give up. The rain beat down against her face as she threw her head back and screamed out, her voice swallowed by the ominous drops of the downpour. Rushing forward, looking for safety, her heartbeat thumped rapidly against her chest, fierce and rough, causing her to lose her breath. Continuing through the early dawn-drenched streets, the woman fought for clarity. Her clothes stuck to her body, and the rain, warm and brutal, beat through the strands of her hair, thumping against her scalp. Where was she going? Would she escape? The rush of air around her body prevented her from moving faster. Terrified of what would come next, she made a sharp left turn, stepping off the edge of the curb and crashing to the ground. The woman scrambled to gain control, slipping on the soaked pavement. She felt someone grab hold of her legs. Kicking with all her might did not deter her captive. As she twisted her body, ready to fight off the pursuer's grip, she felt a thump and the world went dark. 1. A cold, soft breeze blew across my face, tickling the bridge of my nose. Moving my head caused a sharp pain to shoot through my neck, and when I tried to turn my face to the other side, I realized that my head was buried in a pillow filled with down feathers. My hair, thick, soft, and warm, enveloped my head, rubbing against the side of my face. Upon opening my eyes, I looked around the room. Bright white walls caused me to squint, and rubbing alcohol filled my nose. Where was I? Sylvia, don't move. The voice came from a corner of the room I couldn't see. I twisted my neck, fighting to locate the source of the sound. Seconds later, a pair of warm, sad brown eyes stared back at me. It was Charles, my childhood friend. His voice was low and calm, and the even cadence told me that something terrible had happened. Where am I? Hospital. You'll be getting out soon. This is annoying, I said, grasping for the dense pillow that was preventing me from moving my head. Charles grabbed my hands, gently holding them in place. Your mom wanted you to be comfortable. Leave it. She'll be back in a minute. Derek? Where's Derek? A heavy silence filled the room. Charles, where's Derek? There was an accident. We're not sure what happened. An accident. That was cop speak for someone is dead. That was how we started the conversation with the victim's family, before delivering the news that a loved one had been lost. Charles, I said, struggling to sit up. Don't try to get out of bed. You've got some sprains and bruises. Charles? What the hell happened? A thickly muscled arm reached out and restrained me. Sylvia. We aren't going to have you running out of here like you did the other night. I wanted to cry, scream, and hit someone, but most of all, I wanted to know what happened. The other night? The scene came rushing back. A knock on the door, in the wee hours of the morning. Me stumbling to the door, woozy, wobbling, and holding the doorknob tight to steady my body. There's been an accident. Charles's eyes telling me the rest, what he wasn't saying, and then. That was it. That was all I could recall. I frantically tried to dig myself out of the web of sheets and blankets. Calm down, Charles said, holding my arms and keeping me in bed. My body relented, coming to a rest against the pillow. I was exhausted. I'm gonna go get your folks. They'll want to know you're up. I put up a slight resistance that sapped the rest of my energy. Days later, my body would ache from the altercation we'd had the previous morning, but I only had vague memories beyond opening the door and hearing Charles's words. A vision came to my mind. Me kicking hard as Charles fought to hold me down. My parents came rushing in, their eyes wide with fear and grief. None of us knew what to say. Charles turned to face them, his head hung low. Sylvia, we're so sorry, my mother said, her voice quivering. My father doubled over and sobbed. Derek had always been one of their favorite people. I want to know what happened, I demanded through clenched teeth. When no one spoke, I started to fight my way out of the covers. I felt faint as I found the edge of the bed and started pushing myself out from under the heavy blanket. My parents rushed to my side, holding me back while I fought until I passed out. From the night I woke up in the hospital to the day of Derek's funeral, a downpour hung over southeastern Michigan. I made an abundance of phone calls to arrange Derek's funeral. Full regalia, salute, cops from around the state, the Michigan State Police would escort the procession, the works. It was grand and expensive, and I rented a hall in Redford for a grand luncheon after the service. Why did you go to such extreme? My mother-in-law asked. I responded with a quiet, I had to, and walked away from her. In reality, I'd done it out of guilt. The most important person in my life had been taken away forever, and I had no idea why. No one was really talking with me about what happened, but the whispers I caught mentioned suicide. The official story was that Derek had been depressed and driven off a highway near Ann Arbor and into a river. But no one else knew what I knew. They didn't have the information that debunked that theory. Waiting for the initial grief to pass before starting my search for the truth, I numbed my thoughts and watched the events of the funeral unwind. I wasn't there. Instead, I watched the service unfold as if they were on an old projector reel ticking by in an antiqued movie house. My parents crowded around me at the funeral, both taking my arms and sitting close enough for me to feel their breath on my neck. They had always liked Derek. He'd had a way of helping me stay within the lines. I could be reckless if I thought my actions would lead to the truth. There were times when I pushed too hard. Derek had helped me find balance in life. Graveside, crouched under an umbrella with Martin, Derek's younger half-brother, my parents, and Charles crowded around me, I stared at the coffin. I closed my eyes as I listened to the bagpipes and rifles, and tried to send thoughts to Derek. I wanted to apologize for everything, and tell him that I would find out what happened. A loud clap of thunder crackled through the sky, as if to rebuke me for making a promise I might not be able to keep. Perhaps it was Derek reminding me from his grave that I didn't have a good track record when it came to solving crimes involving my loved ones. I'd failed my brother Simon, who'd gone missing when we were 10, never to be seen again. My entire life, from the moment Simon disappeared, had been built around the idea that I would not rest until I found my brother. Unfortunately, Simon was still lost, probably buried in some shallow grave not too far from our childhood home. And I, the detective who was known for solving cold cases, hadn't been able to solve the crime that had taken him away. A hint of painful nostalgia rose up in my soul. Would I fail Derek the way I'd failed Simon? The night after the funeral, my old partner, Bob Alderson, showed up on my doorstep. Since Bob was one of my least favorite people on the planet, I considered ignoring the doorbell. I opened the door on the third ring. "What do you want, Bob?" "Came to pay my respects." "You did that at the funeral. What do you want?" Bob Alderson had been my partner for the first few years I was on the force. We'd been in constant flux during our partnership, because of his shady backdoor deals and laziness. We hadn't been partners for 6 years, and rarely spoke outside of the occasional greeting at work. "I knew you'd be alone tonight. Why ya doing this to yourself?" Bob was 5'4" with thin salt and pepper strands of hair plastered to his forehead. He wore an unzipped, black members-only jacket that revealed the spillover of his belly. "I just want to be alone tonight." "That's the wrong way." "Why are you here?" I asked, raising my voice before plopping down on the couch. "I'm sorry. Just wanted to say that. I knew how sad Derek was, and I should have said something to you." Derek and I had separated at one point, but we'd reconciled before he died. We decided to keep our reconciliation a secret, because the precinct was a place where misery loved company. Some of the cops were gossipy, others were unhappy, and the job itself didn't work well for marriage. So, we'd let everyone at work think that our marriage was over. "I know we haven't always gotten along, but I want to be there for you." "Know what I mean?" Bob said. Derek and I were back together, so I knew Bob was lying about Derek being depressed. What was the true meaning of his visit? "Thanks," I said, standing up and heading for the door, pulling it open and waiting for Bob to leave. "All righty. Well, I'm taking off now. Just call if you need anything." After Bob Alderson left, I locked up and cried myself to sleep on the couch. 2. The next few days felt endless. I alternated between emotional breakdowns and fits of rage-fueled packing. Before Derek's death, he'd surprised me with the old, crumbling Victorian I dreamed of buying and renovating during my grad school days. Owning the house had only been a fantasy until the bottom fell out of Michigan's economy. The value of the old, antiquated house dropped to a level where it was nothing more than a minor player at an auction. Derek had surprised me with the house a few days before he died. We'd cemented our future, and were planning to start a private investigation agency after we both quit our jobs. Now, I didn't know what I was going to do with the Victorian. Renovations would cost more than I'd ever make as a cop, but there was no way I was selling the place. It was the last thing Derek had given me. It was mine for life. Numb from loss and unable to think a complete thought, I realized that it was nice to have monotonous tasks to complete while my heart ached. I was in the middle of wrapping dishes in strips of newspaper when the doorbell rang. Charles was on the front porch, hands shoved in the pockets of his dark blue dress pants. "Hey," I said. "We need to talk," Charles said, pushing past me. His face looked troubled. "Okay. What's up?" I asked. You got any coffee? What do you think? Come into the kitchen. Charles followed me into the small box-shaped kitchen. His size made space a little awkward. I grabbed a cup from the cabinet, emptied the carafe, and handed him the mug. How's it going? Charles muttered. As good as can be expected for a widow. Haven't found the merry part yet. We shared a few more basic pleasantries before an uncomfortable silence settled around us. The chatter felt abnormal and false. Then Charles said, "You're not going to let this go. We should come up with a plan now." I don't know what to do about it. Come on, Sylvia. Snap out of it. I'm not going to let it go either. So let's do something. I held my head, feeling a headache coming on. What can I do? You're grieving. That's the only reason why you haven't been out there looking for the truth, but I'm here to wake you up because I'm your friend. I don't want you to look back and wonder why no one pushed you to look deeper. They say he committed suicide. Which you don't believe. I don't either. The official report says that Derek drove into the Huron River. First of all, Derek had been living in Redford for almost a year. Why was he out here at that time of night? It was a great question. We just decided to get back together, but there was no reason for Derek to be in the Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor area. He'd been renting a place near Detroit. Secondly, he'd already made it clear that we were going to meet up on Friday, so why was he near my apartment? There was no way I was going to let it go, but it was so difficult to see through the pain of losing Derek. I wasn't quite ready to dive into the mystery surrounding what happened, but the longer I waited, the less chance I had of finding the truth. What was I doing? Wasting time, I told myself. Okay. You're right. Will you go through it with me? That's what I've been waiting to hear, Charles said. Hold on, I said, grabbing a whiteboard and an expo marker out of a box. I sat the whiteboard on the couch, uncapped the marker, and started drawing columns. My adrenaline began to churn to life. Where you want to start? Charles asked. I guess the night it happened. I talked to Derek, and everything was fine. He told the chief he was quitting earlier that day. He did that a week before he died. What? I stopped drawing the columns on the whiteboard. Sil, he had already put in his 2-week notice about a week before he died. He was out the door. We were just waiting for the next week to be up. He asked me not to say anything to you, because it was a surprise. I thought I'd been the only one who knew Derek was quitting. Everyone we worked with knew as well. Why had he lied to me? I'm sorry, Sil, but yes. He lied. Well, that changes things. Alderson came by the night of the funeral to offer his condolences. Said he knew Derek was so depressed. That's so strange. I know how well you two get along. Right? Okay. If people knew Derek was leaving, they could have been angry at him. We're always short-handed. Some people probably saw him as a sellout. You know how it is. We grew up in Detroit, so when we leave, it's like we're traitors. That's not fair. Charles, you know it's true. Listen, the guys weren't happy he was leaving, but some understood. A couple of guys gave him crap, but nothing major. Derek hadn't made a lot of enemies on the force, but he also wasn't the most popular guy. Mostly because he was married to me. I always had questions at the morning briefings, rarely agreed with the crimes we were told to focus on, and I tried to do the right thing, no matter how inconvenient it was. This led to other officers rolling their eyes and wondering why I had to extend the morning check-in with my pesky questions. Not to mention, marriage between cops was frowned upon, and we'd married without any declaration that we were dating. Derek proposed one Valentine's Day when we were hanging out at my place watching movies. We'd gotten together that night because neither one of us were attached. Needless to say, a proposal was the last thing I'd expected. Well, there was always underlying resentment because of our marriage. Yeah, but no one would hurt him over that. I had just left for the transfer, and Derek put in his notice a few weeks after that. Losing 2 officers from the precinct meant all you guys would be working overtime and pulling double duty on patrol and homicide. The transfer you asked for was welcomed. The guys hated having both of you working at the same place, so even though it meant being short-handed, they weren't mad about you leaving. The chief had wanted to transfer one of us immediately, but our precinct was already undermanned, so we'd worked in the same building for 2 years after getting married. I'd just gotten a transfer to the Ypsilanti Police Department before Derek died, but I had to demand that I be transferred. Even so, the fact that we'd worked together so long as a married couple was a sore spot in the department. Do you think it had something to do with me? Like what, Syl? Some people think I'm kind of holier than thou. I don't agree with that, but you are kind of like that superhero kind of cop. Always trying to do the right thing. I've made plenty of mistakes. Mediocre at best. You fishing for compliments? I locked eyes with Charles. We both burst into laughter. If you've got compliments, give them. You were a good rookie and a great detective. You just lack those social skills needed to climb the ladder. I have social skills. I just enjoy being alone, but let's not get sidetracked, I said. Charles, I know you know something. Nothing worth telling you. I've heard gossip and rumors, but none of that can be identified as fact. I'd rather not get your mind caught up in rumors. I'm going to find something to investigate. Might as well be a potential lead. If I thought it would help, I'd tell you. Did something happen with Derek while he was working undercover? Sylvia, I don't. You either tell me, or I go searching. Searching will be dangerous. Okay. So, there were rumors of trouble with the undercover gig. Derek wanted out, because the Russians were asking him to do things he didn't want to do. This woman named Sasha was part of that, but most of it had to do with killing people. They wanted proof that he was in their squad. It got messy one night, and Derek ended up shooting a guy. It was what they wanted, and if he hadn't killed the dude, the Russians would have killed him. When did that happen? I'm not sure. I heard about it months ago. After we split up. Yeah, it was after that. What else was going on at that time? Syl, I really don't remember. Most of the stuff going around was just rumors. Tell me what you heard from Derek. Did he say anything out of the ordinary? Charles hesitated. I distanced myself from Derek. Why? I thought he was unfaithful to you. I love both of you guys, and seeing him treat you poorly was too much. I would have been the same way with you if you'd done something wrong to him. You felt like you had to choose. Who gets custody of the friends? That's how it was. Unfortunately, that meant he'd been an outsider and didn't have more information than I did about Derek's undercover work. Okay. Let's stay on track. We met at Rounders the night before Derek died. It was like old times. We had burgers and beers. He showed me the house and then we headed to Belleville Lake, I said. Why Belleville? I hadn't thought to ask that question when it happened, but why had we gone to Belleville? Michigan is full of lakes and rivers. In fact, the Huron River was a few blocks from the house. Why had we gone to Belleville? I don't know why we went there. It seemed like a spur-of-the-moment thing. What happened next? Nothing. We spent a few hours at the lake, came back here and talked until we fell asleep on the couch. I wrote notes on the board. What happened the next morning? Derek had to work in the morning. I was off. Getting ready for the fresh start at the Ypsi precinct the following Monday. He was up early and in the kitchen cooking breakfast when I woke up. We talked and ate and he left for work. Both of us were excited about the future. The following Monday would have been your first day in Ypsi? Yep. That night, our life together had felt like it was back on track. The house breakfast, the chatter about our future, it had all been so perfect. Memories began to take over. Syl, Charles said, reaching out and grabbing my arm. Sorry. I got lost for a moment. What happened after breakfast? Derek went to work, I went back to bed. That night we exchanged text messages. Just your usual banter. You still got the text messages? Yeah, but they aren't anything out of the ordinary. Let's go through them. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the messages from Derek. There's nothing here. See, I said, sitting next to Charles. How you doing? What's for dinner? I left a bottle of Shiraz on the counter. Let me know how it is, work on packing, don't start cleaning the house yet, and I'll see you Friday. Charles frowned. Nothing even a little off. That means he probably didn't see it coming. Or he didn't want to worry me. Either way, we got nothing. I slid the cap onto the marker and leaned back on the couch. We sat in dejected silence. 3. Charles helped me pack several boxes and volunteered to help me clean the new house later in the week. Have you been to Derek's yet? Not yet. I paid for another month. Do you want me and your folks to take care of packing up his apartment? Absolutely not. I want to be the one to do it. How about his computer? His phone was in his pocket when he went into the water, but his laptop might have some clues on it. Charles was right. I'll get the computer soon. I can do it. I know, but I want to do it. I just can't go there yet. The landlady is fine with it, so there's nothing to worry about. Paying for another month was a waste of money, but now I had 6 weeks to move Derek's belongings. If something happened, it would be better to see the computer sooner than later. There might be some clues on it, Charles said, pushing the issue. I'm a cop, Charles. I know what leaving the computer at the apartment for now means. There might be clues on there, but for now the computer stays where it is. That's just how it's going to be. Gotcha. Charles gave me a hug and we said our goodbyes. I spent the rest of the day taking small boxes to the house. Michigan's humid July temperatures made spending more than a few hours in the old Victorian uncomfortable. I set up floor fans throughout the main level of the house and avoided going upstairs where the air was thick and oppressive. The central air system needed to be serviced, and I'd made an appointment for the following day. The Victorian was in no shape for me to live there full-time, but the sooner I got used to being there, the better. The previous day I'd gotten the utilities turned on, and after spending the afternoon cleaning, I decided to spend the night. The previous owners had left a lot of furniture and random items behind. An old, dirty, lime green couch was pushed up against a wall in the living room. I cleaned the upholstery and pillows, and even though it didn't look comfortable, I decided it would be my temporary bed. The evening was dedicated to vacuuming and going between the apartment and house, moving small and medium-sized boxes. That night, I curled up underneath a plush blanket and tossed and turned my way through my first night in the Victorian. The next morning I was startled by rapid knocking on the front door. I sat up, rolling off the couch and catching myself before slamming to the ground. My heart was beating loudly in my ears. Another violent rap on the door rang out before I could scramble to my feet. I hopped up, threw on my robe and rushed to the door. Standing on my tiptoes to peek out, I saw my brother-in-law, Martin. His eyes were wet and full of fear and sadness. He and Derek had a special bond, and I'd allowed them the space to keep that connection alive and well. Unfortunately, in my quest to be supportive of their relationship, I hadn't interacted with Martin a great deal. Why was he on my doorstep? Martin, I said, pulling open the front door. I need a place to go, he said. I stepped back and motioned for him to come in. What happened? I had a fight with my mom. She's impossible. I couldn't bring myself to ask what his mother, Starla, had done this time. I remembered the letters Derek had written to me after I moved to the coast. Derek's mother left his father for a young, up-and-coming politician who was serving in the United Kingdom's Parliament. The new husband loved to travel, meaning that once Martin was old enough to be left somewhere, the blushing bride and her young beau tirelessly traveled the world. Martin was shuffled between a series of boarding schools and the homes of distant relatives. He and his parents hadn't spent much time together, but Derek's death had brought them to town. "Have you eaten?" He ignored my comment and sat down on the couch. "I'm going to cook up some breakfast," I said, heading for the kitchen. Martin got up and followed behind me. "She doesn't regret it," he screamed. I turned around to look at Martin. His eyes were aflame and his chest heaving. "What doesn't she regret?" "Leaving him. My mom doesn't regret leaving Derek. He's dead and she still doesn't regret it." I froze, not knowing how to respond. If Starla regretted leaving Derek, it would mean that she inadvertently regretted having Martin. There was no way she could win in that scenario. She shouldn't have left him. He might have been different. Maybe not a cop, and he'd still be here. Martin's eyes filled with tears. I reached out to Martin with stiff arms, embracing him and letting him literally cry on my shoulder. We can't say what would have happened. But what if? No more what ifs. "Sit down and I'll make some coffee," I said, leading him back to the living room. Martin sat on the couch and sobbed as I went to the kitchen to brew coffee. I considered what I could say to comfort him, not really knowing where to draw the line. After the coffee was brewed, I poured 2 cups and headed back into the living room. Martin had stopped sobbing, but tears still ran down his cheeks. I put the coffee on the end table next to the couch and sat down beside him. At that moment, it seemed that just being in the same room together was enough. 4. After Martin's early morning visit, he started showing up at my house on a regular basis. He helped me finish moving my belongings from the apartment to the house. We spent days sitting on the couch, both of us as blank as zombies after the move was complete. 2 weeks after the first visit, I started to enjoy Martin's presence. He'd show up with a newspaper, brimming with information about various crimes. I'd make brunch and we would chat and make plans. The topic of Derek's death would emerge, and we'd talk in circles. He couldn't have committed suicide. We both knew that. Over time, sitting on the couch and discussing the same thing over and over again got old. "We need to do something," Martin said. "Like what?" "Do you have any running shoes?" "I have shoes. They usually aren't used for running." "Well, maybe it's time for that to change." I'd made some assumptions about running. The main excuse being that I was too short to run. The second reason was that my body type was built for sprinting, not long distances, so running was an exercise I'd never considered. Previously, I'd gone to the gym, spent half an hour on the elliptical, and hopped off the machine the moment the monitor said I was done. But running was more than exercise. It was also a way to escape and leave the past and the present behind. At first, I was just caught up in the motion of it. My body moving across the pavement, my feet rising and falling, the increase of my breath, but eventually it became therapeutic. The things I saw, the people I passed on my way to the park, the barking dogs and the stoplight on my route were all things that brought me to life. Running required me to be alert. That was what helped ease me back into the land of the living. One morning, Martin showed up on my porch, beating on the door and waving a newspaper. "Another one? Sylvia, did you see this? 2 murders in the same area in less than a month. There might be a serial killer around here." I was still in limbo, and debating whether or not I was going to complete the transfer from my old precinct in Detroit to the Ypsilanti Police Department. Crime, especially murder, wasn't something I wanted to talk about. "Have you noticed that I haven't been back to work? But this could be. I'm not working right now. Can't you see I need a break?" I felt guilty the moment the words were out of my mouth. Martin was struggling with Derek's death. He'd started coming to my place because he didn't have anywhere else to go. I hadn't been in the mood for company, but seeing my husband's little brother in such pain had changed my mind. It had been good to have him around. "I just thought you might care." He dropped his head and shoulders. A wave of sadness came over his body. Martin didn't have anyone else to turn to. His parents had already headed back to England, and he lived alone in a tiny apartment in downtown Detroit. Derek would want me to look out for his brother. I stepped back from the door and motioned for him to come in. Hey, sorry buddy. I didn't mean that. You know you're always welcome here. I've been away from the job for a while because I don't know if I can go back. Crime isn't my favorite subject right now. Martin was still on the porch, hesitant to come in. Head for the kitchen. I just finished making breakfast. I've got an extra Belgian waffle, a heap of scrambled eggs, and some orange juice. You can tell me what's going on over breakfast. You don't have to feed me, he said, rushing past me and waving the newspaper in the air. His stickpin arms and legs told a different story. Have you heard about this or not? Martin asked, stopping in the foyer, his speech rushed and urgent. I hadn't heard any news since Derek's funeral. My old routine of watching the nightly news had fallen by the wayside. No. I haven't heard. Go to the kitchen or no deal. I placed a hand on his shoulder and felt the sharp edge protruding through his Detroit Lions t-shirt. Okay. But I won't be able to finish it. Already ate, but if that's the only way you will talk with me, fine. Once in the kitchen, Martin placed the newspaper on the table and headed for the stove. He dug a fork out of the silverware drawer, picked up the skillet of scrambled eggs and began eating. Eating out of the skillet seemed so natural to him that I decided not to suggest he grab a plate. Another body. On Prospect, just like the animals and that guy they found about a month ago. I remembered the animal slayings. Some sicko had been murdering animals in the early spring. Remembering the chilling news stories about the slayings caused my stomach to turn. Those killings had happened months ago, when I was watching the news regularly. Over time, the story slipped from the news cycle, and I'd pushed it out of my mind. The body of the man was something I didn't recall. You did hear about the other killings, right? It was? I heard about the animals, and no, I don't want any details. When was the first man found? Martin hesitated. It's understandable that you missed it. When did it happen? He hung his head and paused. The man's name was Chris Stanton. He was found the same morning as Derek. Yeah, I wouldn't have heard about that. He was a student who lived in Pittsfield Township, and was found along the road that runs through the preserve. A lady driving to the highway spotted a shoe, thought it was strange, took a little peek around and found the body. That's terrible. Does the article say if the police have any suspects? No. I think there's a serial killer out there. Just because there were a series of animal slayings and 2 murders in the same area doesn't mean there's a serial killer on the loose. Keep in mind that serial murders are rare, and certain criteria must be met before the police start thinking the perpetrator is a serial killer. Right? But now that 2 guys have been killed and left along the same road, I think we can consider that a serial killer might be on the loose, Martin said in between mouthfuls of eggs. This area isn't riddled with crime, but murders do occur around here. We don't need to consider anything extreme, like serial murder, until we have a lot more evidence. I hope they catch the killer soon. What do you mean they? I mean the police. You are the police. I sighed. So, you're just going to let this happen? We have to do something, Martin said as he finished off the eggs. I'm not on duty, and even if I were, I know nothing about this case because I've been on leave. What happened to you getting a transfer out here? It was all set, but I don't know now. Still thinking it over. You're not going to do it? I don't know what's going to happen. Are you quitting? It's not as easy as it seems. My plans were built around the fact that Derek and I were getting back together. Now I have no idea where my life is going. Derek told me you were made to fight crime. Loved it. That's true, but a few days before Derek died, we were talking about taking a different path. He wanted to start a private investigation agency. I can't get that out of my head. So, why not go through with the transfer and figure it out as you go along? You have to do something. I should do something, but what? Regardless of how unhappy I was, life was going on, and there was crime to fight. A dead body wasn't exactly unheard of in my area, but 2 in a month was very unusual. The fact that Martin wanted us to do something was a bit confusing. I barely knew him. He was pre-law, with no law enforcement aspirations, and Ypsilanti had plenty of officers on duty. You should be studying to be a lawyer. No need to get arrested for playing a police officer. Just focus on getting ready for law school. Let's go for a run in the nature preserve. No. Come on. We could catch this guy. We aren't going to catch him on a whim. Aha. See. You think it's a serial killer. No. There could be 2 separate killers, or if there's just one killer, he or she is clever enough to pull off 2 killings without being caught. We're not going to catch him. Besides, I'm sure the preserve is closed off because it's a crime scene. Parts will be closed off, but I bet we can still run by there. It happened yesterday. I'm sure some of the areas are open. We can at least get close to the scene. No. I will be back in school next semester. In the meantime, I think that real-world experience is good. The killer has escalated to humans. Isn't it in our best interest to find this person now? Curiosity and my natural detective drive threatened to contradict warnings to Martin and my leave of absence status. I couldn't deny that I was curious. I also knew that animal slayings, followed by 2 murders, could be something that went beyond a random event. What if this was going to turn into something much bigger? With that said, I had no desire to put Martin in danger. Going to the nature preserve would only increase his interest in the case. What if he started venturing there on his own? Hey, let me worry about this, okay? Don't do anything stupid. Meet me in the nature preserve tonight. No. Come on, Martin. What are you trying to prove? Let's go for a run near there now. No. Just leave it alone, I said, my voice rising. I'm going. Want to head there now? I put my hands over my face, sensing that there was no getting through to Martin. You can come or you can stay, but I'm going. Okay. We can go now. Just give me a minute. I wouldn't get Martin involved. He could wait in the car. Slightly irresponsible, but hell, this was the first thing I'd been excited about since Derek's death. 5. I threw on running shorts, sneakers, and a red tank top. We hopped in my Taurus and headed to the edge of town. Crime scene tape was visible as we approached the preserve. It lined the side of the road, and a sign told us that the preserve was closed. We'll have to park a ways away, Martin said. Yeah. We'll park by the farm, I said, pulling the car behind a cornfield. We got out of the car, stayed close to the cornstalks, and peeked around the corner. There were state police and local cops around the scene. I recognized a few faces. My impending transfer would station me at one of the local precincts. I'd had an unfortunate run-in with Detective Peter McAllister when I'd stopped by the department to discuss my transfer from Detroit. He thought I'd come in to report a crime and hadn't been very welcoming. We'd had a small argument that ended with me essentially telling him that I was going to be his worst nightmare. McAllister was standing along the sidelines, talking with one of the crime scene techs. Something in me just wanted to ruffle his feathers. Stay here, I said, turning to Martin and giving him a sharp look to let him know that I meant it. Where are you going? I see someone I know. I'm going to get some info. Stay here, I said a second time. I jogged down toward the crime scene. An officer, holding out his arms and commanding me to stop, met me halfway. Detective Wilcox, I said, taking the liberty to grab one of his hands in an attempt to shake it. I live down the road. Just want to know what's going on. The officer looked confused as he tried to place my face. I let him ponder the situation while I called over to Detective McAllister. McAllister. It's Wilcox. Peter McAllister was at least 6'5" and far too skinny for his height. I flashed him a sarcastic smile, causing his jaw to tense up. He lumbered over to where I was standing with the other officer. What, Wilcox? I live down the road. Just want to know what's going on. Watch the news. McAllister was one of those guys that used as few words as possible. Rumor had it he was quiet, generally thought of as a good cop, but very difficult to work with. I'd heard bits and pieces about him around the local cop haunts. Come on, McAllister. Don't be a jerk. What's going on? DB, but you already know that. Wouldn't be snooping around if you didn't. I'm not snooping. Just out for a run, I said, pointing to my running shoes. Oh. Didn't know you did that. Well, we don't know much now. It's day one in a murder investigation, which you also know because you're a friggin' cop. Your desk is waiting back at the precinct when you're ready to officially join us. Until then, sayonara, McAllister said, before taking a mock bow and walking away. Ma'am, detective, would you mind getting back to your run? I'm sorry, but I can't let you beyond this point. Sure thing, I said, turning around and jogging back to the car. What did you find out? Martin asked. His eyes were wide with anticipation. Heading to the preserve was silly, but the desire to know what happened and why suppressed my grieving. Nothing. What? What did the cops say? Not much. Can we come back tonight? Curiosity killed the cat, and possibly the cop on leave. Maybe. Let me think about it. We could drive by. No harm in that. Maybe we can drive by. Just remember that I'm on a leave of absence, and you're a civilian preparing for law school. Nothing more, nothing less. Martin left, and I spent the rest of the day cleaning. After dinner, I fired up my laptop and took a look at the website for the local newspaper. The first victim was 26, and he was pursuing a degree in accounting. The article went on to explain that Chris Stanton had returned to college after quitting his job as a teacher at Dewey High School. There were a few quotes from friends about how everyone loved the guy. The bulk of the quotes came from a woman named Maya Juarez, who was identified as Chris Stanton's girlfriend and the last person to speak with the victim. Maya stated that she felt the police weren't doing a good job investigating Chris's death. She also expressed how wonderful he was and how she couldn't believe anyone would hurt him. The coverage was short on information. Instead, it focused on feelings and random positive comments from friends. It's a common refrain when it comes to murder victims. First, the cops aren't doing enough to solve the murder. Secondly, the victim was so wonderful and near perfect that no one would ever want to hurt them. The loss of life is so disturbing that it causes people to think of their lost loved ones as saints. Of course, no one deserved to be murdered, regardless of what type of person they were. On the other hand, based on what I'd read, there weren't any obvious reasons why this man would have been a target. The article said that no one could come up with a reason why Chris Stanton was in the woods during the wee hours of the morning. A much shorter article explained that there had been another murder near the preserve. The second victim had not been identified, but he too was a student. That's strange, I said aloud. Students are usually safe in our town. There were usually a few fringe activities on the edge of town, drug deals gone bad and assaults that went too far, but young people that attended classes and lived a typical college existence usually avoided being victims of major crimes in Ypsilanti. Martin called at 8:30, asking if I'd be at the preserve that night. Just come by the house, I told him, not wanting him to head there on his own. It was ill-advised to go to the preserve and poke around. I'd been on a leave of absence since Derek's death, and it felt like I'd been away from work for a lifetime. I was beginning to miss solving crimes. My new boss was being flexible because no one wanted to fire a cop who was mourning the loss of her husband, but it wasn't fair to leave the precinct shorthanded. Even so, I couldn't see myself going back to the Detroit Police Department, where I'd worked for 8 years, but the thought of starting at a new place was equally daunting. Of course, at some point, I would have to go back to work. If I wasn't a cop, what job would I take on? I pushed the thought out of my mind and grabbed a few items for our excursion. Martin showed up about 45 minutes into my internet search for news on the victims. He was dressed in all black from head to toe. Going for the stealthy look, eh? You never know what we're going to encounter out there. His enthusiasm was comical, but there was a grain of truth in his statement. Did I think we were going to run into the killer and save the day? No, but I was curious about what we might find. I've got a few flashlights and night goggles. I have trouble with the goggles, so I might have to use the flashlight. Best to have both. And remember, we're not going there for any trouble. Just taking a peek, okay? Yep. Just taking a peek. We drove down to the preserve and parked on the side of the road, a few feet from the parking lot. There were some patches of private property around the area, but the thick foliage enveloped the edges of small homesteads and farmhouses. It felt like you're in the middle of a forest, but if you weren't careful, you could end up on someone's property. The area was a quiet sanctuary, tucked in between the highway and a small town, that provided a rural feel while still being just a few minutes from a city. People would stop by and sit for a while, run on one of the trails, or have a picnic. It was open from sunrise to sunset, and the old-growth forest ran for acres, only being interrupted by rolling fields of crops. It was a peaceful, serene area that was popular with college students, nature buffs, and bird watchers. Have you been out here before? I asked Martin. No. Remember, I live in downtown Detroit. I know, but you're not excluded from enjoying nature. This is a long way from Detroit. Besides, I enjoy cities, and there are plenty of pretty places down there. Fair enough, I said, handing Martin a flashlight and night goggles. We aren't supposed to be in the preserve, so be quiet and keep your flashlight in your pocket unless you need it for some reason. There are some wetlands in there as well as thickets of trees, so watch your step. We walked through the gravel parking lot and ascended a grassy hill that led to a walking path. Steely darkness made it nearly impossible to see where we were headed. Trees outlined the field and wetlands, but things were wide open for the most part. As we approached the trees, I saw a rusted, raggedy sign twisted and hanging off a fence post. The gate was partially open. What's this? Martin asked. Says that it's private property. We can't go inside the gate. But we could walk around the perimeter. I had never been back beyond the nature preserve, and had assumed that there would be nothing to see, except for nature. I was wrong. A large ominous house sat back behind the thicket of trees. Seemingly in the middle of the preserve, but far enough from the trails to give the owners privacy. Other structures behind the thicket were little more than skeletons waiting for a strong wind to blow through and finish them off. At first glance, the house appeared to be vacant, but as we got closer, I saw a chicken coop and smelled the unmistakably muggy scent of poorly kept animals. I wondered who lived there. Stay close and quiet, I said, carefully inching beyond the private property line. Around the back side of the house, a dim light shone through the curtains in a diamond-shaped window. Everything was quiet and still, but a form passed in front of the window, blocking the view. I moved closer, holding one hand behind myself to caution Martin. He opened his mouth to protest, but quickly closed it when I held my finger to my lips. Carefully maneuvering through the tall grass, I inched toward the house. When I reached the edge of the property, I moved to the slight incline behind the window, stood on my tiptoes, squinted and looked into the window. Against my better judgment, I moved closer to the house, trying not to trip over the random debris in the yard. When I got within a few feet of the house, my foot got caught on something hard and rough, ripping the top of my shoe. I went tumbling to the ground, my arms flailing into a pile of miscellaneous tools, causing a racket. I looked up at the window and saw the shadowy figure moving swiftly. I scrabbled to my feet, turned, grabbed hold of Martin's arm and ran into the darkness. A guttural, angry yawp filled the night, inching closer and closer behind us as we ran. Holding tight to Martin's forearm, I pulled him through the woods, rushing back through the thicket, the voice of the man thundering in my ears. He's gaining on us, Martin yelled. Don't yell. Just keep moving. I responded in a loud whisper through clenched teeth. We ran as fast as we could, making it to the parking lot of the preserve. We jumped into the car and sped away. 6. The next morning I woke up feeling like I'd made a big mistake. What had I been thinking? Taking Martin to the preserve was only going to encourage him to look deeper into the murder cases. As if to prove my suspicions, Martin showed up that afternoon, still buzzing from the previous night's escapades. Have you found out anything else? What's the second victim's name? First of all, never scream when someone is chasing you. That guy didn't know who we were. Now he might remember your voice. Sorry. I was just scared? Yes, Martin. That was dangerous. I don't know why I decided to take you there. I apologize for my bad judgment. It was a good idea to check it out. There's a monster living out there. That guy could be the killer. I'm sure the police questioned him. Besides, he's rather close to where the bodies were found. I doubt he would be able to kill the victims, live a few acres away, and not get caught. I wonder who he is. Why would he live there? I bet it is just an old property that the family has been living in for decades, long before the preserve was in place. The property could be better kept, but not everyone is neat and tidy. Houses and yards don't have to be elaborate. Says the lady, who is living in an overblown Victorian. Point taken, but think about it. There's nothing elaborate about my place. This house isn't much different from the one we saw the other night. True. Speaking of which, what are we doing today? Just moving stuff? We're cleaning out the basement. The lease on Derek's apartment is up in a week, and I need some place to store his stuff. I have to get over there and clean things out soon. I could see the weight of the task come over Martin. I'm keeping his stuff. Martin nodded. I'm coming with you when you clean it out. You don't have to do that. I know, but I want to be there. I appreciate that. It's going to be tough. If you change your mind, no hard feelings. Okay, but I won't change my mind. Now tell me about the basement. Are we just dusting? I chuckled. Not exactly. It's full of junk. I'll make breakfast. You'll need to fuel up before we get started. I made a quick breakfast of coffee, bacon, and scrambled eggs. After I sat a plate in front of Martin, he said, "We should list the victims." What victims? The students. Martin, I need you to focus on. It helps to take my mind off things. If I'm not thinking about the murders in the preserve, then I'm thinking about Derek. It's one or the other. I was having the same problem. Researching the killings could be dangerous, but not if we kept all our speculation on a whiteboard. Okay. We'll pull out the whiteboard. But only after we make some progress on the basement. We spent the next 3 hours cleaning and moving items that range from antiques to pure junk. Around 2 o'clock, I made turkey and Havarti sandwiches on rye bread for lunch, and pulled out the whiteboard and an expo marker. I've been thinking about the victims. One was a student at Eastern, and the other attended McMaster's. They didn't live close to one another or run in the same circles, I said. So, you don't think they are connected? I do, but I'm not sure how. There is one thing the victims had in common. What's that? First, let's go over the basics. Victim number 1, Chris Stanton, lived close to Eastern Michigan University's campus. Just a few blocks from here, Martin said. Right. His social media presence was sparse, but I was able to gather a few bits and pieces about Chris's life. He was about a year away from earning his second bachelor's degree. From what I could find online, it looks like most of his friendships were among college students. Okay. So Chris was just your average college guy who was working on a second bachelor's degree. Actually, no. Chris went back to school after quitting his teaching job. He was 26 and divorced. Interesting. What about the second victim? Martin asked. I haven't dug into his details too much, but his name was released. Jonathan Bigsby, 25, just finished earning his master's degree at McMaster's and lived in Ypsi Township. What do they have in common? Martin scratched his head. They're both in their 20s? Well, yes, but there's something more. They're both non-traditional students. John just completed grad school, and Chris had returned for a second bachelor's degree. Generally, older students have jobs and more responsibilities than younger, traditional students. Maybe these two knew each other. Or at least crossed paths a few times. Right? You think the killer is someone they have in common? I think they are connected, but the murders could be random. The college scene is big here, so it's not unusual that they weren't friends, but now that there are two murders, other students will be concerned, I said. What about the ex-wife? Is she in the college scene? I didn't find anything about his ex-wife, but his girlfriend was interviewed by a local reporter. Her name is Maya Juarez. She's enrolled at McMaster's and is majoring in architecture. So this guy just gave up his life and went back to school. Got a young girlfriend and everything? He's not that much older than the other students. Maya is 21, so a little younger, but nothing scandalous. I'm curious about the ex-wife. I'll do some recon on her later. But enough about that. I appreciate you coming to help out. How about I treat you to some goodies at the farmer's market? A treat at the farmer's market? Like a peach or something? I laughed. Well, I was thinking gelato, but if you would prefer a peach, so be it. Martin giggled and shook his head. Fine. Make fun of me. Remember, I spent half of my life on a giant rock. We didn't have any fruits and veggies, so that peach would be a treat. That conquering rock without vegetation. Aren't you glad you came to the New World? I joked, referencing Martin's birth in the United Kingdom. I guess, but I miss London. I know you consider this place quaint, but it's kind of slow for me. Hey, there are two farmers' markets. One takes place on Tuesday afternoons in downtown Ipsy, and the other one is in the old train station in Depot Town on Saturday. You need more action than that? We laughed while strolling down the street. So why Ipsy? Martin asked. I attended graduate school at Eastern. When Derek said he wanted to separate, I was looking for comfort. Someplace familiar. I found a reasonably priced one-bedroom in an old house on the edge of town, packed a few bags and moved. Do you have friends here? Let's put it like this. I've put down some roots in the community. The farmer's market and the neighborhood co-op are two of the places I frequent. I know people, some even on a first-name basis, but they're all associates. Not friends. It's not too slow for you? This town is one of my favorite places. Students, professors, and retirees mingle. People are open to having pleasant, friendly conversations, even if they don't know one another. So London would be out of the question for you, Martin asked. What do you think? We shared a laugh. 7. The farmer's market begins at 2 and lasts until 6. Students account for the bulk of the attendees, but a few people that work odd hours and retirees show up as well. A couple of streets downtown are cordoned off to create a square, and farmers set up their stands and line them with fruit and veggies. Booths with art and clothing sit toward the back, but most people are there for the fresh local produce. It is a great place to get to know the town's farmers and associate with casual acquaintances. This is kind of a swanky little market, Martin said. Yeah. The farmers are small time, but they're also very generous and excited to help the community. I like to get as much of my produce here as possible. It's probably the best bet. I heard that most of the grocery stores in this area have closed. True. We just have the big box superstores left, and none of those are located in town. I prefer the farmer's market, especially for produce. I glanced around and saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I nodded and waved at Ned, the local newspaper delivery guy, and his wife Freya. Ned smiled and held up his thin, wrinkled hand, and Freya winked. As Martin and I made our way to the gelato stand, a young woman with short, spiked blonde hair and a familiar apple-shaped face rushed up to me. You're a cop, right? Hey, how are you? Yes, you know I'm a cop. You gonna check out the murders, or what? Our friend John was killed and the police don't care. Do you care? You've talked with him before. You knew him. Ashley Taylor was a frequent market-goer I chatted with from time to time. Seeing her eyes blazing with pain was the first time I made the connection. Jonathan Bigsby was the same John I'd chatted with at the market. He'd also recently published a romance novel and completed his graduate program. Ashley, I'm so sorry. I know you and Jonathan were close. They think he just went out and partied too hard, got in a fight, and was stabbed to death. And even if that's what happened, he deserves justice. Her face was a few inches from mine, saliva flying from her mouth as she yelled and crept further into my personal space. Her boyfriend Owen came over and gently grabbed her arm. Babe, remember she doesn't work out here. She can't do anything about John. Only the cops at the respective precincts knew I was transferring to Ypsilanti. Ashley and Owen had no idea I was in the process of joining the local ranks. This presented an opportunity to get information that local cops might not be able to pry out of the students. You're right, Owen. I don't work in this jurisdiction, but I care. Maybe I can help. See? Ashley yelled in Owen's face. He turned away, shaking his head. First, I need you to calm down. Secondly, I need real information, so we're not doing this here. Write down what you want to tell me, and we will meet at Cora's tomorrow afternoon. Is that doable? Owen moved back behind Ashley and slipped his hands on her shoulders. She quickly swiped them away. Time? 4:30. Fine, she said. Her voice had dropped several octaves. Owen placed his hands on Ashley's shoulders again, but she shoved them off and stormed away. Thanks for looking into this for us. It's crazy that this happened, Owen said. Can you make it tomorrow? No, I have a shift at the bar. Maybe another time? Next Monday? That works. You can come by our place. Great. Any time in the afternoon works. How about 3? Sounds good? Okay. We'll see you then, Owen said before heading after Ashley. What the heck was that? I thought you said people were friendly, Martin whispered after the couple walked away. That was grief, but she's always a little salty. So, you knew the guy that was killed? I did. I feel terrible that I didn't realize it until now. John was such a nice guy. We were neighbors for a while. He moved a few months ago, but he lived 3 houses down from the apartment when I first moved in. I'd see him and the rest of his friends here at the market. Did you know him well? I don't know anyone well. We're all acquaintances, but like I told you, I don't have any friends here. This is one of the few places I talk to people. Come on. Let's go get some produce. After that, we'll grab the gelato. Martin and I headed over to Thomas Randall's stand. He was a farmer that lived on a stretch of land about 5 minutes from my house. Thomas was always friendly and eager to chat, but today his brow was creased and he looked upset. Hey Tom. Good to see you, I said. Hey Sylvia. Thomas was about 6 feet tall, with a bald head and a fuzzy beard that hung down to his chest. We often ran into each other when I ventured to the co-op or visited the market. He was stooped over the straight rows of carrots, kale, spinach, and beans, frowning. Everything okay? I'm just thinking, someone here might be the killer, you know? Possibly, but there was no way to know that, I thought, but kept to myself. It is unsettling to think, I said. What do you think about that guy over there? The one that never talks to anyone. Think it could be him? Speculating on who the killer could be was a dangerous business. Sometimes innocent people were tried in the court of public opinion. I don't know anything about him. But what if he is the killer? You know he lives out by the preserve in a shack his uncle left for him. Free country. People can live where they please, Thomas. You know the kids that got killed? Both of them used to come to this market. Martin and I glanced at one another. I knew John was a regular, but if Chris Stanton also frequented this market, it was another connection between the 2 victims. No. I didn't know that. Well, it's true. They both came here a lot. That weirdo is here every week, watching everyone, and you know this is a gathering place for the kids. What do you think? Thomas knew I was a cop. He was looking for confirmation of his suspicions. I think we should leave the investigation to the local authorities. They haven't released a lot of information about the killer, so I have no idea who it could be. I just want to go back to living in a safe place. I agree. How are the crops this year? I asked, changing the subject. Thomas's eyes refocused on me, as if he suddenly remembered why he was at the market. Things have been good this year. It's been really hot lately, and the corn came on a little early. We've got a lot of fresh sweet corn. It's good stuff. Nice. Well, I'll take a few stalks. How many? Let's go with 4. I turned back, noticing that Martin had slipped off and was talking with a young woman in front of the gelato stand. How much? For you, $4. Thanks, I said, dropping $8 on the table. Hey, what's that guy's name? The one over there that lives on the edge of the preserve. Moses Cooper. 8. That night I drifted off on the couch, woke up around 2, and headed to my bed. I lay awake for an hour, tossing and turning before falling in and out of sleep. Around 4:30, I gave up and headed for the kitchen. After a cup of coffee and the arrival of dawn, I got dressed and went for a quick run. It was mid-August in southeastern Michigan, and the air was thick and warm. I ran through downtown Ypsilanti and into Riverside Park, stopping for a few minutes beside the Huron River to listen to the gurgle of water, soft and soothing, running through the middle of town. Back at home, I started a pot of oatmeal on the stove and pulled out my laptop. Thomas Randall's words ran through my mind. Could it have been a simple farmer's feud? Had Moses Cooper been drawing customers away from Thomas's stand? That seemed trivial, but I'd seen lesser crimes inspire harsher accusations. The likelihood of Moses being the killer was low, but the angle was worth investigating further. Typing his name into a search engine didn't yield much information. Just basic details of his age, address, and phone number. I decided to head to the preserve later that morning. Superior Township is one of those places people move when they want to be close to the city, but far enough away that they can live in a rural setting. The new developments in the area threatened the quiet hideaway. Freshly paved roads along the outskirts of town, and the construction taking place just south of the nature preserve, were slowly turning the area into a suburb. A few houses dotted the landscape, and new construction projects were being built less than a mile north from the town. The place had long resisted the encroachment of the surrounding municipalities that had turned to cities. The drone of bulldozers in the background interrupted the quiet, tranquil setting. I parked in the nature preserve lot and walked toward the area where Moses Cooper had appeared and given chase. I spotted a small red frame house behind a modest grove of bushes and trees. I hadn't noticed it that night in the darkness, but it was just outside of the preserve's boundaries, about 3/4 of an acre from Moses's house. It was a short walk behind the rolling hills, but for the most part this was a secluded, out-of-the-way place. Meticulously pruned rose bushes lined the front yard, and neat lines of corn grew tall behind the structure. Clearly occupied and well taken care of, the home was the only place in the immediate area. I decided to knock on the door and talk with the homeowner. That was when I caught myself. "You're thinking and acting like a cop," I muttered to myself. Usually that would be okay, but I wasn't a cop in this instance. I had no business sneaking around or asking people to talk with me about the crimes that had taken place. Currently, I was a civilian. I'd have to get information the old-fashioned way. I headed back to the car and drove to the library. I started regularly visiting the library after I rented the place in Ypsilanti. The new building had beautiful skyline windows and secluded corners where patrons could get lost in stories or study for exams. The head librarian, Lana, looked like the quintessential librarian. She had long flowing white hair and wore wireframe glasses, frumpy wool pants and flower print shirts. In addition to being a librarian, Lana is also the unofficial town historian. Born and raised in Superior Township in the late 1950s, she'd grown up watching the area twist from a rural agrarian sleepy backdrop to an eclectic hippie town. Lana and her husband had purchased an Italianate on Pearl Street in the late 1970s, where they still lived, and from that time on, Lana had been a librarian and teacher in Ypsilanti. Over the years, she'd amassed a great deal of information about the town and its occupants. "Lana, I have a question." "One sec," she said before turning around. Lana was reshelving a pile of books. "Oh. It's you. Hi Sylvia, what's your question?" "What do you know about Moses Cooper?" She adjusted her glasses, lifting them higher on her nose. "I know enough." "Why?" "You've heard about the murders, right?" "Of course. It scares the dickens out of me, but it looks like men are the target, so I guess I'm safe." "Moses Cooper lives close to the area where both bodies were dumped." "Yes? And what does that mean?" I felt my face get hot. "Nothing, but I would like to know more about him." "Because he's an easy suspect." "Oh Sylvia, you have been through a lot. And you're not a cop here. Why don't you sit this one out, okay?" "Lana, we're friends, right?" "Yes." "I need something to do. Something to take my mind off Derek, and this is it. Researching these murders is a distraction, so if you're my friend and you know something about this guy, you'll tell me." Lana sighed and shook her head. "The Coopers have been here for a long time. Their ancestors lived in the area before the local towns existed, and they're a bit of an outcast family. The grandfather was known as a shyster of sorts. Owned Cooper's Salvage and Auto Repair. Was said to overcharge for the work he did. Slightly shady family? Well, that's a matter of opinion. Things were different then. They were the only auto repair in town for a long time. Did they overcharge? Probably, but were they the only place to do that? Of course not. True. So for some reason, it was different when the Coopers did it. Right. It's wrong, but money can be a daunting force. The family wasn't super rich by any means. They were grease monkeys that worked hard from what I could tell. Looks like Moses lives in a pretty expansive house. Inherited. The family always lived together, so when it came time to buy a house, they all went in together. Moses's grandfather, the great-uncles, and their families all lived in that house. After they passed away, Moses inherited it. You seem to know a lot about this guy. Lana playfully flipped her silver gray hair and said, "A gal has to know the gossip." "Has he ever seemed dangerous?" Lana sighed. "I went to high school with Moses. It was the 70s. Things were wild, and yes. Back then I was terrified of Moses. He was big and angry, and had some run-ins with the law. I can't remember what happened, but there was trouble." "Really?" "Yeah. As I said, I don't remember what happened, but there were always rumors about him." "Humor me with the rumors." "People said he was into satanic stuff. That started after a lot of kids went to see this movie. I think Peter Fonda was in it. The film was about friends in an RV that saw a cult sacrifice of a woman out in the desert. The devil worshippers chase and trap them, and the movie ended without really showing what happened. But you get the gist of it. There were rumors around school that Moses and his family had been seen doing crazy things in the woods. Back then, Superior Township was sparsely populated and the place was overgrown and wild. A little early dose of the idea that satanic worship was rampant. Exactly. It was a good story around Halloween, but it was all talk. The kid was violent and angry, but Moses never seemed to have the capacity to really hurt someone. He was born in Eloise, so that tells you a little about where he was coming from. The Eloise? Yep. The psych hospital. Eloise Psychiatric Hospital had operated under several names. The Michigan Poorhouse, Wayne County General Hospital, and eventually Eloise. Like most mental health facilities that operated in the early to mid-1900s, Eloise had its share of tragic stories. Why was his mother in Eloise? Beats me. Come on, Lana. Someone is born in a psych hospital, and the kids in the small town don't have a narrative about it? Do you want fact or fiction? Whatever you've got. We figured she was possessed. Killed her brother. Lana. We were kids. We just heard she was in the nut house and went crazy with it. She died in Eloise. Later on, I heard that she was locked up because she'd gotten pregnant, but that wasn't true because she'd been in there for over a year before Moses was born. She also had another baby during her stay. How do you know that? There are records. Back then, things were in the newspaper. A wayward teenage girl, the daughter of a shyster father running a chop shop, was front-page news. Moses's mother was named Nettie. We were constantly reading things about her in the paper. Thanks for the education on the local lure. What actually happened to Nettie's brother? He died under mysterious circumstances. That's all I know. Never heard what really happened to him. No other gossip about what happened? Just what I told you. Okay. So is Moses a farmer? That might be taking things a little too far. He grows some produce and sells it at the market. Last I heard, he worked at the manufacturing plant on the other side of Ann Arbor. Do you have any contact with him these days? No, not at all. But I see the lady that lives near him, Nankeen Burke, from time to time. She's like his godmother or something like that. Was close with Alex, his uncle. Does she live in that tiny house by the preserve? Yep. Very close to Moses's property. Cute little place. Looks like a gingerbread house. Thanks. I might have more questions later. I headed to a computer and typed in a variety of names: Moses Cooper, Alex Cooper, and Cooper Salvage and Auto Repair. There was plenty of information on the salvage yard, but most of it turned out to be advertisements for services. Alex Cooper showed up in several results. The one that caught my eyes was titled, "Local Mechanic Arrested for Kidnapping 9-Year-Old." Alex Cooper's mugshot was blown up and plastered all over the front page. I increased the font and read the article. Alex Cooper, the brother of the infamous Nettie Cooper, the crazed girl currently housed at the lunatic asylum, has been arrested for the kidnapping of Lorna Benson. The girl was last seen in the area of Cooper's lavish mansion. While adults understand that venturing near the Cooper residence should be done with extreme caution, poor little Lorna had no idea what she was walking into. Official charges will be brought soon, in hopes that Cooper will reveal where Lorna is and what he has done to her. Police say they will stop at nothing to get justice for Lorna. I scanned through the rest of the search results and found another article titled, "Confession Leads to Rescue of Lorna Benson." A man confessed to kidnapping Lorna Benson and led authorities to the girl. She was being held captive in a cabin in the northwest corner of the state. The article about Alex Cooper's exoneration was much shorter than the one that exalted his guilt. Nettie Cooper, I muttered before typing her name into a search bar. Sure enough, there was an article about Nettie. Wild-eyed Nettie Cooper broke into the country store and stole undisclosed items. The girl's parents have agreed to have her committed for treatment to avoid incarceration in juvie hall. A picture of a tall girl with thin lips frozen into a tight frown and huge empty eyes staring into the camera stretched across the front of the newspaper. It seemed the Coopers' misfortunes were welcome fodder for the local newspaper. The only other article was Nettie Cooper's obituary. Dead at 20, the article didn't give any details of the young woman's demise. It was clear that the Coopers were outcasts. I needed a clearer picture of who they were. I pulled out a pen and paper and wrote down Nankeen Burke, the name of the woman that lived in the little house. 9. That afternoon, I headed to Cora's Cafe to meet Ashley. The eatery is a small space with a few random tables and chairs in tight, dusty corners. Sandwiches and salads were their specialty, but a good chunk of their customers came in for coffee or tea. Most of the patrons sat at the long bar in the front of the building, with mugs in front of them. I spotted Ashley sitting near the front corner of the cafe, with a sour scowl on her face, and a copy of the Brothers Karamazov dangling from her left hand. She had an oversized yellow ceramic mug in front of her. "Thank you for meeting with me," I said, pulling a chair up to the table. Ashley nodded without looking up from the novel. "I'm just glad that someone gives a damn. Sorry. Don't like the police." The blanket statement was annoying, but I ignored it and fought to stay focused. "What can you tell me about Jonathan?" "He was a nice guy that wanted to be a writer, and he actually did it. Published a romance novel, had just accepted a position in the English department, and his life was perfect. Super talented guy that we all loved." "When was the last time you saw him?" "I hadn't seen him for a few days." "Was that normal?" "Yeah. He'd already graduated, but there is a test we have to take instead of writing a master's thesis. We had all been studying. Even though I have one more semester, I figured it couldn't hurt to get a jump start. So I saw him in the study group once a week. A few people got a hold of the questions from the test, and formed a private study group. It was ridiculous. Jonathan was so upset. Because he was left out? No. Because he thought it was unethical. He wasn't a cheater. That's why John was the one that ended up getting the position in the creative writing department. He was talented and honest. Everyone loved him." "Did Jonathan report the cheating to anyone?" "I like that you picked up on that. When I told the other cop this story, he just stared at me like that wasn't something that needed to be investigated." "Who did John tell?" "The department head. John was close to him. It's funny because Edgar Bennett, our former department head, just retired. There were rumors that he picked John to be the department head when he first met him, years ago. Sounded like nepotism. I'm assuming that the department head is a popular position." "Actually, no. The other professors don't want it. The only people that really wanted the job were new grads." "Really? That seems odd." "Welcome to the English department. Jobs are scarce, but the old professors really love what they do. They don't want to take on more responsibility. They just want to teach and write." "Were there specific people who were angry about John getting the job?" "Some, but no one was ready to kill angry. John was a star from day one. Bennett really liked him. Even as an undergrad, John was being groomed for the position." "Groomed? An interesting choice of words. Who is the current department head?" Ashley rolled her eyes. "The wrong person. It's so weird that Bennett retired. It was like a total surprise." "So, it seemed to be a sudden decision?" "It was totally spur of the moment. I didn't hear about it until the end of March. So sudden." "Sure," I said, not wanting to make Ashley angry by pointing out that there was a chance that Edgar Bennett could have informed administration months before the students knew. "Who is currently holding the department head position?" "This guy named Gilbert Newton." "A horrible choice." "Why is that?" "He's not personable. Totally moody and a jerk." "What about John's family?" "His parents are devastated, of course. He has a sister. She's a student here, but I think she's away on some humanitarian trip. You should talk to her when she gets back." "What's her name?" "Daphne. She's a drama major. Wants to be an actress." I jotted down the information. "Daphne Bigsby. I will look her up. I think she'll be back in town soon." "What do you think happened to John?" "I think someone was jealous and killed him." "Anyone in particular?" "Gilbert Newton is the most likely suspect. He's been angry and unsatisfied with his experience." "What has he been angry about?" "Well, he made a big stink when he graduated. He stood up and started shouting about how the degree was a scam. One of his friends joined him, piggybacking off the rant. To his dismay, very few people heard him. Security got him out of the crowd before anyone paid attention. After that, he came back to the English department and argued with the professors. That's how he ended up being an adjunct. That sounded intense. Especially coming back to the office. Trying to disrupt graduation wasn't that unique. People did that all the time, but returning in a candid manner was strange and disturbing. Were you at that graduation? No, but it's a story everyone talks about around the department. Hearsay. I'd have to talk to someone who could give me a first-hand account. Surely there'd be a record of that occurrence. Some people are angry when they graduate from the program and don't go on to be full-time writers. Most of them are still living around here, working at coffee shops, restaurants, hardware stores. This degree doesn't equate to many job possibilities, but it costs just as much to be an English major as it does to go for engineering. They are free to choose whatever major they want. I agree. Some of the students are entitled or uninformed, I guess. Or too much into themselves to realize they aren't as talented as they think they are. So Gilbert was disgruntled? How did that help him get a position in the department? Squeaky wheel and all that, I guess. I had always loved math and science and using my hands, but I also enjoyed reading and writing. The thought of turning it into a career had never crossed my mind. Tales of starving artists were legendary. The people that are successful are usually in the right place at the right time. Plenty of talented painters, musicians, and writers spent their lives trying to make ends meet. Do you think Gilbert would have hurt John? Gilbert is either angry or depressed all the time. I think he's capable of carrying out a murder. Is there anyone else who might have wanted to hurt John? No way. This guy was great. Super talented, willing to tutor students who were struggling, and he was so humble. Never bragged. John had seemed like an upstanding, accessible, and helpful guy. Who was the one person that didn't like him? So the police have talked with you? They questioned his friends, but when I asked what they thought happened, they were nonchalant. It was like pulling teeth. Because they didn't want to speculate, I thought. Officers know how easy it is for rumors to get started. Well, I'm going to see what I can find out. Thanks for meeting with me. Of course. I hope you do something. I nodded and asked, by the way, what do you expect to do with your degree? Ashley shook her head and sighed. I used to think that I was going to be able to write and live off the money I made. Now I know the truth. If I want to write and make money, I need to unlearn everything I've learned. Grad school was a bad decision. Both financially and otherwise. It did seem like a ripoff. Bright, starry-eyed creatives were choosing majors based on their passions and the belief that they could live their dreams. There was something sinister about that. What is your plan after graduation? She shrugged. Owen has been able to adjunct here and there from time to time. He's going to try to get me on board. Doesn't pay well, and the positions are dwindling, but it's something. 10. The next morning, I decided it was time to head to Derek's apartment. I'd put off clearing out his place for too long, and now, with only a few days left in the extra month I'd paid for, I needed to prepare for the move. My parents and Charles had asked if I wanted them to go over and clean out his place, but I'd declined all offers. I felt like it was my responsibility, and I was too embarrassed to tell them that I was going to keep everything he had. Martin showed up around 11 that morning, and we headed to Derek's last place of residence. We pulled in front of a fourplex just north of a busy intersection in Redford, on the border of Livonia. My stomach began to churn. This is going to be hard, Martin said, placing his face in his hands. Hey, you don't have to go in. Why don't you stay in the car? I'm just heading in to assess what needs to be done and finish packing. No. It's going to be hard for you too. I might as well be here to help. I can get Charles and my parents to come over. No. I'm here. Let's get started. Sure you're ready for this? Can anyone ever be ready to clean out their dead brother's apartment? I put the car in park and dislodged the key from the ignition. After a long, heavy sigh, I opened the door and headed toward the apartment. Martin followed close behind. The owner of the quad-shaped rental was standing on the sidewalk, flicking cigarette ashes onto the cement. She was short and stout with thin, flipped curls falling around the side of the head. "I'm sorry for your loss," the owner said. "Thank you." He was a nice guy. Never had any problems with him. We shook hands, and I introduced Martin and myself. "Are your friends coming to help?" I wondered where that question came from. I remained silent, waiting for another statement to clarify what she was talking about. "Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought the guys you sent by last week were going to come and help move everything." My friends? Someone had been at Derek's apartment. I stayed calm and played along with the narrative. "I had hoped they could come, but they're working today." "Yeah, I know Detroit cops are always busy." "Well, I'll let you two get to it. Take your time moving things. I understand you're mourning." I thanked her for meeting me with the keys, and headed for the front door. My heartbeat was thumping against my chest, and my hands shook as I stuck the key in the lock. My former co-workers from the precinct had been in the apartment. Why? Derek died in Washtenaw County, and they were cops in a different county. I opened the door, walked in, and stood in the entryway, breathing heavy. What the hell was going on? "You had friends come over here?" Martin asked. "Yes," I lied. "Initially, they were going to clean the place for me, but I changed my mind." "Oh. Okay. Why did you change your mind?" "No reason in particular. Let's take a look." I motioned for Martin to enter. The apartment was neat and clean. Packed boxes lined the left wall of the living room. "Stay here. Don't touch anything," I told Martin before walking through each room, snapping pictures with my phone. "What's up with the pictures?" "Nothing. Just recording what's here." Derek had packed half of the apartment, but the rest of the items were in seemingly ordinary places. His razor hanging from a rack on the wall in the bathroom, dirty clothes were in the hamper, and there was still food in the refrigerator. Derek had planned on coming back to this place, finishing packing, and moving to our new home. "You never asked anyone to come here, did you?" "No." "Why would the owner let them in?" "They're cops. The badge can get you into just about anywhere you want to go." A white plastic bag sat on the kitchen counter. I dumped it out and found a crumpled receipt. "Cigarettes, candy bar, tea, cough drops, and gum," I said after unraveling the receipt. Derek was drinking tea and smoking cigarettes. He hated both of those things. Well, he was living alone. Maybe he was giving both a shot, I said, fearing that the cigarettes and tea may support the infidelity angle I'd worried about in the past. He bought 2 items he normally wouldn't use. Maybe they were for someone else. Martin was quiet for a moment before saying, "Or we didn't know him as well as we thought." I pulled a plastic sandwich bag out of my pocket, straightened the receipt, and saved it. There's another angle. What if Derek didn't buy this stuff? You think the cops that were here bought it and left the bag? I have no idea, but they could have planted it? I opened the baggie and found the date and timestamp of the receipt. It was dated the day before I met Derek at Rounders. My heart sank. No. I think it's from Derek. I headed to the trash can and overturned it onto the floor. What are you doing? Going through the trash. I want to know what happened before Derek left this place. There might be clues in here. I pulled gloves out of my pocket and slipped them on before digging through the trash. The standard items were in the garbage: a butter wrapper, milk carton, molding seeds from a pepper, and several used paper towels. Reviewing the pile of trash one more time, I searched for scraps of paper. Finding nothing, I shoved the garbage back into the can and headed for the bedroom. You think there's something here? I don't know. I should have come by earlier, but this will have to do. We're going to check out the computer, look at the search history, and see what we can find. We also need to find the little red notebook Derek used to empty his head when he got home from work. He always stuck it in between the mattress and box spring. Martin followed me into the bedroom. I flipped the mattress up off of the box spring and looked for Derek's little red notebook. Do you think a cop would write something in a notebook about a case? He had a code. What? Derek had a code he used to write about work. Certain words were not what they seemed. It was like a homemade shorthand or a riddle. Every now and then, I'd come across his cryptic messages. They were always confusing, and something only he would truly be able to decipher. Nothing was in between the mattress and box spring. So, why would it be missing if people can't translate it? They wouldn't know it was written in code until they went through the entire thing. After that, whoever has it will probably throw it away. Do you think it's at work? I doubt it. He wouldn't have taken it there. It may have been in the car when he went into the water, but he never really took the notebook anywhere. It was like a diary for him. I've got an idea. Okay. What do you want to do? We're not going to take anything this time around. We've got a few more days to come back and pick up this stuff. We'll come back on the last day of the lease. Why? Because I know Derek had a notebook with information in it. If my old coworkers took it, they're going to put it back. If it went into the water, it wouldn't show up. But if it is out there, they'll return it. That's not smart. No, but it would be smart if we'd not been here. They know I'm looking for answers. If the notebook is here, it indicates that all is normal and Derek committed suicide. If the book doesn't show up, I'm going to look for answers. They don't think I've been here yet, and let's face it, I've really put this off and haven't been here, so they're right. But they're counting on me showing up with a crew on the last day of the lease and moving everything. That was my plan at one point. I said as much at the funeral when someone asked me if I needed help. I tried to remember who it was I'd told I wasn't going to move Derek's stuff until the last minute. Memories of the funeral were foggy, but I'd also told Charles they first paid for an additional month. I wondered if he'd told anyone at work. Let's leave everything where it is and get out of here. What about the computer? Leave it. We'll get it when we come back. I called Charles as soon as I got home. They've been to Derek's place. Who? The owner told me that my friends came over to move things. What friends? Exactly. She thinks my former coworkers were sent to clean out Derek's place. I suppose they told her that they were pals with me when they went there. Wait a minute. You think guys from work went to Derek's place? No, I know they went there. The landlord asked if my friends were coming to help today. When I didn't respond, she commented that Detroit cops are always busy. Did she grant them access? I don't know. I didn't tell the landlord that I had nothing to do with them stopping by, but it sounded like she let them in. Why would they be here? They're all sure Derek killed himself, so there would be no reason to go to his place. Not to mention he died in Washtenaw and lived in Redford Township. They don't have any jurisdiction. I know. What the hell is going on? Hold on, Syl. I want you to stand down for a minute. I'll put my ear to the ground and see what I can find out. 11. A slow, soft drizzle was falling the next day when Father Keegan stopped by. I looked out the peephole and considered pretending I wasn't home. Father Keegan was an old friend, but he was also a priest. I didn't want to discuss matters of faith or grieving, or the reason why I hadn't been to church lately. He knocked for several minutes before saying, "I can hear you breathing. Open the door." Father Keegan had called to check on me several times since Derek's funeral, but I hadn't been to church since his death. I felt like it was a waste for me to go, since I was devastated and angry about being a widow. I sighed, opened the door, and walked back to the couch. "Well, it's good to see you're okay. Haven't seen you around for a while." I thought about making excuses, but decided against it. "Thanks for checking on me. Sorry about the mess. The house has been overwhelming. I just need some time before I can get back to being myself." Turn to God. I know you have to say that, and I will, but right now I'm numb. When I start to feel alive again, I'll be back at church. What can I do to help? Nothing. Sylvia, we're friends. How can I help? I'm not leaving until you tell me. After a few minutes, an idea entered my head. There's one thing. What is it? I need to know the truth. Okay. That assumes you don't already know it. The police are pretty sure that it's not true. We had reconciled. How the hell do you think I got this house? I'd been eyeing this place since grad school, and Derek bought it because we were about to fill it up with children. We were going to start a private investigation agency. Does that sound like a guy who was going to kill himself? Father Keegan remained silent, staring at the ground. I need help finding out what happened, but Charles can't do much. He's part of the department. I'm here to help. Just let me know what I can do. They say Derek killed himself. If that isn't true, the autopsy will show that. I can't wait for the autopsy. I need help finding out what happened to Derek. Will you help? What type of help are you looking for? I know that Derek came to see you a few months ago. He wasn't Catholic, so it wasn't a confession, right? Don't look for a loophole. I know what you're getting at, but forget it. I have priestly vows, but I also have morals. Personal values that I will not compromise. He was right. What was I thinking? Father, I'm so sorry. The rest of the sentence got stuck in my throat. Sylvia, wait. It's not that I don't want to help. I will do what I can, but there isn't anything I can tell you about Derek. We hadn't spoken in months. He didn't come and see you. Derek had no obligations in terms of religion, right? If I recall, that was the arrangement you two had. He wasn't Catholic, and that was fine with you, correct? Did something change? No, nothing had changed, but before I moved out here he would attend sporadically. After the separation, I don't think he attended at all, but he told me he'd driven out here to see you. I said, hoping for verification. I know what you're thinking, but I have nothing to say, Sylvia. Something was going on, but you're barking up the wrong tree. Have you gone back to thinking about the reason for the separation? That was over. We were back together. Okay, if you won't tell me whether or not Derek came to see you, will you help me with something else? It has to be ethical. It is. Will you go to the precinct? Ask some questions? Like what? Tell them that I'm grieving and having trouble moving on and that I want to know the truth. Every single thing that happened. Don't let them know that I don't believe it was a suicide. Just say that I want to know what triggered Derek to take his life. They've already told you the truth, according to them. What if they repeat the familiar story? Press for more. Make it seem like I'm in terrible shape. I can do that because I think you are hurting. Go around 3 in the afternoon. There's an older cop, Dingle. His brother is a pastor in Alabama, and he has a lot of respect for religious figures. They won't want him around, but he might gravitate toward you. Don't let them push him out of the conversation. I doubt he knows what happened, but he'll speak up if he hears them lying. What do you want to know? I thought about questions that could give me some clue as to what happened. Ask them to tell you about the last day Derek worked. We were back together, and he was working out the last 2 weeks there. They know he was leaving, but they don't know about us, so don't tell them. Just see what they say. Tell them I'm struggling and can't go back to work or clean out Derek's apartment. You haven't been to his apartment yet? I stopped myself. I'd been there. It would be wrong to put Father Keegan in a position where he'd be pressured to tell a lie. You know what, don't mention the apartment. Okay. I'll stay away from that topic. Why? I have been there, but I don't want them to know. Sylvia, I want to help, but I can't do anything dishonest. They have also been to Derek's place. The owner told me that my friends, cop friends, had been there. Oh. That's not good, but still I can't lie. I know. That's why I said don't bring it up. I wouldn't ask you to do something dishonest, I said. An edge had crept into my voice. I can go to the precinct. But before I do, what's the goal of this inquiry? What do you want to come out of this? The odds were that nothing would come of Father Keegan's trip to the precinct. It was a valid point, but I had to try. The truth. Nothing more, nothing less. I stopped by the rectory a few days later to see what Father Keegan had learned during his visit to the precinct. The side door was open, but I rang the doorbell and waited. Come in, Father Keegan said, his voice penetrating the wire screen. I pulled open the flimsy aluminum door, entered, and caught it before it slammed shut against the door jamb. The rectory was built in the 1940s and last decorated in the late 1970s. The drawing room was large and open, filled with an aged yellow couch, 2 mix-match end tables that held lamps, and thick red carpet that had been worn down from decades of foot traffic over the years. Father Keegan was in the kitchen, washing tomatoes in the sink. Did you have a chance to go to the precinct? Sylvia, he said, placing a large yellow tomato on the counter next to the sink before saying, the trip to the precinct was useless. They just kept telling me how depressed Derek was. One guy went so far as to say that Derek hinted around that he wasn't going to be available the next week. The chief told me he thought the 2-week notice was a precursor to the suicide. So they tried to make it sound like he was hopeless? Yes. Everyone spoke in low, phony voices. It was like they thought I was too naive to know that they were lying to me. One guy even suggested that we pray together before I left. Was it Dingle? No. Some guy named Brisby. Yeah, he's not much for religion. They were trying to play you. Indeed. No worries, I didn't bite. Now that I've spoken with those gentlemen, I think you're right to be suspicious. They were uncomfortable talking about Derek. Did they say anything of value? Not really. The entire meeting was full of guys saying how sorry they were for you. It almost made me wonder if, Father Keegan stopped mid-sentence. What did it make you wonder? This sounds terrible, and I have no proof, which makes me hesitant to say this, but I wonder if those guys know more than they're saying. You think they had something to do with Derek's death? Father Keegan shook his head. I don't know if they had something to do with it, but they know what happened. I think they also know it wasn't a suicide, so the fact that they keep pushing that theory tells me that someone there, a cop, is probably involved. Was Bob Alderson there? Yes. Alderson was the first cop I talked with. The rest of them crowded around after we started chatting. Oh, he laid it on thick. Started shaking his head and telling me how much he missed you, and felt sorry for what had happened. Of course, I know all about him from your stories. You sensed they were lying? I thought so. No one asked me about the apartment, but they mentioned it among themselves. Oh yeah? What did they say? One guy, the one named Brisby, asked Alderson if you'd been over to Derek's place. Alderson said no. They neglected to ask me, so I left them to their assumptions. Alderson has no idea whether or not I've been to Derek's place. So he was lying. Probably to protect you. The only question is from what? I'm not sure, but you need to be careful. This might not be something that you want to pursue. It could bring danger to your door. I have a whole team going with me to move Derek's stuff. My folks Charles and Martin. I recommend being very careful when you head there. Something was off when Martin and I stopped by the other day. Derek had this notebook. It was like a diary that he used to decompress after work, and he kept it at home. It was always between the box spring and the mattress at our house, so I figured it was probably in the same spot at the apartment. Only it wasn't. He was living alone. Maybe there was no need to hide the journal, and it's somewhere else. Maybe. Derek was packing. I guess I'll find out when I go back to get the boxes. When is moving day? In a couple of days. Derek did a good job packing. We won't be there for long. Things are so dangerous these days. Feels like no place is safe. Are you thinking about the students that have been murdered? Yes. It bothers me that our little area has 2 unsolved murders. I know. It's terrible. I've been looking into things. You've returned to work? I hesitated. Sylvia, are you freelancing? Come on. You know that's a bad idea. When are you going back to work? I'm not sure. What do you hope to achieve by looking into the murders? Justice. Wouldn't you be able to help more if you were official? In theory, but there are people who won't talk to the police, and there are things officers can't do. Such as? The students aren't too keen on the detective in charge of the case. His name is McAllister. Good cop, but not so great with the bedside manner. The students think he doesn't care, which isn't accurate, but he's abrasive, so they don't want to talk with him. And you're warm and fuzzy? No, but I am familiar. They see me around town. Sometimes that works better than warm and fuzzy. Okay. Good point, but do you really need more danger in your life? I'm a cop. Danger is a part of my life. What have you found out? Not much. 2 non-traditional students stabbed to death about a month or so apart. That's about it. Do you think it was the same killer? That's a good question. I have no idea. The bodies were dropped in the same area, but that doesn't mean anything. People like to dump bodies where they think they can get away with it. If one body shows up and the killer isn't caught, a second killer might think it's a good idea to dump in the same place. Be careful, Sylvia. We've already lost too many of you kids. Us. First Simon, now Derek. Father Keegan had been the priest at the elementary school we'd attended. Seems like enough loss for a lifetime. 12. Bob Alderson called that evening and asked me to meet him in downtown Detroit. For what? Wilcox just come. You won't regret it. Where? The Packard plant. Why there? We need to be discreet. What time? 8. I hit I-94 East at 7 o'clock and exited the Mount Elliott Avenue exit around 7:45. The service drive surrounding I-94 was lined with bleak overgrown fields and remnants of stately houses. I drove into the complex of rubble and scanned the area. The Packard plant once produced luxury vehicles and was one of Detroit's premier places to work. Albert Kahn, a world-renowned architect, had designed the plant, making it a gem during its heyday. Now the area was in ruins. After falling dormant in the late 1950s, the 40-acre complex was allowed to rot. Located on East Grand Boulevard, the Packard plant was the perfect place for urban explorers, transient populations, and clandestine meetings. Alderson was wearing a trench coat, which was weird because it was 85 degrees. His hair was cowlicked to the side, and he was fidgeting and looking around as if he was expecting something evil to happen. Bob was standing in front of a collapsed building. I made my way toward him, stepping around twisted metal and debris. I'm here, I said. Yeah. I see that. Alderson's eyes roved over the area as if he was searching for someone. Talk or I'm out. Wilcox, you gotta give me a minute. This is hard, okay? Tell me. Okay. It's not the Russians. Derek wasn't working with them. That was a cover. Shocked, I held my tongue. The only thing I knew about Derek's undercover work was that it involved Russian gangs. Everyone at the precinct knew the undercover work was with the Russians. Only it wasn't. It was with gangs in Detroit. The 7 Mile Boys, the Puritan Boys, all these groups that were fighting for drug territory. Derek was working with them, and it got to be too much. What do you mean too much? They were making a lot of money. More than we make, and he started to fall in love with it. In the end, he died protecting you. He knew they were coming for him, and you'd be collateral damage, so he sacrificed himself. Who killed him? I don't know specific names. Some gangbanger. You're lying, I yelled, grabbing Alderson by the collar of his trench coat. Wilcox, calm down, he said, wrenching my hands off his collar. Why are you telling me anything, if you aren't going to tell me the whole story? I'm telling you what you need to know. The Russians had nothing to do with the investigation. It was just a convenient lie to tell. Detroit gangs may have had familiar faces. Derek and I had grown up on Magnolia Lane, a place of serenity, but the surrounding area had been less desirable. Gangs and drug dealers weren't something we worried about on our block, but they were a reality if we ventured a few steps from our neighborhood. What else do you know? Derek was done. He was ready to get out of it, but the chief was putting pressure on him. There were specific guys that they wanted to arrest, so when Derek would come back with information about drugs and sex trafficking, it was only important if it had something to do with the 3 guys they were after. So the other crimes weren't a factor? Yeah. Some crimes mattered, some didn't. That was why Derek wanted out. He told the chief weeks before he died that he was quitting and moving on with his life. No transfer or nothing. He was quitting. Derek didn't need a transfer because we were going to open our private investigation agency, but Alderson didn't know that. Who do you think killed Derek? I think there's a chance he drove off into the river because he couldn't get out. He would have been fine. All he had to do was move out of the city, and those guys would have never bothered him. You know that. If he'd been working with international criminals, he still would have been in danger, but Detroit criminals commit crimes in Detroit and other large cities. He would have been fine by simply leaving. Something was off about the story. Initially, I thought it made sense for someone from Derek's undercover work to have killed him, but if he was working with gangs in Detroit, the odds of them being on a stretch of highway so far outside of the city were slim. There was another group, however, that could easily have been there. They would have known what time to show up and when Derek got off work. What time did Derek leave the precinct that night? I don't know. Maybe around 10. I need the schedule for that night. I don't. Alderson, you called me here. You know this is wrong and you want to help. Get me the damn schedule. I will try. Shouldn't be too hard. By the way, what's with the coat? Alderson pulled back one flap and displayed a shotgun. It's not that bad down here, I said. People come here looking for metal scraps or to explore the area. You can never be too careful. The urban explorers are usually innocent kids or drunk suburbanites filming a video with dramatic music, trying to scare people. Not exactly deadly populations. His face relaxed and his eyes focused on me. Good point. Okay, I need to know who worked that night and who knew Derek was leaving when he left. Why? You thinking it's one of us? I'm covering all bases. Did anyone know about the house? What house? The one Derek bought days before his death? I don't think so. Haven't heard anything about that. What did you think he was going to do after quitting? Who knows? What rumors were circulating? Did anyone know we were back together? Charles? Charles had told me he had no idea we'd mended fences. Are you sure? That's what Foster said. He told me Charles knew. That might have played a part in Derek's death. Maybe he has a thing for you. He does. And I have a thing for him. It's called friendship. There could be more to it. I feel like you're forcing that for a reason. Tell me the truth, Alderson. Who knew? No one knew except for Charles, but some suspected. Give me names. I can't remember. Names? Now. Come on, Wilcox. Everybody knew you two were always going to be together. For Christ's sake, you dumb DUMS got married without dating. Had to be something deeper behind it all, you know? Alderson had a point. Derek and I were special, and everyone knew that. I never thought we'd get married, but I'd been over the moon when Derek proposed. My childhood sweetheart became my husband. Names? Everybody thought. Nobody knew for sure except for Charles. What else? They know you sent the Jesuit. No, they think I sent the priest. He does what he wants. Wilcox, he was asking your type of questions, sticking his nose where it don't belong. Total Wilcox move. You would think that. Tell me the rest. The guys got antsy when the priest showed up. Listen, Wilcox, this is something big. Best to leave it alone. That's what I know. Then why did you call me? Alderson shook his head. Stupid, I guess. And I don't want to see you get hurt. Anything else? Or are we done? Done. Get the schedule and contact me. Alderson reluctantly nodded his head. I turned to leave. Foster and Derek were working together, but not on a case. They were doing some work with sex traffickers. But not in a good way. I stopped in my tracks and closed my eyes. Derek, please be the man I thought you were. Please, I thought before saying, how so? It was all about money for Derek. I swear. He was only in it for the money. Foster had more invested, if you know what I mean. I did. What does this have to do with Derek's death? Derek started to feel guilty. He wanted to stop, and stashed away enough money for you and him to get that house. The money had gone to his head, and he'd lost his integrity. One day he told Foster he wanted out, but Foster needed him, you see? Because Foster's a coward. And he didn't want to be the only dirty one. Plus, Derek knew too much, and everyone trusted Derek. No one would trust Foster. Even gang members think he's a snake. The only way out was to leave it all behind, and that's why Derek was going to quit. He wanted to make a real life with you. Couldn't be a cop and do that. Trust me. I know. Sex trafficking and Detroit gangs weren't worlds I wanted to stick my toe into, but there might not be any other way to find out what happened to Derek. Was it possible that Foster, a veteran detective with a less than stellar reputation, was behind Derek's murder? I'd removed myself from office politics when Derek and I separated, so I definitely could have missed something that went on between the two. The isolation had brought me peace back then, but now I regretted not staying abreast of the rumors and gossip. I was an outsider looking in, with no one except Alderson to feed me information. What if Charles knew more than he was telling me? I'd known Charles since I was a child, but could I really trust him? I contemplated that answer to the question on the ride home. The next afternoon, I headed to Ashley and Owen's place. They lived in the second-floor unit of a tri-level on Huron River Drive. A wheelchair ramp wrapped around the side of the house and connected with stairs leading up to their apartment. Owen opened the door after the first knock, stepping back and inviting me into a large kitchen with lime green walls. Ashley was sitting at a card table in the corner of the room. Have you found anything? The cops around here don't seem to care, Ashley said. I stopped myself from responding. The misconception that failure to solve a murder means the police don't care is infuriating. Thanks for coming and accommodating my schedule, Owen said, interrupting Ashley's rudeness. I haven't found much. I'm hoping that you two can answer some of the questions I have. Sure. We will do all we can, Owen said, pulling out a chair for me. I nodded and sat down. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me about John. First, I need to find out if John was actually going to be next in line as department head. Some people are sure that John had already been given the position, while others say he was just in the running. Well, I can tell you that the adjuncts were pretty sure John was the one. He'd had such great success, and the former department head really liked him. Pretty sure or sure? No one told us, but things looked like they were a go. Hun, tell her about Andy. Oh, so Andy Hurst is basically the only full-time adjunct. He has been trying to get a permanent position for years. Whenever we'd talk about the department head position, he'd get mad and leave. Having a full-time adjunct is kind of defeating the purpose of having adjuncts, isn't it? You're right. It's a scheme that helps the department avoid hiring on full-time faculty. Basically, Andy teaches enough classes to make close to a full-time salary, but he's part-time like the rest of us. He just works a lot more than we do. No benefits? I don't know, but I'd be willing to bet that he doesn't have any insurance or other benefits. Adjuncts don't make much money. If Andy was making enough to live off, he had to be teaching quite a bit. How many classes is Andy teaching this term? Owen was quiet for a moment. Well, it's complicated. How so? The professors design the curriculum and syllabus and do the grading, but Andy teaches most of the classes. That doesn't sound like a very satisfying setup. It's not. The professors are overworked, and Andy feels cheated. That's why he's been studying up for a new career. Pretty much, he's sure that he'll never get a full-time position or be the department chair. Why would an adjunct think he had a chance for department chair? He's been with the department for 7 years, and he was a teaching assistant during grad school before that. Besides, no one seems to want the position. It's not glamorous, but it's probably going to be easier to move into the top spot than one of the full-time faculty positions. That seemed odd. Even if the department head was a tough job to take on, it was strange that none of the faculty wanted it. So you teach one section of English? Actually, I'm teaching 2 sections this term. How many sections are there? I'm not sure, but every freshman takes English Comp. How many adjuncts are there? I'd say there are about 10 or so in English. Do you happen to know how many full-time faculty are in the English department? There are 4 full-time faculty. McMaster's was keeping payroll low by hiring more than twice as many adjuncts as full-time professors. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal of being an adjunct is to get a full-time position, right? That's generally the thought process. Or at least it was in the past. Nowadays, there isn't a huge demand for liberal arts degrees. So part-time jobs have become a permanent thing. What are your goals as an adjunct? Originally, it was to get a full-time position, but now it's just to make ends meet, Owen said. How long have you been employed at McMaster's? Since graduation, so about 6 years. You graduated a year after Andy? Yeah. I'm right behind him. How many graduates are adjuncts? A couple. Some only stay for 1 term because the pay is not great. You can only be an adjunct if you have another job. You work at Shiner's as well, right? Yeah. I bartend a couple nights a week. I considered the amount of tuition McMaster's charged. The fact that they didn't have more full-time faculty was disturbing. Why do you stay? Owen shrugged his shoulders. I love teaching. There's nothing like watching young minds explore a book. Do you think you'll ever be full-time? His eyes softened with sadness. No. Owen's not going to be full-time, Ashley said, letting out an angry laugh. You never know, Owen said. The dynamic of their relationship bothered me. I figured it was a good time to change the subject. Did you 2 know Chris Stanton? Not really. We saw him from time to time at the farmer's market, but that was it, Ashley said. He attended McMaster's as an undergrad, but that was a few years after I graduated, so I didn't really know him, Owen responded. Is there anything else you can think of that might help me find John's killer? Yeah. Talk to Andy Hurst and Gilbert Newton. Neither one of those guys like John, Owen said. Especially Gilbert, Ashley said. I wonder if he knew the other victim. What type of interactions have you had with him? We don't really interact. I hear him complain and cause trouble, but I don't have much information about what he does outside of work. I just know he was angry when he heard that John was taking over the department. Some of that is ego. The rest was driven by the hope of one day being full-time. Both of them wanted students to rave about their classes, so the administration would choose them for the next full-time position. Where were you the night John was murdered? Owen blinked twice before narrowing his eyes. You're asking me? It's routine. Everyone is a suspect until they're ruled out. Work. You can check the records at Shiner's. Worked late, grabbed a beer at the tavern and came home. Were you at the tavern alone? Yeah, but I know the staff there. They'll remember me being there. Great. Ashley, where were you the night John was murdered? Home. No one can vouch for me, but there are security cameras around the house if you need to check. Excellent. Thanks. I know it's awkward, but everyone gets the same questions. They both nodded, faint smiles of understanding on their mouths. I hadn't learned much from the visit, but it was nice to have their trust. If something happened on campus, they were more likely to let me know, even if they didn't call McAllister. Thanks again for meeting with me. Keep your ears to the ground. If you hear anything, call me. 13. I headed home and thought about ways to find more information on the victims. Getting their families to talk with me might be challenging since I wasn't officially on the case, but social media might give me some clues I could use. The urge to overshare on social media was prevalent, so even though I had accounts, I rarely posted anything. I did, however, have a few dummy accounts I used for research. Chris Stanton's social media was sparse, but John Bigsby had been active on various social networking websites. Scanning through John's posts revealed vibrant interactions, photos, and posts about his life. I decided to dig deeper into John Bigsby's life. John had 2 blogs, several social media accounts, and little to no privacy settings employed on his digital footprint. This, I assumed, was because he was a writer and wanted people to find him. Even so, the level of exposure seemed reckless. At the precinct, we'd been warned to be mindful of what we posted on social media. A quick search of the vague information in my profile wouldn't lead strangers to my doorstep, and there wasn't much in the way of other data online about my career or personal life. In contrast, a general web search using John's name pulled up several articles from the school newspaper. He was a literacy volunteer for a local organization that specialized in helping adults who had never learned to read, and he'd been prominent in the English department. He was one of the undergrads that continued on to grad school, which made him an obvious choice for an adjunct. Based on the pictures of smiling faces plastered throughout various pages of the school newspaper, other students really liked John. I knew that John had lived in Ipsy for a while, but based on pictures on his social media accounts of him, his parents and sister, and it looked like he'd grown up in Southfield. I made a note and jotted down a few more points, but nothing earth-shattering popped up. Ashley had mentioned his sister Daphne, so I'd look for her once school was back in session. Next, I typed Chris Stanton's name into the search bar. His presence was less prominent online, but because he'd taught high school journalism in a small town 10 minutes from Ipsy, there were a few articles about him in the local newspaper. From what I could find online, he had a lot of friendships outside of the collegiate circle as well. I searched his social media profiles for pictures and posts that indicated close friendships. A girl with thick dark hair and an olive complexion showed up in multiple photos. I scrolled through the stories and pictures and discovered it was Maya Juarez, the girl the newspaper had interviewed. I considered ways to contact her, and decided that Martin would probably give me the best shot. His baby face would fit in at the school. I made a note to call him later. After that, I looked at Chris Stanton's ex-wife's social media. Kelsey's had several accounts that were full of one-off statements about what she was doing throughout the day. I spent a few minutes scanning one of her newer accounts. Kelsey had 6 or 7 posts a day, informing social media friends about her breakfast, anger about television shows, and other trivial information. I struggled to read through the posts, searching for hostility toward her ex-husband. The oldest social media account she had was run by a popular service that was quickly being overtaken by a new, fancier platform. The old account was decorated with pictures of her and Chris hanging out together, posing for cute pictures in gardens, on vacation, at Lions games, etc. If you only looked at Kelsey's first account, you would think Chris and Kelsey were candidates for happily ever after. The newer account told a different story. Some of the more recent posts mentioned arguments and interactions with Chris, I copied a few of the messages into a document and saved them. I didn't know anyone in the accounting department at Eastern, but I did have an old contact at McMaster's. It was time to call in a favor. Years ago, I'd given a talk on gang violence at the college, and an English professor, Leah Burnside, had asked if she could pick my brain for a detective novel she was writing. She'd come along for a few ride-alongs in the patrol car with me and Alderson years ago. The next morning, I checked the college's website to see if she was still teaching at McMaster's. Leah was teaching creative writing and English composition courses at McMaster's, and another writing class at the community college. I looked up her phone number and called her office. After a brief reminder of who I was, Leah's voice warmed. "Hi, Detective. It's been a long time. How are you?" "Great. How are things with you?" "Going well. What can I do for you?" "I need to know a little bit more about McMaster's English department." "Are you investigating John's murder? You're working out here now?" I thought about that for a moment before saying, "I'm looking into it. I used to see John at the farmer's market. Totally shocked that he was murdered." "So are we. John was such a warm soul. Had his whole life before him. So sad." "Yes. I think a little more attention might help the case." "What would you like to know?" "You got time for coffee? I can meet you at Cora's." "I have an appointment at noon, but I can meet you around 3 this afternoon." "Great. See you at 3. I spent a few hours cleaning the house and unpacking boxes. At 2:40, I headed to Cora's, leisurely strolling through the neighborhood. Ypsilanti is much quieter in the summer, but now that the start of school was just a few weeks away, traffic had picked up and moving trucks lined the streets. The colleges keep the town young and full, but when the students went home for the season, it was nice to have a little more room on the streets. Leah was pulling open the door to the cafe when I arrived. "Leah, it's good to see you," I said. We shook hands and spent some time exchanging pleasantries before claiming one of the dusty tables in the back of the restaurant. "I'm going to grab a coffee. What would you like?" "My treat. I could go for green tea." "Great. I'll be back." I headed to the counter and ordered a green tea and a latte for myself. The barista was swift and friendly, setting the drinks on top of the bar a few minutes after the order was placed. I thanked her, paid, and left a tip before heading back to the table. "Thanks for meeting with me, Leah. It's been a long time. How's the writing going?" "Well, I have 2 books out now and things are starting to take off. I just love the idea of having my books out in the world." "That's great. Congratulations. It's also nice to have another stream of income. Academia isn't looking that promising these days. Departments are shrinking, faculties are being downsized, and they're starting to fill up the full-time positions with adjuncts so that they can pay a pittance. Opportunities are pretty limited." "Yep. You have to know the right people at this point. If you have good connections, you might get a job. You don't necessarily have to be a decent teacher. Just part of the in crowd?" "Interesting. So based on that information, I assume that Jonathan knew the right people." "He was definitely part of the in crowd. Beers with the professors after class, always reading at literary events, and it helped that he was a gifted writer. He had all of that working for him, but he also was genuine. We loved him, and were excited about him coming into the department." "So he definitely was going to be the department head?" Leah paused. "Nothing was in stone, but at the very least, he was going to be full-time faculty." "Is there a chance John's murder was inspired by jealousy?" "That's possible. Some thought he was overrated, but he didn't have any overt enemies. The English department is an interesting place. We have a few professors that take themselves way too serious, others that dislike students, and everyone, including myself, is trying to write the next literary fiction bestseller, a misnomer of course because literary fiction doesn't sell." Because reading literary fiction can be hard and less than enjoyable. You got it, Leah said, holding up her tea. I clanked my coffee mug against her cup. That's what they don't get. People want entertainment. They want to pick up a book, slip it into their beach bag, and spend the day reading a nice, easy story. It's as simple as that. No one wants to read the tough stuff. It was true. Reading was an escape from the real world. Fun and easy reads were what most people wanted. I usually went for romance because a happy ending was almost guaranteed. John had been working on a novel that straddled the boundaries between literary fiction and genre fiction. Some people in the department thought that meant he shouldn't be teaching, because so many people are stuck with this snobby, highbrow idea that some things are literature and others aren't. His novel is a romance, right? Yes. John actually self-published the novel, and things were going well. He was making money from the book and had a small following. I guess I hadn't thought the murder could be related to that, but there were a lot of students and professors that were envious of the fact that John might be able to make money from his writing. Seems like that would be something his peers would be happy about. The atmosphere has changed in the literary world. The publishers are gatekeepers who are losing their grip, and some people don't like that. They think that publishing should remain in the hands of the great ones. Let me guess. The people who write the hard stuff are considered great. Correct. Or the people who write what publishers think is worthwhile. The idea that a novel can be successful, even though it wasn't chosen for publication by a publisher, is something new. Scares traditional publishers to death. That's actually wonderful. Why not have that kind of freedom? Well, that was what John thought. Not everyone in the department felt that way. Several professors write books, get them published by traditional publishers, and sell their books to students. It's all about power. Are they publishing textbooks? Not really. Most are responses to essays or books. But it's an easy way for the professors to keep steady sales on their books. Every term, all of their students have to buy their books. That seems strange. The students are forced to be customers. Is there a lot of fighting over positions in the department? Not exactly. There have been a few students who weren't terribly happy about the program. After graduation, you have to teach, write papers, and find ways to make ends meet. Some adjuncts have 2 or 3 jobs, and they have little to no chance of ever becoming full-time faculty. Sounds rough? What are students being told about prospects when they start the program? Universities are businesses. That means we tell them how great the program is, and it is for some, but you don't enroll in a creative writing program to get rich or even earn an income with your writing. That's not how it works. So, if you're looking to make money, English isn't the major to choose. That's correct? Well, that seems like common knowledge. It is. Until someone like John comes around. He showed up with natural talent, drive, and a working draft of a novel. He was that 1 in a million student that comes along and is ready to make it happen. Interesting. So John definitely could have made some enemies. Absolutely. What can you tell me about the new department head? Leah shook her head. He's definitely temporary. His name is Gilbert, and it was a total surprise that he was chosen to fill the spot, even if it is temporary. He's been an adjunct for a while, but I've never thought of him as a standout. We have a bunch of great adjuncts, so us full-timers were totally shocked. Why didn't any of the full-time faculty want the position? It's a lot more work for a little more pay, and it is an introvert's nightmare. The only people that see glory in the position are the students coming through the program now. The rest of us know the truth. How are the students coping with John's murder? It's a struggle. So many of the kids looked up to John. I'm surprised there aren't more of them here right now. They've been gathering here and at the tavern and at Rounders to comfort one another. If you want to talk to any of them, just stop by one of those places in the evenings. This is so eye-opening. Thank you for meeting with me. Not a problem. If you want more info about the atmosphere of the department, find Andy Hurst. He hangs out here a lot, and he could give you more information from the adjunct side of things. Basically, he's here for lunch every day. I better get going. Have a good day, Sylvia. 14. The next morning, Martin had errands to run, so he skipped our morning coffee and chat session. It was late August, and classes were starting soon. I reviewed articles and local blog posts on the murders, but it was clear that the crimes were slipping from the headlines. Maya Juarez, Chris Stanton's girlfriend, had quotes in most of the publications I read. She would be a good source of information. I called Martin. Hey, I need a favor. A crime-fighting favor? I guess you could say that. I need you to talk to this girl at McMaster's. Maya Juarez. Okay. The girlfriend of the first victim, right? What do you want me to find out? I'm sure the murders will be a big thing on the campus, so I want to know what Chris was into and if there were any issues that may have led to his demise. Just get in there and say you're on a tour of the school because you're thinking about transferring. Bump into her and strike up a conversation. Can you do that? Sure. Take your school ID and all that stuff so that you can prove you're a student if challenged, okay? Sounds good. When? Classes start next week. Okay. I'll squeeze it in soon. After getting off the phone with Martin, I decided to turn my sights to the community. I pulled up the English department faculty page, found a listing for Andy Hurst, and looked up his teaching schedule. His faculty picture revealed that he was tall and thin with light brown hair. Even though classes hadn't started, I figured that Andy would be on campus prepping curriculum. He'd probably keep his standing lunch routine at Cora's. If he didn't show up, I'd just have lunch and leave. I styled my hair in thick, loose falling curls that turned frizzy on the ends the moment I stepped outside. My eyes bore a thin line of mascara, and I dusted my cheeks in blush. I'd put on my one and only form-fitting tank top and threw on a pair of jeans. I was shooting for friendly, but attractive enough to catch a second glance. I grabbed my copy of A Tale of Two Cities and headed to Cora's Cafe. I parked myself on a bench 4 doors down from the restaurant and opened the book. I read a repetitive passage several times while keeping an eye out for Andy Hurst. 20 minutes later, he strolled by, his face serious. Eyes focused straight ahead. Andy Hurst wore wire-frame glasses perched on his nose, giving him a studious look and suggesting that he was an educated man. I decided to plant some friendly seeds and wait for them to grow. I walked into Cora's and ordered iced tea and a corned beef sandwich on rye. 10 minutes later, I slipped into a booth behind Andy and pulled out my book. He was staring at his laptop and pecking away on the keyboard. I'd stolen a quick glance at his screen before sitting down and saw that he was working on equations. Definitely not an English assignment. That looks hard, I muttered casually, raising my voice at the end to give off the sense that I was impressed. Startled, he turned around and said, "Oh? It's not too bad. I admire your modesty, but it is indeed hard." "You must be smart," I said, working hard to sound flirty. I'd never been that type, but it worked on some guys, so I faked my way through. Some men were more open when they thought a woman was attractive. "I'm a total novice," he said, smiling. His eyes looked curious but slightly annoyed. I was disturbing him. "Sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just intrigued." "Really? That's interesting. Most people think I'm a geek for wanting to know more about quantum physics. I'm so into that stuff. It's nice to meet someone else who knows about it." "So you're a law of attraction fan?" "Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just interested in quantum physics." I knew a bit about quantum physics, but I wasn't confident that I could hold an entire conversation on the subject. I switched to something I knew. "Are you a student?" "No, but I appreciate the flattery. I'm a professor. English is my focus, but you might say that I'm branching out and looking for greener pastures." "I'm Andy," he said, shaking my hand. "Sylvia," I said, moving over to the edge of his table. So you teach English? That's great. I love lit. Do you? Well, it's unpopular these days, but I'm glad I went through the program. I'm a better man because of it. Transitioning to physics is quite a change. I have dabbled in some of the law of attraction stuff, but I don't know that I would like hardcore physics. Yeah, it's tough stuff, but I think it'll be worth it. I'm brushing up on things before applying to the program. It sounded like Andy wanted an entirely new career. Makes sense. So you have a degree in English? I've been looking into the program at McMaster's. That's where I teach. Have a seat, Andy said, pulling his backpack off the bench on the other side of the booth. I sat across from Andy. Thank you. Okay, give me the inside scoop on the department. Well, it can be a good place to be. What do you write? I've worked on some short stories. Eventually, I want to write mysteries. Andy's face turned serious, as if he was pondering a significant dilemma. I see. I think you should come in and talk to the department head before you go any further. Currently, we have an interim department head named Gilbert Newton. Not terribly personable, but he knows his stuff. I'm going to give it some time. Maybe try to get a few short stories published before I move forward. Who knows what's out there waiting for me, I said, desperately trying to avoid setting up a meeting at the English department. Andy nodded his head. A dreamy look came over his face. I felt guilty for not telling him the actual reason I was talking to him. I think you should follow your dreams. I agree. Just want to make sure it's practical. Andy snapped out of his dreamy place. Practicality has nothing to do with the heart. What's your bachelor's in? Social work, I lied, pulling a random major out of my head. So you're starting from scratch. Good for you. Yeah, I just want a change of pace. There's still time for you to enroll for fall. Apply now, and you could be in the program in a matter of days. Talking with Gilbert Newton would give me a chance to pick his brain about the murder. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt. Andy spent the next hour explaining why I should enroll in the McMaster's graduate program as soon as possible. His passion for literature and his position at the university was evident. Change your life. Come meet with the department head tomorrow, he said before we parted ways. 15. Before heading to McMaster's, I slipped on a green maxi tea dress and thin-strapped beige sandals. My hairstyle of choice was 2 French braids, and I decided against wearing makeup. Looking in the mirror, I thought I looked the part of an aspiring grad student. McMaster's sits on the edge of town, about 3 miles from Eastern Michigan University. It was founded in the mid-1800s, and was originally a small agricultural college. Over time, the school added programs so that it could compete with the universities in the area. Initially, Eastern Michigan was a teacher college, so there was no competition between the two schools. Over time, the both universities added similar programs, increasing their programs of study and becoming competitors. McMaster's was a private school that offered a smaller, more intimate environment, but they also charged twice as much as EMU. I arrived at the campus at 1:45. The fall session hadn't started yet, but the place was buzzing with activity. Students streaming through the small, carefully sculpted bushes, getting organized for the beginning of the semester. The late August air was hot and stale, and the sun was beaming down on the back of my neck. The liberal arts building had lots of windows, Gothic spires, and golden-colored walls. The English department was on the 6th floor of a 7-story building. I took a squeaky elevator up, vowing to take the stairs when I needed to go back down, and made it to the front desk a few minutes before the appointment. You made it. Great. Come on in and have a seat. Andy motioned for me to sit down in front of his desk. We share this desk for office hours. I'll grab Gilbert. Andy disappeared into one of the offices and summoned a short, round-faced man with a Beatles-style haircut. His hands were stuffed in his dark brown dockers, and his head hung low as he walked toward the desk. Hi, the man said, head still downcast. Hello. I'm Sylvia, and I'm interested in learning more about the program. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, we have a website that has all the information on it, Gilbert said, tapping one foot against the other. His arms were tense and his hands were stuffed in his pockets. I was hoping to get some information today. I'm not really into the computer thing. No internet yet. Just moved into my place. Oh. Okay. Where did you move from? Chicago. What brings you to Ipsy? I met someone, I lied. Oh. Excellent. Well, I guess you can come to my office and I'll answer your questions. The man finally looked up at me. His dark eyes were fearful and anxious. I smiled, causing him to turn away. The office was small and cluttered. Books and papers were haphazardly tossed around the room, and the visitor's chair was covered with notebooks and scraps of paper. Gilbert grabbed the mess and threw it on the floor behind his desk. Have a seat, he said, motioning to burgundy cloth back chair. Figurines of monsters, Frankenstein's monster, Dracula, and a mummy lined his bookshelf. The spines of old novels on his desk held Gothic titles. Dracula. I love the experimental style it's written in. Really got my attention during middle school. Is a Gothic literature major an option here at McMaster's? There are some classes where you can read Gothic literature, Gilbert told me as he sat down behind his desk. Great. I would like to learn how to write Gothic thrillers. Is that an option? Gilbert shook his head. Oh yeah. I mean, anything is possible. How many graduates become published authors? I don't have those figures. Well, can you give me a rough estimate? Gilbert looked extremely uncomfortable. His eyes grew wide and he shook his head. I don't know what you're looking for, but I think that you might be mistaken. I'm just looking for a graduate program where I can study literature and learn how to write. Gilbert sighed. Listen, I'm new to this position. I'm still an interim department head, so I can't tell you what's going to happen, but here's what we have: Gothic literature, American literature, British literature, and that's it. If you want to read big books, analyze them, and learn how to write scholarly articles, we're here for you. If you want to write literary fiction, we can help, but if you're looking for commercial success, this isn't the place for you. Thanks for your honesty. I'm interested in literature and the school itself. I love the architecture and the reputation of McMaster's being a prestigious institution. I'm also thinking of living on campus. Great. Have you lived on campus? Yeah. Well, I'm a single female and I'm wondering about the safety of the town. You've heard about the killings, I take it. I have. I'm new in town, so I just want to know which school is the best choice overall. I also want to know if it's the safest. Both factors are critical to me. Of course. And you're worried that the recent murder of the former student may have something to do with the campus? Yeah. I heard Jonathan Bigsby was going to be the department head. What happened to him? We're not really sure. The police have come by and interviewed everyone. We told the cops what we knew, but the killing really had nothing to do with anyone in the department. I mean, John was fantastic, and we all loved him, but he was reckless at times and that had nothing to do with us. This was the first time I'd heard that John was reckless. Everyone else had presented him as a responsible, upstanding guy. How was he reckless? He was this flamboyant, loud, in-your-face kind of guy. He also spent time hanging out with people that didn't think alcohol was enough. He was into drugs. Nothing heavy or hard, but he was a smoker, if you know what I mean, but he didn't do those things around campus. He liked to hang out in the preserve, which is where he was murdered. I'm sure he went out, drank too much, headed to the preserve and ended up in a fight. Whomever he fought with was violent, and he ended up getting knifed to death. More or less his fault for not controlling himself. Gilbert's eyes were hot with anger and jealousy. Oh wow. So the guy was a hothead? Gilbert stood up from his desk and stuck his hands back in his pockets. You know what? I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have said that. He was a good guy, and we miss him. Gilbert lurched over to the bookshelf. His arms were tense, and I could see that his hands were balled up in his pockets. His feet began to shuffle for a second time. Nervous. Very nervous. That's sad. Were you guys close? Gilbert turned around from the bookshelf, his brow creased as he looked at me like he had no idea what I was talking about. What? I hesitated for a moment. Were you too close? Oh. No. We weren't close. I mean, we had some classes together, but that was it. We would all go out for beers after class, but John wasn't my friend. When is the last time you saw him? Gilbert tilted his head in curiosity. What does that have to do with safety or the curriculum? I swallowed. It might be time to clear out. Oh, I was just wondering. Natural, writer curiosity. Listen, I know some people have a morbid curiosity about murder, but I don't. What questions do you have about the curriculum? What are the steps for admission? GRE and transcripts? Correct. You'll also need to write a statement of intent. Why you want to be a part of the program, and what goals you'd like to set. Sounds easy enough. Does it? Well, it's not. You have to meet a rather high standard to be admitted. There's a lot of competition as well, so make sure that you look at other programs. I considered the information I'd read on the school's website. The program was primarily for teachers who wanted master's degrees so that they could get a pay raise. McMaster's was a decent college, but not exactly the type of school that rejected tons of applicants because of high standards. I let the arrogance slide but took note that the timid, quiet man now was standing tall, arms at his sides, no longer tucked within himself. His head was held high as if a crown was sitting atop, and his eyes were calm and clear. All of a sudden, he was brave and ready to take me on. The idea that I was his intellectual equal had ruffled his feathers. What if the victims had brought out the brave Gilbert Newton? I'm sure it's difficult, I said, doing my best to crack a smile. Have you taken the GRE? I had, and I'd done well, but I didn't need to prove anything to this man. Working on it, I said, standing up to leave. Well, you probably won't do well on it the first time, but you can always retake it. My face got hot with anger. I'd had enough of this douchebag. Thanks. I'll see myself out. If students had to meet with Gilbert Newton before being admitted, enrollment might start to plummet. On my way out, I stopped by Andy's desk to say goodbye. He's a creep, isn't he? Andy whispered in my ear. I'd say so, I responded in a hushed tone. John would have been a much better choice. What do you mean? I asked, pretending like I hadn't heard that Jonathan Bigsby was supposed to be the next department head. It was going to be John's position. Everyone knew it. But then, he dropped his eyes. A sad look coming across his face. Did everyone know that John had gotten the job? Yeah. We knew for sure John was going to be the big man in the office. He was a good guy, so I was happy for him. John really had everything going for him, and then he was murdered. 16. I put off organizing a moving team to help me clean out Derek's apartment for as long as possible. The landlord was kind enough to let me exceed the extended lease by a few days. I chose the very last day to move his things, but it only took us half the day to load the truck, get it to my place, and unload Derek's belongings into the basement. Are you sure you want everything? My mother asked. Positive. Everything goes into the basement. We can help you go through the boxes when you're ready. Thanks, Mom. That would be perfect. I probably won't do that for a while, I said. 10 minutes after my parents and Charles left, I tore into the first box. You're not going to do that now, are you? We've been moving stuff all day. Martin was right, but I couldn't help myself. If there were clues to be found, I wanted to uncover them immediately. You don't have to help. I just can't leave it alone. I need to know what happened. Martin sighed and plopped down on the old couch in the corner, sending dust puffing up in the air. Give me a box. I'm lazier than you are, so I'll do my searching from the couch. I grabbed 2 small boxes and handed them to Martin. He yanked at the edges of the tape along the side of the box. Okay. I'll get started on these, but before I do that, what are we looking for? Anything. Any scraps of papers, books, binders, any of those things need to be examined. Derek had a habit of scribbling notes everywhere. It was always hard to make heads or tails with the stuff, but now I have no choice. I have to figure out what his notes mean. Derek was neat and logical, but he liked little scraps of paper. He'd write himself notes and doodle until he came to a conclusion about what he thought. We never talked about his undercover work. He knew the more information I had, the more danger I would be in if things went south. It had been hard to respect the silence rule, but it was the best way to go about things. I would have been pulled into the investigation if I knew more, so shop talk was always off the table. How do we know which scraps of paper are important? If they're in a box, they are important. Derek wouldn't have packed them if they weren't. We sorted through boxes of silverware, books, clothing, and knickknacks, spending about an hour carefully removing and inspecting items before Martin said, "Is this the notebook?" Martin was holding a tattered and worn red spiral-bound notebook. Yes. That's it. I have good and bad news. Okay. Give me the bad first. Most of the pages have been torn out. My heart sank. I had hoped to find clues about what happened to Derek in the notebook, but I also was looking forward to having information about his last day. I wanted to have the final thoughts he'd written down timelessly preserved. Now I had nothing. The pages that are left are blank, Martin said, handing me the notebook. So this is it. The truth behind Derek's demise will forever be a mystery. You don't know that, Sylvia. There might be information in one of these other boxes. I shook my head. I think I'd like to be alone now. But we can? Martin, you can stay as long as you want, but I'm going up to my room. Sylvia, wait. There's leftover meatloaf in the fridge. Clean sheets in the linen closet. Make yourself at home, I said before heading for my room. Depression set in, and I spent several days sitting in front of the television, binge-watching a series about FBI profilers. The mornings and evenings merged and passed without much recognition, and before I knew it, mid-September had arrived and I hadn't yet returned to work. I was contemplating ending my career, but with no new prospects in sight, it was difficult to weigh and measure the options. I decided to start with the small things. First, a short run. Next, a long shower. After that, I opened my laptop and clicked on the website for the local news. It looked like Ipsy was back to normal. The articles were trivial and light-hearted. Welcome back to school messages for students, recipes, and the crime blotter contained nothing beyond petty thefts and minor assaults. There was no mention of the murder victims. It had been several weeks since John Bigsby had been murdered, and even longer since Chris Stanton's body was found. Somehow, the town had settled back into normalcy, and people had gone on with their lives. Maybe it was a sign that I, too, should get on with things. The cops would investigate and try to find the killers, but everyone else would move on. Was I a cop, or part of everyone else? You've never been part of everyone else, I said aloud. Reminding myself that regardless of whether or not I continued to wear a badge, I couldn't let bygones be bygones. I typed in recent Ipsy murders and found a blog post by Maya Juarez. She recapped Chris's murder and went on to air her grievances about the police. I remembered asking Martin to visit the campus. The next day I cleaned the house, reviewed my whiteboard, and called Martin. How do you feel about stopping by McMaster's this week? Sylvia. It's so good to hear from you. Yeah, I can go to McMaster's this week. To try to find that girl Maya, right? Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry I've been out of touch. Just needed some time. I understand, but I'm ready to get back to the case. Just read a blog post from Maya. There's grumbling on the street that the police aren't doing enough to find the killers. That's just code for people are sad and frustrated, but even so, it means that they're probably ready to talk to anyone who will listen. Makes sense. I'll head there tomorrow, Martin said before ending the call. That night I went to Rounders for dinner. The hustle and bustle of college students shuffling through the streets, and the slight crispness of the early autumn night made it seem as if everything was normal. Sitting in the back of the restaurant, I watched young smiling faces guzzle beers and laugh. That was the thing about being young. You never thought terrible things could happen to you, a lie I was all too familiar with. I felt guilty for having taken a hiatus from the case. The following morning, I woke up at 5 and organized a schedule for myself. 3 mornings a week I would run, and every morning except for Sunday I would be in my home office by 9. I'd work the case just like I was at the precinct. The only difference would be that I'd be able to focus on the 2 murders, and no one would be looking over my shoulder. I was going to investigate and look for the killer, but eventually, I'd have to find real work. I'd dedicate the evenings to thinking about my next move in life. It took a few days of hanging around campus for Martin to get anywhere, but he eventually found Maya. He showed up at my house the following Saturday morning. Anything interesting come out of meeting Maya? I asked, pouring Martin a cup of coffee. She's sharp. I didn't fool her for 1 minute. Not so stealthy undercover, eh? She knew I was snooping around, so I confessed. Found out some interesting things. Tell me. Maya is an undergrad, very smart, and a determined girl. She's making a lot of noise about Chris's murder. You aren't going to believe who she suspects. Who is it? She thinks Gilbert Newton did it. Why? Chris did his undergrad studies at McMaster's, which is where he first came across Gilbert, who was a teaching assistant in Chris's freshman-level English class. According to Maya, they didn't get along and had some arguments. That's going to be hearsay. Maya wouldn't have been around for any of that. True, but there's more. Before his death, Chris was working as a substitute teacher, but when he first returned to school, he worked at Shiner's with Gilbert Newton. Shiner's was a dive bar that catered to bikers and employed scores of students. Even though it was a small place, the owners hired a plethora of college kids, most of whom worked 10 or fewer hours a week. I assumed it was to avoid providing benefits. Owen also works at Shiner's. Actually, everyone works at Shiner's at one time or another. Even I worked there for a few weeks when I was in grad school. Well, Maya is adamant that someone needs to take a closer look at Gilbert, but the cops aren't interested. He does have a connection with both victims. He was in the same grad program as Jonathan, and he would have known Chris from his other job and from his time as a teaching assistant. Working at Shiner's might mean they were rather familiar with one another, but it depends on when they worked there. Did Maya give an example of why there might have been bad blood between Gilbert and Chris? No. I guess that might be why Maya has 2 suspects. Gilbert was thrown out there on a whim, I think, but Kelsey is the other person she suspects. She admits that Chris and Gilbert weren't in contact, and they were 2 years apart in school. So while she claims they had some type of problem, no evidence was provided. What would be Gilbert's motive? Let me guess. She thinks Gilbert killed Jonathan, and since Chris was killed and dumped in the same area, she's naturally drawing the conclusion that Gilbert killed both of them. Sound like it, but there are connections. This is a small city. If you're a student here, job options are limited and McMaster's is small. What did she say about Kelsey? Kind of the typical jealous girlfriend thing. Nothing major. But this is something, right? It's something to look into, but don't get too excited. Are you saying it's all coincidence? Martin asked. I don't believe in coincidences. First, I want to talk to Maya. Done. I set something up for the farmers market Tuesday. Great. Nice job, Martin. This is a good lead. That's what I was thinking. But what's the motive? I don't know. Maybe Gilbert is just a nasty person. Not enough energy to fuel murder, but this is good stuff. 17. Maya Juarez was standing at the edge of the farmer's market, dressed in a small mid-thigh pink cloth dress. She was looking around, her head swinging side to side as if she was watching for predators. As I made my way over to where she stood, a scan of the crowd caused her to stop, recognizing me as the older cop that frequented the market. Her hair was thick and black, shaved in the back but curly and mid-length on the top of her head. "Maya, thank you for taking the time to talk to me." She nodded and motioned at the park bench on the street corner across the square. "The police aren't trying very hard," she said, sitting down with a heavy sigh of despair. "Why don't you tell me what you think is going on?" Chris was a substitute teacher, so he wasn't into the party scene. Plus, he was older. Someone killed him for something other than a party getting out of control. I doubted the police thought that. Based on what I'd read, I bet they had no idea why Chris was murdered. Where did Chris live? In a complex near the railroad tracks. Nothing fancy, but nothing bad either. We would get together and tailgate for the football games, but that was all Chris was into. Did he like marijuana? I never saw him smoke any, but it's possible. He was finding himself, after being trapped in mediocrity. Chris was making so many positive changes, I could totally see him stepping out of his comfort zone. Positive changes or regressing? I thought about the rumor Gilbert Newton had shared about students heading off to the preserve to smoke pot. It seemed so odd. There was no legal danger in having small amounts of marijuana in the area. The county had long approved small quantities of the substance for personal use. Was he a heavy drinker? Not really. We drank on the weekends. And as far as marijuana goes, I'm not into that stuff. I need my brain to work all the time. I worked to pull the interview into focus by asking, "What else can you tell me about Chris?" He was big into football. That was one of the reasons why he stuck with the substitute teaching job. It didn't pay squat, but he was able to watch football all weekend without having to grade papers. Did he do any tailgating? Sure. All the time. For Michigan and the Lions. Did he have a lot of close friends? Well, there's me and the group of friends we hung out with, but mostly he was just enjoying living the college life. To be honest, there are only 2 people I can think of that would have hurt Chris. Okay. Who are the 2 people? Gilbert Newton or Kelsey Stanton? The more I think about it, the more I lean toward his ex-wife. Why is that? She wasn't happy that they got a divorce, and she let the world know. Even posted on social media about how she was glad he was dead. I hadn't seen that post, but it could have been deleted. Even so, I didn't want an account colored by jealousy. Can you think of any other enemies he may have had? No. None. He was getting his life together. He taught high school for a few years, decided it wasn't for him, and enrolled in the accounting program. He was substitute teaching because it was something he could easily do. He already had the credentials and skills, but he didn't want to be in that career anymore. Were there any signs that he may have regretted his decision? Nope. Said it was the best thing he'd done in a while. What can you tell me about his friends? The group you 2 hung out with? It was just a few people. We'd get together to watch football. Anyone in particular? No. The group changed frequently. I considered pushing for names, but figured I could get them from somewhere else. Chris returned to college after a few years of working and living as a postgraduate. Did he associate with a lot of students? He'd been a commuter student the first time around and lived with his parents, so he was going for the full college experience. Lived in a dorm the first year, and then moved into an off-campus apartment. Did he associate with a lot of students? Or had he maintained friends from his former life? Most of his old friends didn't want to see him, so he made new ones. It sounded like Chris thought the grass was greener on the other side. What was Chris's work schedule like? In July, he was just finishing up teaching summer school. He was working 3 days a week and had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so he was pretty busy. We would meet for lunch at least once a week, but most of the time, we just hung out around his place. When was the last time you spoke to him? That night. He told me he was headed to the bar. Nothing major. Did he go by himself? She tilted her head to the side, her lips curled into a frown. He did, but he hinted around that he wanted me to go. Seemed like an assumption. How so? He was down. Didn't seem like himself, but I had things to do, so I just ignored the hints. What did he say? It wasn't so much what he said as the way he said it. Maya, I want to help, but I need concrete information. What did Chris say? Her cheeks turned red. He missed being married. He didn't miss his ex-wife. Just that he missed that state of being married. That's all. Those were his exact words, I asked, trying to maintain eye contact with Maya. She diverted her gaze. Maya, if you want to know what happened to Chris, I need honesty. Any information you can give me will help us do that. She sighed and shook her head. He missed his ex-wife. It wasn't the first time he'd mentioned that. There was some regret about getting divorced and changing everything, but it was just temporary. He was fine until the week before he died. Did something happen around that time? Not that I know of, but I think he talked to his ex and she put a guilt trip on him. Any details about what the ex-wife said? She missed him. Said he'd ruined both of their lives. Where do you think Chris went after he left the bar? He loved living in Ipsy and was always walking around town. If he drank too much, he'd just walk home and come back for the car in the morning. I think he was just walking home and something happened. Something? Care to elaborate? I think either Gilbert or Kelsey caught up with him. Gilbert lives right around the bar, but Kelsey could have come to pick him up. She would have been able to get him to go with her. Why would Gilbert Newton want to kill Chris? He killed Jonathan Bigsby, and he lives close to the tracks. Maya's eyes were full. Her conclusions were not logical, but she was a young woman mourning a loss. I thanked her again for meeting with me, and headed home. That evening, I reviewed Kelsey Stanton's social media accounts. Upon closer inspection, I realized that all the pictures, engagement to marriage to divorce, were posted over 2 weeks. It was as if she had done a digital purge of her connection with Chris. I dug into the details, taking the time to read Kelsey's posts. Chris had divorced his wife after 2 years of marriage, quit his teaching job, and started over. It sounded like a midlife crisis, but he was only 26 years old. His ex-wife, Kelsey Stanton, was a social worker and listed Belleville as her city of residence. I pulled up one of her social media accounts and sent her a private message. Her initial response was apprehensive, but I was betting on the fact that she would want to vent about her ex-husband. Hello, Kelsey. I am a detective looking into Chris's murder. Would you be willing to meet? I've already talked to the police. I know, but the investigation is stagnant, and I'd like to have another conversation about Chris. We just want to find out who did this. After a few minutes, she responded. Okay. We set up a meeting at the end of the week. Kelsey worked at an office near Belleville and had suggested that we meet at her workplace. I thought that was strange, until I arrived and realized that the office was located in a mini-mall. I recognized Kelsey immediately. She was sitting on a concrete bench in front of the office building, dressed in a neat navy blue suit, with an ivory blouse and sensible matching pumps. Seeing Kelsey in person was shocking. She looked like a slightly older version of Maya. Short and petite, thick dark hair and high cheekbones pushing through the sides of her face. Thanks for taking the time to meet with me, I said, giving Kelsey a firm handshake. Thank you for looking into Chris's murder. I am so sorry for your loss, I said. What happened to the other detective? Detective McAllister is still the lead detective on the case, I said, not offering any additional explanation, and hoping that she didn't ask. What do you want to know? Why did the marriage end? Chris felt like he'd missed out on something. We married young, settled down, and bought a house. We were happy. Then Chris wanted to be a child again. Had you two been dating long before you married? Yes. We were high school sweethearts. It was a fairy tale. Everyone wanted to be us, and then Chris changed. I don't know what happened. When did things start to deteriorate in the marriage? Well, that's the thing. Chris just came home one afternoon and said he wanted a divorce. I didn't see it coming. That explained the way social media posts chronicled their relationship. Things went from sunshine to absolute doom within a short period. I still loved him so much. She dabbed her eyes with a tissue. When was the last time you talked to Chris? That day. He called me during his lunch break at work. I picked up because we'd been talking more. It wasn't to the point where I was ready to take him back, but there was hope. Now there's nothing. Kelsey began to sob. I sat patiently, waiting for her to calm down. So, there was a chance that you two were going to rekindle your relationship? I don't know what was going on. Chris was suddenly not happy with his life, but that's exactly what happened when we were married. One day he just woke up and said he was going to quit his job. After that, he decided to quit me. Before he died, he wanted to leave everything he was doing behind and go back to his old life. I wasn't ready to trust him again, but I cared about his well-being, so I answered the phone when he called. What did he want? He wanted to meet that evening. I told him no, and we argued a little. Nothing major, but for some reason he thought I should just drop all my plans and meet him for dinner. Did he mention why he wanted to meet? No, but he sounded terrible. I told him he needed counseling, but he didn't listen. I mean, who leaves their life like that? It was so strange. Anyhow, I couldn't just give in to him. He didn't deserve my undivided attention. When was the last time you saw Chris? I hadn't seen Chris since the divorce was finalized. I wondered if she knew about Maya. When did you two start communicating on a regular basis again? Early spring. Around March. When was the divorce finalized? It was 2 years in July. If Chris wanted to meet that night, after not seeing Kelsey for 2 years, he must have had something to tell her. What do you think happened to Chris? I think he'd gotten into drugs. He wasn't stable the last time I talked to him. 18. I stopped by Cora's for lunch a few more times over the next couple of weeks. Each time Andy was sitting in a booth, hunched over his computer. He'd invite me over to his table and complain about the class load he was teaching and how unappreciated he felt. One afternoon, we split a pizza, and as we settled the tab, Andy said, "I'm taking a trip in November to see my folks in Iron Mountain. So sadly, I will have to cut out my Cora trips for a while." That's sad. It's been nice getting to know you. So why don't you just swing by one night? I live on Harris. Stop by for a glass of wine. I love wine. I'll bring cheese and crackers. I've got a meeting in a little bit, he said, grabbing his laptop and backpack. I'll text you the address. Come by tomorrow at 7. Andy lived in a small apartment a few blocks from McMaster's. I arranged a tray with Gouda, Havarti, Swiss, and Sicilian Jack cheese, with a side of butter crackers, and headed to his place 10 minutes before 7. Andy greeted me at the door with a glass of wine. Thanks for coming. It's nice to see you outside of Cora's. Come on in, he said, taking the cheese and cracker tray and handing me the wine. His place was quaint and quiet, and I felt at home sitting on the plush pale blue couch. An Afghan was thrown over the back, and a spattering of books and magazines were spread out on an inexpensive coffee table. His roommate Sean, another graduate of the university, was on his way to work when I arrived. We exchanged pleasantries before he left. Once he was gone, Andy settled in next to me on the couch. His knee touched mine, making me feel a little uncomfortable. There's a rumor that Gilbert is getting replaced soon, he said. His face was just a few inches from mine. A new department head that fast? Wonder why they picked an interim in the first place. Yeah. Crazy, right? He just got in there. Why is he being replaced so soon? Well, several people have complained about how he interacts with the student body. One girl left his office crying. I have no idea what happened there, but she was agitated. Then there was a guy who threw a fit while he was in there. Tossed a few books at Gilbert and turned over a chair. Not a huge thing, but it caused quite a ruckus in the office. Andy grabbed the open bottle of Moscato off the table and split the rest between our glasses. Wanna sit on the patio? Relieved and anxious to get Andy out of my personal space, I said, yeah, let's head outside. We headed out back and sat at a wire-framed table and chair set that had puffy padding on the seats. So, I've got some dirt on the department. What's going on? There's a buzz about Gilbert. Gilbert had been strange, but I didn't think he was the killer. Then again, I didn't really have a reason to rule him out. What's the buzz? Well, Gilbert hangs out in the preserve. He used to go there with a group. They like to go there, tell scary stories, and I don't have any proof of this, but I've heard that they might get high. Hard stuff? No. Nothing hard. Just weed, but all of a sudden he stopped showing up. It could be a coincidence. I mean, it would look bad if the department head was caught in the woods smoking drugs, but he stopped showing up right around the time John was murdered. Gilbert had told me John was known to hang out in the preserve. Had they both been going there before John's death? Do you think Gilbert is the killer? Maybe not, but he wanted the job more than anything. He could have been motivated to kill this one time. But that doesn't explain Chris Stanton's death. Andy nodded his head and took a sip of wine. I'm such an amateur. You're right. There's really no connection. Andy scooped up a cracker and slice of Swiss and popped it into his mouth. When he finished chewing, he said, "Why didn't you tell me you were a cop?" My glass was titled against my lips. My heartbeat quickened, but I took a sip of the wine, remained calm, and leaned back in the chair. Didn't think it mattered. I'm actually on leave, so technically, saying I'm a cop isn't accurate. Andy's eyes narrowed. I could tell he was upset, but also thinking about what I said. Okay. I guess you've got me on a technicality. My husband died a few months ago. To be honest, I do enjoy your company. It's been nice having someone to talk with who doesn't know my sad story. He nodded. Why did you lie about being interested in grad school? I'm interested in the graduate program in the English department at McMaster's. That's true. Just not for the reason you thought. I took another sip of wine, hoping that I hadn't completely lost his trust. You're crafty. I just want us to live in a safe place. Andy picked up his wine glass and held it up for a toast. What are we toasting? Friendship. Martin came over the next morning. We discussed my trip to Andy's place over avocado toast and coffee. Andy suggested that Gilbert Newton might be the killer. So is this Gilbert guy a suspect? Maybe. Because you think he's involved, or because you don't like him? Because he seemed indifferent about John's death, and he has the position that several people have said John was going to get. And no, it's not because I don't like him, although that is also true. Good reasons, but what about Chris? Did he have any reason to kill him? We could be looking for two killers. Okay. Fine. How many suspects do we have? Let's think about that. Moses Cooper is on the radar. He lives in the area. Was crazy when he chased us away from his house. We can't judge Moses's reaction. We were near his house, and there have been 2 murders in the area. He was justified, but it is strange that both victims frequented the farmer's market and were murdered near his house. You're willing to consider that we're dealing with one killer? Not yet, but I'm keeping all options open. Moses knows when the preserve is empty and when people are there. He'd have knowledge and opportunity. Any other suspects? Maybe. Let's think about our victims for a minute. Chris left his wife. Based on her social media and the conversation I had with her, she was still conflicted about the divorce. Clearly, they were in contact. The posts she put up went back and forth from "Chris is a great guy" to him being portrayed as a terrible person. Do you think they were getting back together? I thought about my situation with Derek. No one had known, but we were back together and planning our future. Even though Kelsey and Chris were divorced, they were contemplating reconciliation and hadn't shared that with anyone. That's possible. The other victim, John, was a popular guy who probably had several enemies because of his success. Our paths had crossed, but I had no idea how prominent he was at school. That opens up the suspect list quite a bit, and the way Gilbert Newton described John was in direct opposition to what I knew of him and what others have said. There could be more jealousy or grudges against John floating around. Also, both Gilbert and Andy mentioned something that might be connected. What other scandals are lurking around the English department? Groups of students like to head to the preserve and smoke marijuana. Initially, Gilbert told me that John was part of this group, but Andy told me that Gilbert has been known to hang out in the preserve and get high. Of course, that's not a big deal around here to use marijuana, and Andy says they just go there because they like the ambiance. Andy claims that Gilbert stopped showing up after John was murdered. It's a cool place to tell scary stories. There are the tales of Bigfoot lore and ghosts around the preserve. All normal activities for young people that don't have to wake up early in the morning. The only problem is that there have been animals and humans killed in that area. So if students are hanging out in cars or the woods, they need to be interviewed. They may have information about the killer. Of course, people in altered states may not even realize they've seen something important. They might not feel like it is worth their time to come forward. That's what I'm thinking. They may not even be aware of the killings. You think people living around here might have missed the news about the murders? Not every student is as into current events as you are. It can be easy to get caught up in college life and ignore the real world. A lot of students are working, figuring out interpersonal relationships, and studying. The news might not be on their radar. Good point. So what's the plan? I'm not sure what to do about it. I might go talk with McAllister. He's been to the college, but I doubt that he knows about the students that go to the woods to tell stories and get high. Do you think the smokers could be killers? Not really. I think the students are just using the spot because it's secluded and cozy. Cozy? Not exactly the term I would use for a dumping ground. Now, but think about it. A wooded area just outside of the town. Big enough to make you feel like you're in the woods, but small enough you won't get lost, and it's right here. Bars and clubs cost money, but if you're a student looking for a place to hang out, a free stretch of land covered in trees makes sense. It does. The preserve closes at sunset, but no one is going to report people heading in there after hours. Right. Also, the victims are older than the average student, but they're not so far removed from the culture that they wouldn't be accepted into a circle of younger people looking for a cheap place to decompress and hang out. There's no ban on what you can take with you. You can have what you want out there. Bars have beer and liquor, but you can bring your poison of choice to the forest. I haven't heard anything about students in the preserve, but that might be something they're keeping close to the chest. Do you think he's going to tell you anything? Not really, but it doesn't hurt to ask. What can I do to help? Well, there's one thing. I need you to read Bigsby's book. The romance? No way. You want to help, don't you? 19. A week later, Alderson sent me a text asking if I could meet him at a park in Ann Arbor. This time we met after hours, and he looked much more comfortable. I've got the schedule and did some snooping around. It turns out that only 3 people would have known that Derek was heading out that night. Foster, Williamson, and Healy. 3 cops I had never been fond of, but none of them seemed ruthless enough to have run Derek off the road. Okay. Tell me more. They were angry that he was leaving. Foster and Derek had a little argument before he left, but it was about work. The undercover gig was something they had worked on for a while, and it seemed like Derek was throwing in the towel without finishing the job. Everyone was pissed about that. I had known the people Derek was working with on the case, and Foster wasn't one of them. What the hell was going on? Foster? They weren't working together. Alderman was quiet for a moment, then he said, "There's a lot you don't know." No. There was another way out. Tell the truth. He would have gone to jail. You wouldn't have wanted that. No, but I didn't want him to become a criminal either. The truth would have cleared that up. Would there have been consequences? Of course, but we have to pay the price for what we do in this world. Alderson pulled a crumbled piece of paper out of his pocket. It had a paragraph scrawled in Derek's handwriting. "Dearest Sylvia, if you get this, I'm gone. I wish I'd passed on the deep cover. It made me lose myself. If I could change it, I would. It made me lose myself. I thought we needed more money to make you happy, but it was not you that was unhappy. I was greedy, and I got myself into this mess I couldn't get out of. You have no idea what is going on, and that's the way we're going to leave it. Just remember that I love you more than life. Move on. You're too great of a woman to put yourself on a shelf. Love always. Derek." "Where did you get this?" "His desk. He left it in the top drawer. He was coming to see you, for a reason. Something happened. Was it a suicide note? Had I been wrong all this time? It's a... We don't know that, but it could be. So he? Sylvia, I don't know if this is a suicide note, but it kind of sounds like one. Might be time to throw in the towel, you know?" I swallowed hard. If I'd been wrong about Derek, I didn't know anything. He'd been my soulmate, and I hadn't known who he truly was. My body felt weak. I don't know what happened. We were happy. We had plans. Sometimes plans are set up because people don't want us to know they're struggling. It didn't ring true to me, but what if my judgment was skewed? Had I lost all sense of reality? Was I too close to see the truth? I needed to get home. I have to go. Thank you for giving me this note. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I appreciate what you've done. You going to be all right? I nodded and headed for the car. I drove home in a daze. Walking up to the front door of my home, my knees threatened to give way below me. Once inside, I took the note and placed it in a folder I kept in the hall closet. It wasn't much, but at least I had something from Derek's last day on Earth. The next day I was frustrated, sad, and lonely. I spent the day in bed and lounging on the couch. My depression was deepening as the sun set, and the stillness of the house was very uncomfortable. As my anxiety increased, I decided to head to the preserve. Maybe I would run into loitering students. Places have routines, vibes, and atmospheres of their own. You can't accurately detect differences if you don't know what the norm is for a location. Choosing a random evening to head out and observe what goes on after dark in the preserve was the perfect way to cheer myself up. 20 minutes before 9, I grabbed a flashlight, tucked my gun into the holster, and headed out to the preserve. The sun was setting earlier and earlier each day, and by the time I was on my way to the preserve, the evening air was crisp. I parked on the far side of the parking lot and headed toward the preserve. Moving back into the trees and tall grass, I listened for any rustle of bushes or quiet conversations. I spent about half an hour quietly moving deeper into the darkness. Coming upon a grove of pine trees, I heard the crunch of needles. Movement. A form began to materialize. I turned and moved back behind the pines, maneuvering between the trees. I mentally mapped a route that would take me back to my car. The darkness held a blue hue, and as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I felt the grasp of a hand yanking me down and pulling me into the brush. Fighting against the figure, I tried to roll out of reach but was stopped by a tree trunk. Guttural animal-like sounds filled my ears, and his breath, hot and thick, infiltrated my nostrils. I could see the shine of his pupils as he towered over me, grabbing both of my arms and holding them above my head. His body weighted down my legs as he growled and huffed in my face. Saliva dripped from his jowls, landing on my cheek. After he stopped shaking me, I finally was able to make out what he was saying. "What do you want? Why are you here?" "Get off me and I will tell you," I yelled, pushing against his hold. "I don't want no company." He dug his fingers deeper into my arms. Twigs and branches pushed into my hands. "I can explain. Just get the hell off of me." I freed a leg and let go a fierce kick that caused him to wobble a bit, but didn't set me free. "The men that have been murdered and left near your place. I want to know what you know about it," I yelled. The man calmed down. "Ben," a voice called out in the darkness, "what the hell are you doing?" Silhouetted in the darkness, I recognized the grisly face of the man I was accustomed to seeing at the farmer's market. "What are you doing here?" "Ben, what have you done?" he screamed. "She was snooping around. She shouldn't be here." "Did he hurt you?" Moses Cooper asked. "Get away from her, Ben." One of my hands was free. I took the opportunity to take a swing, and landed a left hook to Ben's jaw. He moaned and eased off of me. I should have run. What if both of them were involved in the murders? "Didn't mean no harm," he said, covering his cheek. "Pure instinct. Couldn't help it," I said. Somehow, I quickly convinced myself that I was safe. I was armed and not afraid to use my weapon if I had to. I was hungry for information, so there was no way I was going to take off running. That old cop drive and desire to solve cases was still throbbing in my blood. I watched Ben lurch off into the trees. My heart beat hard against my chest, and a trickle of blood ran down my left hand. I was shaking with fear, finding it hard to steady my body as I stood up and began to follow him. "Wait a minute. You can't just attack me and take off," I screamed. "If you want to talk about that, all of this, come back to the house," Moses said, holding out his hand to help steady my wobbly body. "I'm fine," I said. "Come on. You can clean up at the house." "No. I'll stay out here. Now tell me what you know about the boys that are being murdered around here." "We don't know nothing." Moses started heading toward his house. I stumbled behind him. "Do you want me to file a police report? I was assaulted. I bet they would like to hear about this. Ben ain't no killer. A man his size attacking me in the woods. What if I'd hit my head on a tree trunk? I'd be dead." "Sorry." Moses stopped. "You're right." He yelled ahead at Ben, "You shouldn't have hurt her." "Leave me alone." Ben roared from somewhere close by. I scanned the area but could not find him. "He's not all there. He had an accident years ago when we were little. Ain't never been the same, but he ain't dangerous. You thinking all wrong about him, lady. What do you know about the killings? You ain't no cop. You wouldn't be out here by yourself like this if you were." "I'm taking a break, but I am a cop." "Prove it." Moses reached out toward me. "No. Don't touch me. Just tell me what you know," I screamed, hoping that my loud voice would cause him concern. "Don't know nothing. Them pretty boys trying to take over the world. One just like them took my job. Now I'm just part-time. I'm old, trying to making it through the rest of life without much of an income. That's what them pretty college boys do. Take all the jobs. 2 less of 'em in the world. No tears from me. Good riddance. Sounds like you're pleased to hear they're dead. They're taking my job." "Where do you work?" "Plant. Puttin' parts together." Manufacturing jobs are going away with or without the pretty boys. I held my hand above my heart to slow the flow of blood from the wound. "Still ain't right. Your brother had an accident when you were younger?" "Yeah. Ain't never been the same again." "I'm sorry to hear that." He nodded his head. "The name's Sylvia. I'm your distant neighbor." "Moses," he said, holding out his hand. "I'm sorry he hurt you." I cautiously lifted my uninjured hand and gave Moses a firm shake. "I'm fine, but I'm very concerned about the young men that are being murdered." "Can't help you. I don't know nothing, and I don't care to know." "Don't you care that our neighborhood is a killing field?" "Nope. They ain't gonna bother us." Moses moved into a clearing, his large, sagging house sitting off in the distance. "Why do you think that?" "We ain't pretty college boys. We ain't in no danger." That's all I got to say. He had a point, but there was still a killer or two on the loose. To not care about the lives that were being taken was disturbing. "What about?" Moses Cooper headed for the house, slamming the door before I could get another word out. "Well, if you think of anything, I guess I'll see you at the farmer's market," I yelled at the door. I was still shaking on the drive home. Feeling like a fool, I pulled into my driveway and sat in the car for a moment before heading inside. I went to the bathroom, stripped off my clothes and climbed into the clawfoot tub. What a stupid thing to do. Heading out into the woods after dark by myself was against everything I knew. I know better. Why did I do that? I muttered. My life was uncharacteristically out of control. I wasn't working, the love of my life was gone, and I was investigating crimes I had no jurisdiction over. An hour later, I was still sitting in the lukewarm water, my skin waterlogged and rubbery. The house was silent and still, and my heart was lonely. "Derek, why'd you leave me?" I asked before climbing out of the tub and heading to bed. 20. The next morning I woke up sore from the previous night's tackle. I made a bacon and cheese omelet to soothe my sorrows, got dressed, and started planning my day. Last night's encounter had left me curious about Ben and Moses Cooper. While Moses seemed harmless enough, Ben clearly possessed the capacity to lose control. What if Moses hadn't shown up when he did? Determined to get more information to either rule Ben in or out, I headed back to the preserve to talk to the woman Lana had mentioned. After a few knocks at Nankeen Burke's house, the tumbler lock clicked and the door eased open about half an inch. "Yes?" "Ms. Burke, my name is Sylvia Wilcox. Wondering if we could talk about what's been happening in the area." A pause, and then the door slowly creaked open. Nankeen Burke was dressed in a flower print summer dress and flip-flops. She was a tiny woman, standing at no more than 4'11". "Come on in," she said. The house looked like a small museum of memorabilia from the 1960s to 1980s. It was clean and shiny with odds and ends from different eras lining the shelves. Glass Coca-Cola bottles lined the mantel over the fireplace. Pictures of neon signs from Route 66 covered the walls, and the furniture looked like items from a 1950s diner. "You like it?" she asked, noticing the attention I was paying to the memorabilia. "It's great," I said. "Lived in Vegas for a short while when I was a kid. Love the big lights. I hear that some portions of Route 66 are being revitalized." "Yeah, went to Seligman, Arizona last year. Some of the old stuff is still there, and a few of the residents are trying to bring the place back." "That's good to hear. We should never forget our past," I said. "That's right. Speaking of which, I'm glad you came. 'Bout time someone came to talk to me. The police ain't so concerned with this area. I think they want us old-timers out, so that some company can build all over our land. Bet they all have stock in those companies." I nodded. Police officers weren't generally known as big-time stock investors. Perhaps she was thinking of government representatives. Either way, I listened to her complaints without responding. There had been a bit of an uproar over the changes taking place in the area. A construction company run by the son of a state representative was building homes in the area. The preserve itself was in danger. "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me." "It's not a problem," she said, throwing her gnarled hand in the air. "Would you like some tea?" "Sure. That would be great." I watched her fill the copper-colored tea kettle with water and set it on the front burner of the stove. "I know it's old-fashioned, but I love the whistle." So do I said. I have one like that at home. Have a seat. I sank into the puffy cushions of the white cloth couch, and Nankeen waited in the kitchen for the kettle to whistle. A few minutes later, she came walking into the living room, carrying a beautiful tea set carefully balanced on a tray. It's green tea. I hope that is okay. It's perfect, I said. I took a small white and rose porcelain cup on a small plate and set it on the end table next to the couch. So, you want to know about these murders? Anything you know may be helpful. I don't know anything about the murders, but I know who didn't do it. Okay. Who is that? The boys. They don't have anything to do with it. It took a moment for me to realize that the boys were Ben and Moses. Their uncle Alex asked me to keep an eye on them. He knew things would go sideways sometimes, but those boys ain't no killers. Alex did his best, but he had his struggles as well. How did they end up living with their uncle? Moses and Ben were both born in the Wayne County General Hospital. Their mother passed away when Ben was 2, and Moses was 4. The boys already lived with their uncle because their mom wasn't able to take care of herself or them. He was also the only living relative they had. He left the house and all the property to them. Moses was lucky to get a job at the parts manufacturing plant on the other side of town, but that type of employment is drying up, so the boys might be in trouble. Ben gets a check from the state on account of him being unable to work, but things might get tough for them. They've always lived there. For the most part. I've been here 55 years. Those boys moved in when I was about 15. They've been there ever since. What were they like as children? Moses was quiet. Ben had the accident when he was young, so I didn't really know him before he hurt himself. Their uncle did the best he could, but he wasn't someone well suited for children. I helped him as much as I could, but he still struggled to have them around. What type of struggles occurred? Alex was a loner. His parents and uncle and aunt lived there, but they were older. All of them died just as Alex was coming into being a man. He liked the quiet isolation of this area. He was 10 years older than me, but he took over that great big old house when he was just 21. Did it up real nice too. The plan was for his sister and her kids to come and live with him. But his sister never got well. Moses showed up as a toddler, and Ben came a few years later. Their mother died in the asylum. No one is really sure how. Not surprising. Asylums were dangerous places for most of the 20th century. Going to one in the 1950s often meant indefinite incarceration. So the boys lived with their uncle Alex from 4 and 2 years old. Yep. Alex raised the boys, and they stayed on after adulthood. I never had a problem with them. Good boys, really. When did their uncle die? Nankeen flinched. Perhaps Uncle Alex was more than just a neighbor. I'm sorry to bring up painful memories. I should be over it by now, but I'm not. We lived in this little corner of the world for a long time. First, it was just 2 little places around here. The Coopers and the Burkes. We loved being away from the city. People thought of us as outcasts, strange people who loved quiet dirt roads and empty spaces. Nankeen's eyes glazed over. I hesitated before pulling her out of memories of the good old days. When did Alex die? He just died in his sleep one night. It's been about 4 months now. 4 months. The loss of their uncle would have been a major blow to Moses and Ben, and Chris Stanton would have been murdered about 2 months after his uncle died. What if Ben had slipped into a murderous downward spiral after the death of his guardian? As you know, there have been a few murders around here. Young men? Yes. I've heard. That's what happens when you get a bunch of people in one place. The killing starts. One body was found on the road, but the other was in a field very close to your house. Nankeen's expression changed and her faded brown eyes narrowed. You think it's us? No. Then what? I want to know if you heard anything the night of the most recent murder. The police were always bothering Alex. He got into some trouble in high school, and they never forgot it. Little girl went missing round 59, and they tried to pin it on him. Anyone who's different got a hard time ahead of them. Not exactly the answer I was looking for, but I could see where she was going. Alex was targeted, and it left a stain on the family. Yep. Anything goes wrong, and it's assumed the Coopers did it. Of course, Ben didn't help with that any. Did Ben have more trouble than Moses? Neither one of them did well around here. They're big hulking men. Their family was viewed as shysters. Whenever there was a problem around town, the cops came looking for the boys. There was another series of murders in the late 1970s. Some guy on a motorcycle was picking up girls and killing them. People whispered about Ben and Moses, but the police only questioned them a few times. Anyone with sense knew the killer was someone from one of the colleges. There's a book about those murders. Girls from the University of Michigan and EMU, right? Yep. Have Moses and Ben had any other trouble with the law? Yeah, but minor stuff. They never did anything terrible. I made a mental note to run background checks on the brothers. Nothing terrible was subjective. Did you hear anything the night of the most recent murder? I asked again, pulling Nankeen back to the question at hand. I'm an old woman, she said, pointing to her right ear. Can't hear well. Take these things out at night. In other words, our conversation, outside of providing a little extra information about the Cooper family, was futile. Thank you for your time. Sure thing. Let me get you some banana bread to take with you, Nankeen said, heading back to the kitchen. 21. What? You went out there alone? Martin came over for breakfast the following morning. I just got an impulse. Thought I should go out there and see what information I could gather. If I did that, you'd be calling me reckless. I'm a cop. Not right now. Isn't that what you told me? Do you want to know what I learned or not? I asked, irritated that my much younger brother-in-law was being so logical. He was right. I wasn't setting a good example for him. What did you find out? The two brothers have lived in that big old house most of their lives. One brother has a closed head injury that has affected his behavior. I was out there looking for clues when I stumbled across the brother, Ben. He caught me snooping around and tackled me. We wrestled a bit, but once I identified myself, things calmed down. The other brother was at the house, and I talked with him. He claims to not know anything about the killings, but he also said he didn't care about the men that were murdered. Apathy doesn't mean that he's a killer. Right, but apathy is a problem when a bunch of animals and humans have been murdered by your home. Do you think he's a suspect? Yeah, but I think the brother is a more likely suspect. Both of them can go on the whiteboard. Okay. What happened after that? Do we tell the police? I just came home after that. I will try to talk with the officer in charge. He won't want me involved. Are you going to press charges? No. Why not? Why wasn't I pressing charges? My hand was throbbing, my body ached, and Ben's behavior had been uncalled for, but I had been close to their property. They're just trying to live life. I interrupted. Technically, they could press charges against me. The woods are tricky, because private property runs right by the preserve. I could have been on their land. True. What's the next move? Finding out more about the victims. That might help string some clues together. There are a few people I want to get in touch with. Significant others, close friends, employers, people like that. Freya and Ned, the older gentleman from the market. He's the paperman that drove through there before the body was found. Claire Bennett is the woman that found the body, so she's on the list as well. What about that construction company? Braylee Construction. Good idea, Martin. They want to build houses all over the place, so it's in their best interest to not have the preserve there. If it starts to be a dangerous place, the residents might sway in their opinion on the place. I'll put them on the list, but I want to talk with Ned and Claire Bennett first. I'll also stop by the farmer's market to see Moses. The preserve provided a safe haven for wildlife, and it made a good neighbor for those who lived next to it. But if bodies continued to turn up, attitude and minds might change. Murder is a long way to go when you're shooting for land, but I guess it's an angle I need to check out. I headed to the Tuesday afternoon farmer's market, armed with questions. Making my way through the small crowd, purchasing onions and apples along the way, I skipped the numerous kale stands and headed to Moses's booth. He was slouched down in a rusted, rickety beige folding chair. Moses kept staring out into the distance, refusing to acknowledge my presence. "Hello, Moses. What do you want?" "I have some questions." "I'm working." "Is it hard to take care of your brother?" Moses's face twisted into an angry scowl. "No. He's my brother. Why would it be hard? He takes care of himself. Ain't no bother." "May I speak with Ben?" Moses dropped his gaze, a look of shame coming over his face. "He don't come here with me." "Okay. Would it be okay if I stopped by the house and spoke to him?" Moses turned around and started rearranging the boxes under the curved canopy. "You don't know where he is, do you?" "He's okay. Just a little off. He ain't doing nothing bad." I thought back to the vicious tackle that had left me with a bloody hand and aching body. Even if Ben was usually okay, it was scary to think that someone with his temperament was out there by himself. "Moses, we can't know what our loved ones do all the time. I'm not saying that this is your fault, but we need to make sure that Ben's safe." "He's safe. We've been taking care of ourselves for a long time." Why was he so agitated when he saw me in the woods? Moses faced me, his eyes diverted to the ground. "You don't know, do you?" "He was just angry that someone was close to our place. Them woods are his friends. He looks at them like it's his place." "What would happen if a small group of people got too close to your house?" "Nothing. Ben is old. He ain't going to hurt nobody." "He hurt me." Moses shook his head. "I don't know what got into him. He ain't like that." "What happens when you work? How do you know that Ben isn't out there in the woods attacking people?" "Just do. You're barking up the wrong tree. Look at them kids that's always out there. They probably done it." Moses was clearly upset, and a few market patrons were starting to stare in our direction. "How much for the kale?" "You know the prices." I tossed a $5 bill on the table and grabbed one bunch of kale. I scanned the crowd for Ned Trenton, the man who had been delivering newspapers the night Chris Stanton was murdered. Ned was usually at the farmer's market. He would show up with his wife Walker in hand, but she got around pretty well, and the two of them were always happy to chat with anyone who would indulge them. I spotted him on the other side of the market, haggling produce prices. Ned was well past middle age, slightly hunched over, and his face was twisted into a calm, unchanging mask. He wore a pair of faded blue jean overalls, a white t-shirt, and rubber boots. We spent time talking and eating peaches one day, but they were like most people I ran into in town. Acquaintances, not friends, but it was nice to have familiarity. "Ned, may I talk with you for a moment?" "Hi, dear. What can I help you with?" "It's about the murders." His eyebrows arched. "Oh. Yes. About that. What do you want to know?" "What did you see the night Chris Stanton was murdered?" "Nothing. That stretch of road is usually nice and quiet. That's why I continue to do it. I just drop off the papers. It usually takes me about 3 hours, and then I come home, tend to mother, and enjoy the day. Delivering the paper keeps me young." "So, you're on the road at the same time every night?" "Just about. Well, the few nights I work. I end up driving through there any time between 4 a.m. and 5:30. It depends on when I leave the house and pick up the papers at the strip mall parking lot. After that, I head out." "You rarely see anyone out there?" "That's correct. I don't know how the bodies are getting there. Don't know who is doing this. Terrible thing. Are you sure there isn't anything you can remember from that night? The only thing different that night was the fact that I had to wait for a train to pass. This slowed me down a bit, picking up the papers. I waited for this long train to go through. The train passing through is abnormal? Not necessarily abnormal, but it took longer than usual. Did the killer know the train would be coming through that night? How often do you get stopped by the train? I'm not sure. Every now and then. I get stopped and have to wait a few minutes for the train to pass. That night the engineer took his time with things. It's like he didn't care that people were out and had to get through. Are there specific days that you get caught by the train? No. It varies. Sometimes Sunday morning and sometimes Thursday. You just never know. I should probably leave early, but I never do. Who else knows your schedule? Missy, I'm no one special. My wife knows my schedule, but that's about it. My kids and maybe a few friends in the neighborhood know what I do. I retired from the manufacturing plant a few years ago, but life can get long, and we needed more money. I was tired of sitting on the porch doing nothing, so I took the opportunity to deliver the Ipsy holler, and I said, well, why not? Do you know Moses Cooper? Yes, I know him. He works at the manufacturing plant and lives about a mile from my place. Do you socialize with Moses? Ned laughed. Socialize? No. Absolutely not. I don't socialize with him at all. He's a barbarian. Does he know that you have a paper route? Why would he? He's your neighbor. Could be aware of your comings and goings. I doubt he would know anything about me. Okay. So just your wife and kids. Any chance they could have mentioned it in town, and it could have been overheard? By the killer, EH? That's possible. We go into town for burgers and fries every few weeks. Freya is quiet, likes her privacy, but sometimes the kids talk. My granddaughter is fascinated with the idea that there is a killer out there. She may have said something at dinner about the paper route. She's like you. How so? Nosy and smart. You're clearly butting into this investigation, but you're very nice and polite. It makes it hard to tell you to bugger off. Same with my Tilda. The mischievous little devil she is. His comments made me smile and dig deeper. Ned, think hard for a moment. Who would know your schedule? I've already told you. Who are your children? Betty May and Dennis. You probably know them. They own the tavern in town. They've always been so close. Such a blessing to have children that love each other. Do you have children? No. Betty and Dennis run the tavern. That's good to know. The Railside Tavern was a little hole in the wall where college kids drank away failing midterm grades and mourned heartaches. I'd been there a few times, but the menu was limited, leading me to stick with the places I'd learned to love during graduate school. There's one more thing. What is it? There's always a steady flow of college kids coming through and working with us. One of those kids, the second one that was killed, he delivered the paper with us for a short time. I never knew him, but the manager told me he'd been a part of the team a few years ago. Had quit once he started teaching at the college. Jonathan had delivered the newspaper. He would have known the schedule for the train, or at least the times of night when it was blocking the road. Did he tell someone who used the information to hurt him? I wondered if anyone had ever tagged along on his route. Perhaps a deadly friend had helped deliver the newspaper with him some nights. What's the manager's name? Miss Katie. That's all I know. Miss Katie. Great. I guess I would just have to show up in the parking lot one night. Ned, how do you feel about me riding along with you one night? Why would you ever want to do that? It would be fun if you did, but I have one stipulation. What's that? My sweet Tilda has to come along. She would get such a kick out of you. So say yes, and we have a date. Don't tell Mother, he said, letting out a playful giggle. When do you work again? Wednesday night. Well, it will actually be Thursday morning at 2:30. Meet me in the strip mall parking lot at that time, and I will chauffeur you around my route. I headed to the library after leaving the market. Lana was restocking books in the young adult section when I arrived. Lana, do you know a Claire Bennett? Let me think about that. Claire Bennett. Sounds familiar, but I can't place her face. If she's the woman I think you're talking about, she used to work at the bakery in Manchester. I have no idea if she's still there. Let's look in the city directory. Are those things online yet? Not yet. We're in the process of getting everything digitized, but that'll take years. No worries. The name sounds familiar. We should be able to find her in one of the older editions. Come on. I followed Lana through the library to the reference section. The city directory was a publication that listed the names and addresses of everyone in town. Okay, let's have a look. Lana flipped through the pages before stopping and handing the book to me. She's in Ipsy Township. I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the listing. So I'm curious. Are you on the case or what? I'm looking into things. We'd be happy to have you patrolling the town. Are you going back to policing? It's not that easy. I know it's hard, but some people are born with certain gifts. I think you were born to solve mysteries. What makes you say that? When you have nothing else to do, you're naturally drawn to mysteries. Thousands of people live around here, but no one else has been in here to search for information about these murders. And you know why? I don't. Because they don't feel like they can do anything about it. You refuse to accept that idea. 22. I placed a call to Claire Bennett when I got home. A weak voice croaked hello into the phone. Ms. Bennett? What do you want? Defensive. My name is Detective Wilcox and... Prove it. The voice was now strong and robust. I can stop by if you would like. Are you still at 5965 Park Lane? Claire Bennett was silent for a minute before saying, Is this about that boy that got murdered? Yes. I am looking into Chris Stanton's murder. Detective, what was your name again? Wilcox. Where's McAllister? McAllister is still the lead investigator on the case. Well, who are you? Another detective. You better not be one of those nosy kids from McMaster's. I can assure you I'm not a student at McMaster's. If it makes you feel better, we can meet at the park or one of the restaurants along Michigan Avenue. I guess you already know what I look like. I didn't, but I let her think that I did. I'll meet you in Riverside Park in 20 minutes. I'll be wearing a red windbreaker. Riverside Park is a quaint downtown park with a river following through the north edge and a rolling incline to the south. I walked through the middle of the park, slow and steady, waiting for a woman to approach. A figure in front of a park bench by the river headed my way. As she approached, our gazes met. Claire? The woman nodded. Detective Wilcox, she said, holding out her hand. Thank you for meeting with me. May I ask you a few questions about the body you found on Prospect? I ain't talked to you before. Where's McAllister? Why'd he send you? Just helping with his caseload. Those damn kids at the college. One of them called me up, asked some questions, and put the answers on the computer. My grandson said he read all about it on this thing called a blog. What the hell is the world coming to these days? Claire said, shaking her head. Do you remember the name of the blogger that called you? Nope. Just some kid. He sounded old enough to be a reporter. That's why I talked to him. Ms. Bennett, do you remember seeing anyone else on the road before you spotted the body? No. Just me. Sometimes I see the guy that delivers the paper on my way to work, but that day, nothing at all. It looked like it was going to rain that morning, and after I got to the police station, it did rain. But no. No one else was around? So, the paperman is usually on the road. Yep. He is usually passing through around 4 o'clock in the morning, a couple of times a week. I work different shifts, so I leave at 3:30 in the morning or 10:30 at night. That morning was different. I swapped shifts with a coworker, and that's why I was there on the road at that time. You were traveling on Prospect around 5:15, correct? Yep. That's why I didn't see the newspaper guy that day. I read that he was out there that morning. Ned hadn't seen anything. That meant the body wasn't there until after he drove through. Even if he hadn't spotted the body, he would have seen the shoe if the murder had happened before he made it to the road. Was the body easy to spot? Not really. I was just driving through and saw a shoe in the middle of the road. It looked kind of new and out of place. I thought that it was weird, so I pulled over to see if there was someone in the grass. Maybe there'd been an accident or something. Sure. You wanted to help if you could. Right. If I can help, I do it. Were there any other cars on the road? I don't remember. It was just an ordinary day. Didn't expect any of that to happen. Have you ever been to the Tuesday afternoon farmers market downtown? Claire arched her eyebrows. What does that have to do with anything? Just wondering if you've ever been there. No. I just head down to the grocery store. Do you know the man that delivers the newspapers? Ned? Only a little. He helped me change a flat tire once. His kids own that tavern in town. Food's not that great, but the workers are really nice. Ms. Bennett, do you have any theories about what may have happened to Chris Stanton? The ex-wife? Seen her on the news the other day. She didn't seem that broken up about him being dead. Was too focused on herself. He did leave her, you know? She could have wanted revenge. The next morning, Martin stopped by, and we went through our short list of suspects. Okay, we've got the kid from the preserve, Ben Cooper, and I think Andy Hurst could be added to the list, I said. Why Hurst? Well, he's worked for the department for 7 years, and he's essentially being used to teach a full-time schedule without full-time pay or benefits. In theory, the elimination of John Bigsby would have made him an obvious choice for department head. What's his connection to the other victims? I've thought about that, and I think it might be getting high in the preserve. Andy brought up a rumor that Gilbert used to go to the preserve, but stopped showing up soon after John's murder. Also, he knew I was a cop, but didn't say anything for quite some time. What if he was feeding me info to throw me off his case? That is odd that he knew you were a cop. How often were you seeing him? I was heading to Cora's and having lunch with him a few times a week. That is odd. Okay, I like this angle. He's sneaky and eager to get you information. He also insisted that I meet with Gilbert. Did he know I was a cop that night? Possibly. How would he know? He knows Ashley and Owen. They could have mentioned that the cop from the farmer's market was going to look into John's murder. Think about it. Ashley was furious. What are the odds? She only vented to me about the local police. She didn't seem like someone who would keep a secret. This area is known to be relaxed in opinions about marijuana. It's not just something kids do around here. Older, former college students could easily be a part of a group that smoked in the preserve. I think that's a decent angle, Martin said. What about Ben Cooper? He's violent and can be set off without being provoked. He also lost his uncle not too long before the first body turned up. After the murder, Ben found documents about his mother's death, whom he thought died when he was a toddler. She actually was alive until he was a teenager. That's terrible. Why did they lie about her death? No idea. I am going to talk with the lady that lives near the Coopers. She was friendly last time I was there. Hopefully, she will still be open to talking to me. 23. Around 2:15 Thursday morning, I pulled into the strip mall parking lot where Ned retrieved his papers. 5 minutes later, his Toyota Camry glided into the space next to my car. You decided to come. Splendid. Here is my Tilda. She's simply marvelous, I tell you. Tilda, Mrs. Wilcox. Hi, she said, holding out her hand. Hello, Tilda. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sylvia, I said, shaking her hand. Tilda had huge brown eyes and a spattering of freckles around her cheeks. She towered over me, standing close to 6 feet, and her smile was full of big, bright teeth. Tilda's thick bronze hair was cut into a bob, and it bounced around each time she turned her head. Are we going to catch the killer tonight? I doubt it, Tilda. I think that Mrs. Wilcox just wants to ride along with us. Don't fib to me, Granddaddy. You told me what she does. I'm a detective, but tonight I just want to see your grandfather's route. It might help explain things a little better. Well, let's get going. I can't wait to investigate. I told you she was a peach. That's how I feel about her. She's so great, Ned said, a proud grandfatherly grin stretched across his face. What time does the manager arrive? Oh, I think I see her coming down Michigan Avenue right now. We'll be on our way very soon. The manager was driving a hatchback Subaru stuffed with bundles of newspapers. She pulled up next to Ned, got out of the car and popped the trunk. Come and get 'em, she said. The manager was short and stout with tight curls that puffed out from underneath the Detroit Tigers hat. Tilda and I helped load the newspapers. After that, we all piled into Ned's car and took off. Ned and Tilda were curious and inquisitive from the moment we were on the road. Tilda kept asking questions about my job, and Ned would tack on additional inquiries. The Toyota Camry was small and cramped with the stacks of papers, but Tilda was happy to hang over the edge of the front passenger seat and chatter about what we were doing and where we were going. Ned's route took him through neighborhoods in Ypsilanti and through parcels of land in the more rural Superior Township, with a few addresses dipping into Ann Arbor. His route was a square that wound through most of the smaller towns in the area. We cruised through dark, empty streets and dirt roads that took us through little patches of sparsely populated areas. So, if this killer is from the area, they probably know Grandpa's schedule. That's a possibility. Of course, we don't know that the killer or killers are from the area. Well, from what I've read, it seems that serial killers like to kill in their areas. At least, that seems to be what the law enforcement people think. Yes, that is a common idea among law enforcement, but there are always outliers. Also, 2 murders, even if they are committed by the same killer, fall short of being serial in nature. Outliers. I'll have to read up on some of those cases. And serials need more than 2 victims? I need to study more, Tilda said, creasing her brow. Even though I'd been obsessed with morbid and macabre crimes when I was her age, I felt uneasy about discussing such things with a 13-year-old girl. Do you always complete the route in the same order? I asked Ned. Yes. Even when the train comes through. I just wait. Okay. Is there only one train, or do multiple trains come through? Now that you mention it, there is a second train that comes through every night. A passenger train. It passes by Green Road, blocking off entry around 4 every night. It only blocks entry for a few minutes. Like I said, it's a passenger train. Not a long freighter. I thought about sunrise. During summer, the sun started to emit light around 5 a.m. Killing someone and dumping the body just before 5 o'clock was bold. There was a bit of light around that time. Not enough to call it daylight, but enough for a car to be clearly spotted and identified. It was also late enough in the pre-dawn hours for a few people to be on the road. Some commuters work at 5 a.m., so they're out there driving between 4:30 and 5. Do you see a lot of traffic out here during your route? No. I think it's always the same. I don't pay too much attention to it. Could the train schedule have something to do with when the killer planned his strikes? I wondered if I could get any information about the pathology of the victims out of McAllister. If I had an estimate of the time of death, I could either rule out the train theory or explore it further. How far does your route extend? Well, there have been a lot of cancellations, so my route now goes all the way to Belleville. That was a long route for paper delivery. A killer familiar with the area would have known when Ned was coming through. If he struck at 2 in the morning or after 4:30, he would be able to avoid Ned. Okay, so that morning the second train came through around 4, correct? That sounds right. I think it was that night. I wasn't sure if the murder took place on the road, or if the body was dumped after the fact. Or, perhaps, the killer lured the victim to the area around 2 or so and held them before the murder took place. Either way, blocking the road even for a few minutes would give the killer time. Ned pulled onto the side of the road and parked, flipping his hand at Tilda. The girl grabbed a few papers and jumped out of the car. Just Wednesdays. The Saturday night route, well, technically it's Sunday morning, is longer. People like coupons. So technically, that train is coming through early Thursday mornings. Right. And you always wait for it to pass. Yes. Why don't you reverse the route when the train comes through? I'm a creature of habit. 24. Ned's route took 2 hours and 40 minutes to complete. The three of us took turns tossing the papers in driveways, on porches, and anywhere else customers had instructed they wanted their periodicals left. I made it home in the wee hours of the morning, and crawled into bed and slept until 1. That afternoon, I did some cleaning and thought about what I'd learned about Ned's paper route. Riding along with Ned and Tilda was useful in helping me pin down the time frame, but I couldn't be sure of anything until I talked with McAllister. The idea of his nagging about me coming back to work caused a wave of anxiety to run through my body. It was so strange. Here I was investigating a string of murders, but I was too anxious to return to full-time police duty. Derek's idea of starting a private detective agency crossed my mind before I shut it out and started plotting my next move. I was still wary of going back to the preserve, but that was where the answers were, so I decided to head there that evening. For the next few weeks, against my better judgment, I would spend a few hours a night walking through the woods listening for voices. The first week netted nothing but crisp cold walks through the trees. The second week I followed a group of teenagers through the woods, watching them tell scary stories and spook one another by hiding behind bushes and jumping out. Every now and then, the boys brought up drugs. I wasn't sure if they were just showing off, but they mentioned marijuana and cocaine. It soon became apparent that sunset brought new life to the preserve. Teenagers and college students would converge on the area and partake in drinking and smoking. I hung back from all groups, listening and waiting. During the third week of observing the preserve, things became more sinister. Temperatures had dropped quite a bit, and a chilly breeze swept through the preserve that night. I'd parked about half a mile away on a narrow dirt road and walked through the woods. I headed toward the main walking trail but stayed off the path to increase camouflage. That night, I heard the crunch and swish of steps coming my way. I scrambled farther away from the walking path, searching for patches of the forest that contained concentrations of twisted branches. A group of boys chattering and laughing as they moved through the woods passed by. "Griggs is scared," laughed one of the boys. "Shut up, Bryce. Maybe the killer is out here," a third boy with red hair and horn-rimmed glasses called out in glee. "I hope that happens. Think you can handle that, Wally?" Griggs asked. "We'll take him out if he is," the boy named Bryce said. He flipped his jet black hair over the side of his face. "That would be awesome. If we find him, we'll take him down," Wally said, thrusting his arms in the air as if he'd just scored a goal on the soccer field. "What if one of us is the killer? What if one of us plans on taking out the other two?" Bryce asked. "Bryce, why you gotta be so weird?" "I'm just asking you to think deeper, Griggs. What's wrong with that?" The boys continued their banter, wandering farther into the woods. I followed them for the next 20 minutes, waiting for them to slip out of sight before heading in their direction. The trio shoved and roughhoused with one another, joking around and having a good time. Suddenly, the three boys became quiet. Wally moved ahead, screaming and yelling as he proceeded. "Oh my gosh! Look! Look! It's a body!" Wally jumped up in the air, pointing and shouting. The other two boys rushed to Wally's side. For a moment they were all still, but then Bryce bent over and touched the body. I couldn't remain silent anymore. I rushed from behind the bushes and ran screaming toward the boys. "Don't contaminate the scene." The three boys squealed and burst into flight in 3 different directions. I ran after Bryce, the boy with the blood on his hands. I was livid. I tackled him from behind, and both of us landed on fallen branches. "Who are you?" Bryce screamed, squirming underneath my body. "I am," a punch connected with my head. Woozy and stunned, I wasn't able to stop Bryce from dumping me off his body. When the world steadied, I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I stayed on the ground a while longer, my head still spinning. Closing my eyes, I waited for the world to steady itself. The police arrived and found me within a few minutes of the sirens ending. 2 officers advised me to not move and said an ambulance was on the way. "I need to talk with the officer in charge," I said. "That's fine, but you should get checked out." "Stay down, ma'am," the officer said. I pushed myself up on my arms, stopping short of standing up because of dizziness. "I need to speak with the officer in charge before that happens. I will go to the hospital after that." One officer nodded and went to grab McAllister. He rushed up to me, his brow creased. "Wilcox, what the hell are you doing here?" "I was out here tonight. Some kids were here. One of them hit me." "Yeah, I can see the shiner on your head. What are you trying to do? Get yourself killed?" "I was taking a stroll through the woods." "There's nothing wrong with that, is there?" "BS. You were out here running your own little sting operation. Wilcox, you're going to get hurt. This is not something you need to be involved in. Get yourself together." He was right, but I was in it now. "There are 3 high school boys out here. They found the body, and one of them touched it. You'll find his fingerprints on the body. His name is Bryce. One of his friends is named Griggs, and the other is Wally." "And what were you doing out here?" "I already told you." "Well, I hope we're able to verify that. It's always a letdown when we have to question our own." "You are free to question me as much as you want. You know why I'm out here, and you know that I have no reason to hang around if I'm killing students and dumping their bodies." "How do you know it's a student?" "I don't. It's a guess." "Wilcox, have you been watching all the cop shows? Have you moved on to Fantasyland copping?" I know. We can't say what happened here or who this person is, but I think we can consider the fact that this person was murdered by the same person that killed the previous 2 victims. I don't make leaps until I have a reason to do so. You're going to the hospital, so call whoever you need to call. I wanted to avoid an expensive ambulance ride, so McAllister had one of the other officers drive me to the hospital. I sent text messages to Charles and Martin, and both of them showed up at the hospital an hour later. I'd been moved from the lobby to a triage room, and the doctor had just checked me out when Charles and Martin came in. "Sylvia, you shouldn't have been out there. What was going through your head?" "You could have been killed," Martin said, his voice filled with anxiety. I considered several ways to respond, but decided to remain silent. There was no logical excuse to explain why I was out there. Charles continued to ask questions as the nurse handed me a prescription and discharge papers. "Are you going to answer me?" "Charles, there is no explanation." "You know that," I said. He took hold of my arm and started walking me toward the door. "Not so fast, Wilcox. What the hell did you get yourself into?" McAllister was standing in the doorway. I was dizzy and wanted to head home. "Syl, this is serious. There's a dead body out there." "Talk," Charles said. I could see the veins in his forehead popping out of his head. "Wilcox, whoever is doing this is dangerous. You aren't on this case, and I recommend that you leave it to the experts." It was a dig at me being a woman, and being on leave. I shook my head and folded my arms. Sylvia, would you just tell us what happened? Martin said, his voice quiet and sad. It was the first time I realized how reckless it was to head out to the preserve by myself. I was out in the woods taking a stroll, and the boys showed up. I wanted to see what they were doing, so. Why? McAllister asked. Because it's autumn and the woods are nice. Stop playing games. Where were you strolling? McAllister said. In the woods, beyond the preserve but not on private property. I stumbled off the path in the preserve. Got a little turned around. Okay. What else? The boys were playing around, roughhousing and such. Just regular boy stuff. I was following them because I received a tip that there were people hanging out in the preserve on a regular basis. Obviously, these are people that need to be interviewed, so I went to find them. Why? Because some cops don't do their job. Wilcox, I swear. If you don't stop it, I'll find something to charge you with, McAllister said. Sorry, McAllister. Okay, so here's the thing. I've talked with a few of the people I know at McMaster's, and they gave me some leads. I should have just come to you, but I didn't think you wanted to hear from me. That's a little strong, Wilcox. I don't want to hear rumors. You come to the force and we'll work together. You know that. By the way, this might inspire you to get back on the job. We've made an arrest. Who? There was a crazy wild guy out there. Be glad you didn't run into him. I don't think we'd be having this conversation. He attacked one of the kids. Beat him pretty bad. Ben Cooper. I agree. If you've picked up Ben Cooper, I definitely think he needs to be looked into, but there doesn't seem to be much in the way of motive and... No. Stop it, Sylvia. We're taking you home, and you're going to bed. Don't make me take time off to keep an eye on you, Charles said. Take a few days to get better, and come to the precinct. We'll get you all set up, and we'll work together to hammer out the details, McAllister said. What proof do you have? I'm not answering. You're a civilian at this time. Pull your head out of your you-know-what, and we'll work together. Thank you for coming by and taking her statement, Charles said, slapping his hand into McAllister's palm. Anytime. Keep her at home, okay? I'll try. She's a squirrely one. Charles drove me home and Martin followed in my car. My head was aching, and the endless lecture from Charles was irritating. Why don't you just go back to work? If you go back to where you belong, things will be so much easier. You're a cop, and we need you. What are you waiting for? I knew he was right, but I was in no mood to hear it. I opened the door as soon as he put the car in park and said, "Thanks for driving me home." Martin pulled beside us in the driveway a few seconds later. I gave him a hug and thanked him for driving my car home. You want me to stay here tonight? No, but thank you. I'm okay, I said before heading for the porch. 25. That night I stayed up late thinking about the past few months. Around 4 in the morning, I pulled out my laptop and started typing my letter of resignation. There was no reason to continue to put it off. It was time to move on with my life. Charles came to check on me the next morning, his eyes worried and sad when he saw the swelling around my eye. I'd refused to look in the mirror, but I could feel the puffiness, and each touch sent burning pain through my face. Hey. I just wanted to come by and see how you're doing, Charles said. Thanks. So when you going back to work? Come on in and have a seat, I said, motioning for Charles to follow me into the living room. We sat down on the couch. Charles's eyes were wide with anticipation. Now, you want to make sure you're ready because I think McAllister will want you on this murder case. So take a few more days. I'm done, I said, cutting Charles off mid-sentence. What? I'm not going back. You're quitting? Charles was staring at me. His face showed great distress. I think the time has come. You've been a cop for 8 years. It was your childhood dream to become a cop, and now you're just going to walk away. I've never known you to be a quitter. I wanted to find my brother. For me, becoming a police officer was the way I thought that was going to happen. I was naive. You know that. We didn't know what was what. But we do now, and we're out there making the world a better place. You're a veteran. A skilled detective. We need you. Charles will always be connected. Whether I'm a cop or not. When I was in Connecticut, we were still connected, we're friends for life. That won't ever change. What are your goals? What's changed about what you want? I was wrong about being able to find Simon. You know how slim the odds are of finding any trace of someone who has been missing for decades. Simon probably was found and buried long ago. You know the number of unidentified remains there are all over the country. What are the odds that I will ever have closure? You said you'd never give up. This isn't giving up. This is recognizing what's realistic and moving on with my life. You're still grieving the loss of Derek. Don't make this decision right now. Extend your leave and give it some time. Wait until the first of the year. This is my call, and I have to make it now. The department has already been short-handed for months. It's not fair to drag things out longer when I can't see myself ever returning. What are you going to do? Play cop like you've been doing? That doesn't work. I'm going to take on a few freelance security jobs. You think that's going to sustain you? What are you doing, Sylvia? Charles, at 13, I decided to attend boarding school, taking me away from everyone and everything I knew. At 18, I decided to return to Michigan and go to college. After that, grad school and the police academy. It was all very calculating, but did I want those things? I don't know. I think I was just doing what I thought had to be done. You seemed happy. This is grief talking. Give it some time. Come down to the precinct, and we'll help you find out what happened. I hate to say this, but I don't trust the cops on this one. It sounds like you don't trust us on anything. That's not fair. Something went on with Derek. You know that. So you don't trust us, and you don't trust the cops out here. These guys aren't good enough, so you have to intervene, right? Is that how it is? And you think we had something to do with Derek's death? I guess you're the only loyal person in your eyes. Only you are dependable and upstanding. Is that what you think? That's not how it is. You know me better than that. Listen, I love the idea of being someone who rights wrongs, but we both know that not all departments are stocked with honest, concerned cops. I just don't want you to forget that people like me are out there, Charles said. I didn't want our friendship to change because I'd left the force, but I couldn't control how Charles reacted to my decision. You know I have nothing but respect for you. You're true blue, Charles. And if you ever need me, I'm always going to be here for you. That afternoon, I delivered my letter of resignation to the chief. He was quiet and understanding, nodding his head and wishing me the best. A sense of freedom came over me as I left the precinct, but ironically, the drive to dig deeper into the murders around town had increased. Back at home, I pulled out my laptop and decided to look into the company that had constructed the new subdivision in Superior Township. Braylee Construction was building near the preserve, and it was no secret that some people, including the owner, Tyler Braylee, wanted to do away with the natural area. The murders were giving the place a bad name. Of course, killing students was a long way to go to stop or encourage building on a stretch of land, but murder had been committed for lesser reasons. There were plenty of websites that listed the qualities of the preserve, but I wanted background information. I clicked on a link for the Society of Safe Green Spaces. The organization had a website with pages of historical information about the area and the preserve. Between 1960 and 1970, the unincorporated spaces around Ypsilanti saw drastic increases in population. The fear of losing too many rural patches to houses and office buildings inspired a group of concerned citizens based in the Ypsilanti-Ann Arbor area to band together and push for preserves to be created around the county. 200 acres of land set aside for local wildlife, and the old-growth forest, a place where houses wouldn't clog up the area near Superior Township and Dixaboro, was designed in the late 1970s. For decades, the Midwest served as a place of refuge for people without high school diplomas or college degrees. Jobs in the automotive plants offered top pay for low skills, fueling emigration from other parts of the country. The fear was that the Ypsi-Ann Arbor area would be overrun and the quaint rural feel of the towns would be lost, which mobilized residents to fight to save the forests and woodlands. In the early 2000s, a construction company started to build on any open lots they could find around the preserve. Longtime residents complained, but the owner of the construction company had connections to the state government. His path was smoothly paved, despite the angry residents that protested the subdivision-type housing he built. Tyler Bailey had petitioned to have the preserve moved to another area. He argued that there were already houses in the vicinity, thus interrupting the natural spaces. He had a point. Nankeen Burke and the Coopers basically lived in the preserve. Even so, the Society of Safe Green Spaces had enough pull to overcome the mighty Bailey name. Tyler Bailey didn't seem like someone who would set up students to be murdered, but if the preserve became a dangerous place, he'd have a better argument for doing away with it. The preserve was this open, untapped area that ran wild through a town that was verging on becoming a city. If the preserve was deemed to be too dangerous, perhaps the old-timers would give in to a proposal to put an end to the place. It was a long-shot theory, but it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Bailey Construction's main office was on Michigan Avenue, right in the middle of downtown Ypsi. I headed to the office after breakfast. Bailey's quest to build in the preserve didn't sit well with the residents of Superior Township, and protests often sprang up around his office. On this day, things were quiet at Bailey Construction. The receptionist was standing between a computer terminal and a desk, her body twisted so that she could balance the phone on one shoulder while typing away with both hands. Her eyes peeked up at me, revealing how nervous and overwhelmed she was. I nodded and smiled, hoping that the gesture let her know there was no rush. 3 minutes later, the woman slid the phone receiver down the crook of her arm and slammed it onto its base. She continued typing for a few seconds, her fingers flying over the keys. Finally, after a heavy sigh, she put on a big smile and said, "Welcome to Bailey Construction. How may I help you?" My goal was to see the owner, so I chose my words carefully. "Detective Wilcox," I said, holding out my hand and giving her a firm handshake. Her eyes widened as she placed her limp hand in my palm. "Detective? Oh. Is Mr. Bailey expecting you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Julia?" "Great. Julia, I must speak with Mr. Bailey as soon as possible." The doe-eyed co-ed nodded and headed down the hallway. 5 minutes later, the receptionist returned to the lobby and said, "Mr. Bailey is ready to see you." "Thanks," I said before heading down a short hallway. Tyler Bailey was standing in the doorway of his office, arms folded and a worry line running through his forehead. "Hello, Detective. I don't think we've met." "Detective Wilcox," I said. We shook hands, and I followed him into the office. The construction company was obviously doing well. Tyler Bailey's office had bright white walls with gorgeous gold accents. His desk was made of beautiful mahogany wood that gave the office old-world charm and class. The chairs, lovely cloth-backed Victorian prints, were pushed a comfortable distance away from his desktop. "How can I help you, Detective Wilcox?" he said in a low, sarcastic voice. "I would like to know more about your company and the plans you have for Superior Township. Are you looking to invest in Bailey Construction?" "No." "Interested in buying a house in our community?" "No." "Then why should I talk with you about my business?" Tyler Bailey was short and stout, and he looked uncomfortable in his three-piece suit. I remained silent, waiting to hear what else he had to say. "You know what? I'm sorry, Ms. Wilcox. I just got some bad news. Shouldn't be taking it out on you. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Please sit," he said, holding out his hand. We engaged in a short handshake, and I sat in one of the chairs in front of his desk. "Thank you for speaking with me." "No problem. I think I know why you're here. I appreciate you coming straight to the horse's mouth. Direct is always the best way." "Absolutely. Well, let's get right down to it. I'm not a murderer." "Great. I am more interested in the land deals you've been able to win lately." "Oh. What would you like to know?" "It has been notoriously difficult to purchase large parcels of land in that area. How did you manage to get so many plots?" "The old-fashioned way. Money. I was a lawyer in my previous life, and my grandparents left me a substantial amount of money. I never spent a penny of it. Invested it all, and 10 years ago I was able to start Braylee Construction. Once I got things going, I knew I wanted to build in this county, so I drew up a proposal, made an offer, and it was accepted. That's it. Just good old-fashioned business. There wasn't any pushback about you buying land so close to the preserve?" "Only from a few of the locals, but nothing major. We were helping to expand the neighborhood." "What's so bad about that?" "I thought about the cheaply built houses in the half-circle close to the preserve. It was like a little piece of suburbia had been dropped in the middle of Superior Township. Some of the residents protested, right? Picket signs and marches at City Hall?" "Sure. The old people didn't want change." "Did you listen to their concerns?" Tyler smirked and shook his head. "Ms. Wilcox, you're a cop by trade, right?" "Yes." "Well, business is a lot different from being a cop. In business, you make decisions based on profitability. It was going to be profitable to build those houses, and it would be good for the area. I mean, who wants a dirt road these days? Some people don't seem to mind them. Especially in Washtenaw County. Things are changing. Younger people, the future, don't want dirt roads." "What about the killings that are taking place right near the preserve?" "I'm sorry to hear about them. What else should I feel? Wouldn't it be in your best interest if the preserve was a dangerous place?" Tyler took a moment before responding. "Yes, it might serve me well if no one wanted the preserve there." "Can you think of anyone else who might not want the preserve to exist?" "Detective, with all due respect, I don't think these killings are about getting rid of the preserve." "What's your theory?" "I think someone wants new residents to think that the place is too dangerous for them to live there. Think about it. If no one wants to move into my subdivision, there's no demand for me to build." "Good point, but murder was an extreme way to get that point across. The animal slayings were farther away from the subdivision. Did you see a decline in homes purchased at that time?" "No. The murder of the first man didn't either." "Things changed after the second murder?" "They did. It was noticeable because it took place in the summer. No one in Michigan is going to move during the winter, unless they absolutely have to. The decline in interest was sharp and obvious." "Do you have any security in place?" "Didn't think I'd need it, so no." "Would you be interested in a low-cost, part-time security measure?" Tyler smiled. "Why, yes. I would be interested in that." 26. You're doing what? Security. Who better to do it than a cop? Why not just be a cop? I ignored Martin's quip. This is great, because I will be at the subdivision after hours. I can include the area around the preserve in my drive-bys, and I told Braylee my services were limited and part-time. The tenants will feel better if they know a police officer is doing a few patrols. I guess I understand. Also, there are things people don't tell police officers. Those little things that they'll tell a security guard might make a difference. There's no chance of the security guard arresting them. Right? Oh. I get it now. So you think you'll be more successful with the average folks without the badge? Something like that. So does this mean you're just like me? Martin asked. You mean because I am now officially a civilian? Yes. We're in the same boat, so we're going to do a little cyber sleuthing and putting our ears to the ground. Nothing else. How is that going to get us anywhere? Don't forget about the security gig. Security guards are different from police officers. Yes, but it gives me a reason to be near the dump site. It'll be easy to incorporate the preserve in my rounds. Good idea. So, what have you found out about the third victim? I thought you'd never ask, I said, grabbing the whiteboard off the table. Okay, the third victim doesn't fit in with the first two. Donald Pratt was 32, worked as a clerk or receptionist at a cousin's law firm, and he lived in a double-wide trailer just outside of Ypsilanti. Before his demise, he was tall, average build with black hair and brown eyes and pale skin. Nothing stands out about him. He attended Eastern Michigan University and graduated 6 years prior. His degree was in history, and he went on to get a master's in communications. Not a student, older than the others. Strange? His life seemed to be pretty average and typical for others in his age group around the town. Michigan's economy is becoming more and more depressed, and history and communications haven't ever really been great majors. And college isn't what it used to be. Even now, there won't be many job prospects when I graduate. I should have gone into medicine. Graduates finishing school this decade have had diminishing opportunities for success, especially if the degrees were not geared toward a specific job. Donald would have probably graduated around 1999 or so, if he went to college straight from high school. Right? At 32, it is strange that he was working as some type of support staff at a law firm, especially without any schooling in law. The job was a family hookup. It's his cousin's law firm. I'll look for more on this guy, but I don't think Donald Pratt's life was going that well. Let's take a look, I said, grabbing my laptop. A brief search turned up information about Donald Pratt's parents and 2 siblings. The newspaper article stated that he had a girlfriend who'd filed the missing persons report. She'd last seen him at their trailer that morning. A large image of Serenity Fulton was at the top of the news article. I recognized her pale green eyes and thin dishwasher-colored hair. I took a moment to think about where I might have seen her. I know her. From where? The farmer's market. She has a little boy about 2 years old. I remember him toddling behind her, and a man. I remember Serenity because she was yelling at the boy. I closed my eyes and tried to confirm that the memory I had included Donald Pratt. Other young people had interacted with them, but I couldn't recall their faces. I can't be sure it was Donald Pratt, but I think there's a strong possibility that it was him. There were also other friends around them. I can't remember what they looked like, but they were there. Probably college kids, but I could be wrong. Stay here. I'm going to run an errand. Martin looked at me, skeptical of the so-called errands. I'll be back soon, I told him, grabbing my keys and heading to the door before he could ask additional questions. I hopped in the Taurus and headed to the trailer park. Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor were desirable areas because they were bustling with young minds, families, and older residents. The mix created a pleasant atmosphere, but it also increased the cost of mortgages. Ann Arbor was pricey, but Ypsi was cheaper and close enough to the city whenever you wanted to take a short trip to the city. Unfortunately, Ypsilanti was not known as an economic hub. Making the leap from an apartment to a full mortgage could be nearly impossible, but buying a trailer was doable for most. The trailer park was new and sat just outside of town, north of several farms. Serenity and Donald had shared a double-wide trailer at the front of the park. A bunch of flower pots set out front, and the properties along the row where they lived were well kept. I parked down the street and wondered how I could approach Serenity. I could pose as a salesperson, but what if she wanted to buy my phony product? Instead of heading to her door, I watched the trailer, looking for any movement. After about an hour, Serenity Fulton emerged from the trailer, wearing a blue and white striped form-fitting shirt and brown knee-high shorts. She walked with a tired gait, appropriate for a worn, exhausted woman. Serenity headed 2 trailers down, climbed the stairs, and beat on the door. Her fist rapped over and over on the fragile door, causing it to vibrate. A man with shaggy dark hair pulled the door open. My car window was cracked, but I couldn't hear their heated conversation. Serenity's hands flailed in the air, the man pointed his finger in her face, and the two engaged in a yelling match. "I'm through," Serenity shouted, before turning and rushing down the 3 steps. I watched her head back to her trailer and slam the door. What was that all about? Was Serenity having an affair? Had the shaggy-haired man killed Donald? I needed more information. I looked around for someone who might take an interest in the lives of their neighbors. I looked up and down the rows of trailers, and decided to take a little stroll. The majority of the trailers were still and quiet. Typical for late afternoon. Most of the tiny porches were empty, but there was one with a few young children playing with action figures, and another one with an old lady puffing on a cigarette. She was sitting with her feet up on the railing, the cigarette ash curling and threatening to fall before she flicked it to the ground. She wore glasses, and her thin short hair was plastered to her head, resembling a wilted mushroom. Full-figured and shaped like a pear, the woman stood up and moved to the other side of the porch. She positioned herself so that she was facing Serenity's trailer. The trailer park gossip, I thought. I watched the woman light another cigarette and peered down the road before I pulled off and headed to the library. All but 2 of the computers at the library were occupied. I sat in front of the one closest to the door and looked for information on Donald Pratt's girlfriend. Unfortunately, Serenity Fulton didn't have any social media presence. The only thing I could find about her online was the mention of her being the person who reported Donald missing. I decided to check out Donald's accounts, which contained pictures of him, Serenity, and her son, and a few posts. He only had one social media account, and it looked like he had just started it a few months before his death. I looked around for Lana. She was behind the circulation desk, talking to one of the other librarians. I headed over and waited for her to finish her conversation before saying, "Hi Lana, may I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, Sylvia. What's up?" "I'm wondering about the farmer's market. The Tuesday afternoon one downtown. Have you been?" "Of course. It's more of a neighborhood thing. I don't go now, because I like the Ann Arbor market on Saturday." "What else do you know about it?" "Honey, it's a farmer's market. That's it. What do you want to know about it?" "I'm not sure. I'm just curious if there have ever been any problems. Any violence, or anything like that?" Why are you asking this?" "You heard about the 3rd murder, right?" "Of course. Those murders are all I hear about these days." All 3 men were known to frequent the market. "Oh gosh. Are you on the serial killer kick? Some kid was in here looking for a book on serial killers. I almost called the cops on him." "A kid? What did this kid look like?" "One of those kids with the dyed black hair, black fingernails, void of emotion. You know the type. I felt like he might be the one, you know?" Bryce had come to the library for a book on serial killers. Was he researching because he was curious about what was going on? Or was he looking for a way to hone his skills? That's disturbing. Sure is. So, what does all this have to do with the farmer's market? I don't know. I've been looking for a connection between the victims. So far, this is the only thing I can come up with. All of the victims went to the farmer's market. I also frequent the farmer's market on Tuesday because I don't like crowds, so it's kind of in my best interest to figure out what's going on. Back at home, Martin and I continued reviewing the information we had. Okay. So, who is the main suspect? It doesn't work like that. If narrowing down suspects was that easy, there wouldn't be any cold cases. Well, how do you guys narrow the field? You just have to rule out the people who couldn't have done it. So far we have Andy, Ben, and Bryce on our suspect list. But that's going to be hard in this case. Who has a good alibi? You've come to the problem every cop runs into during their career. Narrowing down the field of suspects is always hard. It will be especially true in this case. We're dealing with college students. None of them have set schedules or families waiting for them to get home. Well, technically Bryce should, but his parents seem to be letting him parent himself. So it's hopeless? No. Let's continue to look for patterns. For example, the victims were murdered between Wednesday evening and Thursday morning. Claire Bennett found the first body hours after it was dumped. The second body turned up 24 hours later, and the third body was found a day or so after death. Okay. So the killer likes to murder on Wednesdays. Well, we don't know if these murders are related or not. The killers may be using a common pattern to throw investigators off the scent. There are some connections, but we need to keep an open mind about who is committing the crimes. For example, Chris Stanton has an ex-wife who was devastated by their divorce. It was abrupt and unexpected. He also had a young, pretty girlfriend who happens to resemble his wife. It could all be a coincidence, but it might be more than that. I see what you mean about things not being tied together. The first victim had a lot going on, but the second victim had a completely different set of enemies, and the third victim was completely removed from the college scene. Now you're getting it. So the marijuana is the common denominator, or we're looking at several different killers. What do you make of the latest victim? Nothing nefarious about Donald Pratt. But he visited the farmer's market on Tuesday afternoons. Are you sure it was him? Pretty sure. He lived with someone, right? Yes. Pratt lived with a girlfriend and her son. That market is the only connection, unless he too was dipping into the preserve. They could have met at the market and became acquaintances. Have any of the people they knew told you that? No, but I'm not a cop now. I don't have as much access to the victims' families. Bummer. Yeah, but there are other ways to solve mysteries. Feels like one big dead end. Which reminds me. Jonathan Bixby's book is decent for a romance, but there isn't anything earth-shattering in it. An orphan kid who is different makes it big at school, has a benefactor, gets the girl, the job, and lives happily ever after. It has all the right tropes and clichés of a Victorian novel. Victorian? Interesting. Nothing about a crazy killer peeking in the window. Nothing at all. 27. The next morning I called Alderson. When he didn't call back, I tried the precinct. May I speak with Alderson? He quit, the front desk attendant told me. What? He quit. Left town. I just talked. Sylvia. Clear your ears. Clear your mind. He's gone. Before protesting, I realized that she wasn't just telling me that Alderson wasn't in. She was telling me that he wasn't coming back. This was bigger than I thought it was. Okay. Gotcha, I said before hanging up. I had a feeling that I'd seen the last of Alderson. What had he and Derek been involved in? What was going on? I called Charles. Hey, what happened to Alderson? Charles sighed. Sylvia, this is getting deep and dirty. I don't know what he did, but he's not around anymore and no one is looking for him. I'm on my way to your place. Charles was on my porch 20 minutes later. His eyes were wide with worry. What's going on? Just let's sit down and talk. We sat on the couch and Charles leaned forward talking in a hushed tone. Stay cool for a while. Alderson is nowhere to be seen. His son called the station looking for him this morning. The rumor is he's on vacation. Alderson has never taken a vacation since I've known him. He has a very set pattern. Work, fast food restaurants, and home. Yep. I know. So this doesn't look good for him. I don't know that Alderson will be back. You think? I do. I think he knew something, and he's been taken care of. I wanted to know what happened to Derek, but I didn't want others hurt in the process. Alderson had never been my favorite person, but I felt terrible that he was missing. He'd stuck his neck out for me. I could be the reason he was gone. Don't look like that, Charles said. You didn't do anything to him, and he chose to talk with you. I know, but it's still sad. Yes. Sad and unbelievable. I've been putting my energy into trying to find out who murdered the college students, I said, changing the subject. You probably should leave that alone too. I think it would be best if you just took some time to relax. You've been through a lot. There's something about the farmer's market. All 3 victims frequented the Tuesday afternoon market. Listen, this isn't going to make it easier to deal with Derek's death. Take a trip. I don't want to take a trip. I want answers for something. Something has to make sense. If I can't find answers to why Derek is gone, then I need answers to why these young men are dead. Do you understand, Charles? There are answers out there. We can't know everything, but some mysteries have to have resolutions. Charles was quiet for a moment. I want the truth too. Maybe we can make sense of some of it. Have you given that morning, the one when I came here to tell you about Derek, any more thought? Of course, but I haven't had any new insights about it. You were wobbly when you came to the door, like you were drunk. I wasn't. I had 1 glass of wine with dinner. You showed up early the next morning. You still got that bottle of wine? Yes. It's a sentimental thing. That was the last night I had Derek, so I've saved it. We just had a case where a wife tried to kill her husband. She would slip a little antifreeze into his margaritas. Every night for a week, she made him margaritas. He survived, but the doctor picked up the antifreeze in his system. The case made me think of you. What if something was in the wine? That would be a lead, except the bottle wasn't opened until that night. Derek gave me the bottle the night before. But he sent you that text, encouraging you to have it with dinner. We sat in silence for several minutes. Then Charles said, "What did you eat that night?" Pasta. Made homemade pesto and threw it on spaghetti. That's all you consumed that night? Yeah. Then I guess. Wait. I had tea that night. After the tea, I fell asleep. I passed out before the nightly news was over. What type of tea? Green tea. Do you still have the box? I went to the kitchen and dug through one of the cabinets. The green tea was in the back, behind olive oil and bottles of seasonings. I opened the box and started inspecting the tea bags. Charles? What's wrong? He asked, rushing into the kitchen. Look at the tea bags. Charles held up one of the tea bags and ran his fingers around the edges. 2 staples. Someone tampered with the tea. I felt my heart quicken. Who had been in my place? When were they there? Sylvia, what's going on? The tea tasted a little off that night. Not quite stale, but different from what it usually tasted like. Sometimes it's a little off, you know. Not all tea bags are created equal, so I just drank it. Earlier I'd had wine with dinner, another familiar ritual. Why did I fall asleep that night? Because there was something in the tea. Why did it happen the night that Derek died? A shiver ran up my spine. I was a tough lady, but if someone had been in the house while I was there or had broken in and I hadn't noticed, I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. This is strange. I don't think you should be here alone, Charles said. This would have happened at the apartment. Still, you need to be safe. I'll be fine. Let's focus. Derek mentioned the wine in the text messages. Asked me to tell him how it was. Derek wanted you to have the wine he brought over? Why? I don't always have wine with dinner. Derek knew that. But he wanted to make sure you had it that night. This doesn't make any. I stopped mid-sentence. Derek bought tea. He bought this tea? No. Derek bought tea before he died. I found the receipt at his place. What does that have to do with this tea? The receipt didn't specify what type of tea, but I think he bought valerian root tea. He didn't like tea of any kind. I bet he added some of the valerian root to the green tea bags. Wine and valerian root together can produce extreme drowsiness. Mixing it with alcohol can be dangerous. Why would he do that if knew the mixture would be dangerous? In small doses, the mixture just knocks you out. A few years ago, Derek had trouble sleeping, and I bought him some valerian root capsules because he hated tea. I couldn't even get him to drink tea when he was sick. It was so strange to see that he bought it, and Martin commented on it. We both thought it was weird, but it makes sense now. Derek wanted me to fall asleep. Why? I don't know, but the fact that he was coming this way makes me think something was up. He wanted to make sure that you missed something. I thought for a moment. Someone was coming to town, but why would he want me to be asleep for that? Wouldn't it be better if I were awake and could defend myself? Only if you were in immediate danger. What if the threat was headed to a different location? I thought about that for a moment. It made sense. Derek had shown me the house the evening we met at Rounders, but he wanted to make sure that I wasn't there the next night. He made me swear that I wouldn't come here without him. But I'd contemplated it, because I wanted to surprise him by cleaning it up a bit. Now that I think about that night, when we came here for the first time, something had changed when we were leaving. Derek had been quieter, and he'd suggested that we take a drive out of town. A roundabout journey through cornfields and back roads instead of taking the interstate straight to Belleville. We sat by Belleville Lake talking until sunset. Maybe he was trying to shake someone who was tailing you guys. Do you remember anything else? Think back to the moment when you two left here. I closed my eyes and ran the memory through my mind a few times. Nothing. Okay. What happened after the lake? After that, we went back to my place, talked, slept a few hours, and got up before dawn. Derek was already up and about when I woke. That must have been when he tampered with the tea. But why? Come on, Sil, I need your cop brain. Not your I'm so in love brain. What else happened? Charles, I'm doing my best. Wait. The lake. We went there and talked for a few hours until sunset. Why Belleville Lake? I don't know. Sil, you have the answer. Why? I don't know. I ran my hands over my face, frustrated with my lack of insight. The moment the words were out of my mouth, I remembered. A man. Glasses, gray Sebring car sitting across the street. Nothing out of the ordinary, but he was there. Had he been watching us? There was a guy in a car across the street from the house. I didn't think much of it. A guy in a car on the street in Ipsy isn't strange, but Derek changed his mind all of a sudden. We were heading back to my place, but all of a sudden he said we should go for a drive. I didn't think about why the plans changed so abruptly. I was just happy that we were buying a house and getting back together. But you're sure someone was out there? What did the guy in the car look like? Yes, someone was there. I don't remember what he looked like. I didn't spend time getting details, because I didn't think a guy sitting in a car meant anything. Well, at least we know it wasn't a cop. How do we know that? Did you recognize this guy? Not at all. He could have been a cop from another precinct. That doesn't make any sense. Do you want this to be about dirty cops? No, but think about it. Alderson is missing. Why would he be missing if the precinct didn't have anything to do with Derek's death? I know you're bitter about the precinct, but we're on your side. No, Charles. You are on my side, right? Or are you selling me out for the precinct? No. That's not what's going on. What I'm saying is that I think you're so focused on cops, you aren't paying attention to the fact that Derek was messing around with serious criminal elements. Open your eyes. I loved Derek too, but he was into some shady stuff. Accept it. I didn't doubt Charles's loyalty, but he was still part of the precinct. It would be nice to be sure that cops had nothing to do with Derek's death, but I wasn't at that point yet. Okay. Let's just stop for now. Good idea. But when things die down, I'm going to find out what really happened to Derek. 27. The next morning, I called Alderson. When he didn't call back, I tried the precinct. May I speak with Alderson? He quit, the front desk attendant told me. What? He quit. Left town. I just talked. Sylvia. Clear your ears. Clear your mind. He's gone. Before protesting, I realized that she wasn't just telling me that Alderson wasn't in. She was telling me that he wasn't coming back. This was bigger than I thought it was. Okay. Gotcha, I said before hanging up. I had a feeling that I'd seen the last of Alderson. What had he and Derek been involved in? What was going on? I called Charles. Hey, what happened to Alderson? Charles sighed. Sylvia, this is getting deep and dirty. I don't know what he did, but he's not around anymore and no one is looking for him. I'm on my way to your place. Charles was on my porch 20 minutes later. His eyes were wide with worry. What's going on? Just let's sit down and talk. We sat on the couch and Charles leaned forward talking in a hushed tone. Stay cool for a while. Alderson is nowhere to be seen. His son called the station looking for him this morning. The rumor is he's on vacation. Alderson has never taken a vacation since I've known him. He has a very set pattern. Work, fast food restaurants, and home. Yep. I know. So this doesn't look good for him. I don't know that Alderson will be back. You think? I do. I think he knew something, and he's been taken care of. I wanted to know what happened to Derek, but I didn't want others hurt in the process. Alderson had never been my favorite person, but I felt terrible that he was missing. He'd stuck his neck out for me. I could be the reason he was gone. Don't look like that, Charles said. You didn't do anything to him, and he chose to talk with you. I know, but it's still sad. Yes. Sad and unbelievable. I've been putting my energy into trying to find out who murdered the college students, I said, changing the subject. You probably should leave that alone too. I think it would be best if you just took some time to relax. You've been through a lot. There's something about the farmers' market. All 3 victims frequented the Tuesday afternoon market. Listen, this isn't going to make it easier to deal with Derek's death. Take a trip. I don't want to take a trip. I want answers for something. Something has to make sense. If I can't find answers to why Derek is gone, then I need answers to why these young men are dead. Do you understand, Charles? There are answers out there. We can't know everything, but some mysteries have to have resolutions. Charles was quiet for a moment. I want the truth too. Maybe we can make sense of some of it. Have you given that morning, the one when I came here to tell you about Derek, any more thought? Of course, but I haven't had any new insights about it. You were wobbly when you came to the door, like you were drunk. I wasn't. I had 1 glass of wine with dinner. You showed up early the next morning. You still got that bottle of wine? Yes. It's a sentimental thing. That was the last night I had Derek, so I've saved it. We just had a case where a wife tried to kill her husband. She would slipped a little antifreeze into his margaritas. Every night for a week, she made him margaritas. He survived, but the doctor picked up the antifreeze in his system. The case made me think of you. What if something was in the wine? That would be a lead, except the bottle wasn't opened until that night. Derek gave me the bottle the night before. But he sent you that text, encouraging you to have it with dinner. We sat in silence for several minutes. Then Charles said, "What did you eat that night?" Pasta. Made homemade pesto and threw it on spaghetti. That's all you consumed that night? Yeah. Then I guess. Wait. I had tea that night. After the tea, I fell asleep. I passed out before the nightly news was over. What type of tea? Green tea. Do you still have the box? I went to the kitchen and dug through one of the cabinets. The green tea was in the back, behind olive oil and bottles of seasonings. I opened the box and started inspecting the tea bags. Charles? What's wrong? He asked, rushing into the kitchen. Look at the tea bags. Charles held up one of the tea bags and ran his fingers around the edges. 2 staples. Someone tampered with the tea. I felt my heart quicken. Who had been in my place? When were they there? Sylvia, what's going on? The tea tasted a little off that night. Not quite stale, but different from what it usually tasted like. Sometimes it's a little off, you know. Not all tea bags are created equal, so I just drank it. Earlier I'd had wine with dinner, another familiar ritual. Why did I fall asleep that night? Because there was something in the tea. Why did it happen the night that Derek died? A shiver ran up my spine. I was a tough lady, but if someone had been in the house while I was there or had broken in and I hadn't noticed, I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. This is strange. I don't think you should be here alone, Charles said. This would have happened at the apartment. Still, you need to be safe. I'll be fine. Let's focus. Derek mentioned the wine in the text messages. Asked me to tell him how it was. Derek wanted you to have the wine he brought over? Why? I don't always have wine with dinner. Derek knew that. But he wanted to make sure you had it that night. This doesn't make any. I stopped mid-sentence. Derek bought tea. He bought this tea? No. Derek bought tea before he died. I found the receipt at his place. What does that have to do with this tea? The receipt didn't specify what type of tea, but I think he bought valerian root tea. He didn't like tea of any kind. I bet he added some of the valerian root to the green tea bags. Wine and valerian root together can produce extreme drowsiness. Mixing it with alcohol can be dangerous. Why would he do that if knew the mixture would be dangerous? In small doses, the mixture just knocks you out. A few years ago, Derek had trouble sleeping, and I bought him some valerian root capsules because he hated tea. I couldn't even get him to drink tea when he was sick. It was so strange to see that he bought it, and Martin commented on it. We both thought it was weird, but it makes sense now. Derek wanted me to fall asleep. Why? I don't know, but the fact that he was coming this way makes me think something was up. He wanted to make sure that you missed something. I thought for a moment. Someone was coming to town, but why would he want me to be asleep for that? Wouldn't it be better if I were awake and could defend myself? Only if you were in immediate danger. What if the threat was headed to a different location? I thought about that for a moment. It made sense. Derek had shown me the house the evening we met at Rounders, but he wanted to make sure that I wasn't there the next night. He made me swear that I wouldn't come here without him. But I'd contemplated it, because I wanted to surprise him by cleaning it up a bit. Now that I think about that night, when we came here for the first time, something had changed when we were leaving. Derek had been quieter, and he'd suggested that we take a drive out of town. A roundabout journey through cornfields and back roads instead of taking the interstate straight to Belleville. We sat by Belleville Lake talking until sunset. Maybe he was trying to shake someone who was tailing you guys. Do you remember anything else? Think back to the moment when you two left here. I closed my eyes and ran the memory through my mind a few times. Nothing. Okay. What happened after the lake? After that, we went back to my place, talked, slept a few hours, and got up before dawn. Derek was already up and about when I woke. That must have been when he tampered with the tea. But why? Come on, Sil, I need your cop brain. Not your I'm so in love brain. What else happened? Charles, I'm doing my best. Wait. The lake. We went there and talked for a few hours until sunset. Why Belleville Lake? I don't know. Sil, you have the answer. Why? I don't know. I ran my hands over my face, frustrated with my lack of insight. The moment the words were out of my mouth, I remembered. A man. Glasses, gray Sebring car sitting across the street. Nothing out of the ordinary, but he was there. Had he been watching us? There was a guy in a car across the street from the house. I didn't think much of it. A guy in a car on the street in Ipsy isn't strange, but Derek changed his mind all of a sudden. We were heading back to my place, but all of a sudden he said we should go for a drive. I didn't think about why the plans changed so abruptly. I was just happy that we were buying a house and getting back together. But you're sure someone was out there? What did the guy in the car look like? Yes, someone was there. I don't remember what he looked like. I didn't spend time getting details, because I didn't think a guy sitting in a car meant anything. Well, at least we know it wasn't a cop. How do we know that? Did you recognize this guy? Not at all. He could have been a cop from another precinct. That doesn't make any sense. Do you want this to be about dirty cops? No, but think about it. Alderson is missing. Why would he be missing if the precinct didn't have anything to do with Derek's death? I know you're bitter about the precinct, but we're on your side. No, Charles. You are on my side, right? Or are you selling me out for the precinct? No. That's not what's going on. What I'm saying is that I think you're so focused on cops, you aren't paying attention to the fact that Derek was messing around with serious criminal elements. Open your eyes. I loved Derek too, but he was into some shady stuff. Accept it. I didn't doubt Charles's loyalty, but he was still part of the precinct. It would be nice to be sure that cops had nothing to do with Derek's death, but I wasn't at that point yet. Okay. Let's just stop for now. Good idea. But when things die down, I'm going to find out what really happened to Derek. 28. I had never seen Ypsilanti so on edge. Restaurants and bars started closing earlier because people were staying home after dark. The police were out doing routine checks, and students were mostly absent from the streets. After several days of speculation by the local news, the police finally called a press conference. Hundreds of people from the neighborhood packed into the downtown branch of the library. Martin and I slipped into the back of the room a few minutes before the projected start time. The police chief and mayor came out to greet the crowd. They were met with a loud roar, and questions and demands were shouted at the stage. "Bentley, tell us the truth," one man yelled. "What about those boys that hang out in the preserve?" an elderly woman with a walker yelled. "Yeah, what about them? They're dangerous?" Thomas Randall yelled, holding his fist up in the air. The crowd raged with anger and fear, but the police chief handled it with poise and grace. After waiting for the roar to die down, he spoke calmly into the microphone. "If you want an update, everyone will need to sit down and be quiet. If you can't do that, I'm not telling you anything." Stunned by his relaxed nature, the crowd began to quiet. When the noise was nothing more than a low buzz, Chief Bentley said, "We extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Chris Stanton, John Bigsby, and Donald Pratt. At this time, we have some leads but have not made any arrests in this case. We don't think that the murders are connected at this point." Murmurs started and quickly increased to a loud hum. "There's no evidence that a serial killer is on the loose, despite what you hear on the streets. We live in a violent country. That we can't deny. It might be someone from Detroit or something like that. We just don't know." The news conference was short and to the point. No one knew what was going on. It was just a string of random killings, and the usual excuse was tacked on at the end. A boogeyman from Detroit was probably responsible. "Did you hear that crap, Wilcox? You know the murders are connected. Why don't you tell the pig-headed chief?" Thomas Randall's eyes were on fire, and his brow wrinkled with anger. "Thomas, take it easy. We don't know that the killings are connected. I see you're towing the company line, even though you aren't even on the team anymore." "Figures," he said, shrugging his huge shoulders before walking away. People shouted and screamed at the stage. The mayor was at the microphone, doing her best to calm the situation. "Let's get out of here," I said before grabbing Martin's arm and pulling him toward the door. Once we were outside, Martin said, "That was intense." Yes, it was. I wonder if saying the killer might be from Detroit, instead of from the local area, is a ploy to make people feel safer. Regardless of where the killer is from, people are dying. Some people might think they're safe if they don't know anyone from Detroit. Kind of like how when certain groups get murdered, people outside of those groups aren't worried about being killed. And the perpetrator can ravage the population they are slaughtering. But that's not the case here. The first two were students, the third one was your average Joe. Nothing spectacular about any of them. None of them had regular 9-to-5 jobs. Yes, but that's true for most of IPSI. Full-time jobs are the exception, not the rule. There's the non-traditional student angle for the first two. But that falls apart with the third body. So the farmer's market is the only thing the three have in common? That's it. We sat quiet and thinking for a few minutes. "What are we missing?" I asked. "No idea." I called McAllister the next morning. "Let's talk." He let out a heavy sigh. "Wilcox, I ain't got time for pure speculation." "I think that's exactly what you have time for. Unless you've got something." His silence told me he didn't have much to go on. "Rounders tonight at 6. "I can't make any promises," he said, but I knew he'd be there. Detective McAllister was in the corner booth, smoking a cigarette and sipping on a mixed drink. I headed over to his table. "Those things will kill you. So will stress. Just have to see what gets me first." "May I?" Yeah. Have a seat." "Rough one, EH?" "Yep." "I know you aren't really interested in talking to me about the case, but you know what, Wilcox, friggin' talk. If you've got something, let's hear it." All three of these guys went to the farmer's market. And all of them were non-traditional students or graduates, and they attended McMaster's or Eastern. Right, but that's pretty normal for this place. A great deal of the residents attend school. They also have non-traditional jobs. No 9-to-5 employment for any of them. Okay. These are vague points. Let's bring this baby home. Where ya going with this? I think we've got to look in two directions. 1. Someone is lashing out at academia. These guys who go through college, graduate, might spit knowledge in the bars and show off. Someone local, a person who is not doing so well, doesn't have the college education, or is being displaced by people with degrees. Keep talking. The other side of the spectrum is that these guys totally debunk the idea that going to college guarantees a decent job. All of them were struggling to make a mark in the world. 2 of the victims were barely getting by, and the other was doing well at the moment, but that could have been temporary. So who would be mad about all of this? Good question. Who? The waitress came over and asked if I wanted a drink. I ordered a beer before I continued. This is where I'm stumped. Who the hell is mad about that? Someone who didn't get accepted to one of the schools? Is it someone who can't afford the tuition? Or someone who was rejected? I don't know, but I think it's an angle worth checking out. What do you think about the high school kid? He's obsessed with morbidity. He's a teenager. It's not so weird for that group, but he was excited about the dead body. What about the Coopers? I know you've been hanging out around there, snooping and talking to the old lady that lives out there. The Coopers have been in this town for a long time. I don't think Moses is a suspect, but Ben Cooper is a person of interest. Even though he's only got a statutory rape and assault convictions on his record, but the death of his uncle could have set him off. That's my angle on him, I said. The Coopers are getting old, but both of them are known to be violent. Why kill at home and dump the bodies a few acres away? Makes no sense. True, and they would have had a better time killing people around here in the past when there were fewer people. They also are outside of the average age range of those that commit violent crimes. Have you looked into Gilbert Newton? Yes. He's a jerk, but I don't think he's the one. He actually was out of town for the first murder. My beer arrived. I took a sip before saying, "You know about the job, right? The department head shenanigans?" "Yes. I think it's petty. Nothing someone is going to kill over." "You know Gilbert's is being removed from the position, right?" "Well, allegedly." No. I haven't been back to inquire, but I could see why that would happen. He wasn't exactly a good face for the department. How about Andy Hurst? Not much of a connection to the other victims. I have a theory about that, but let's cover a few more things first. What about the cars? Where were they found? Chris Stanton's vehicle was found in the parking lot of the tavern, that dive bar just north of Depot Town's business district. What did the owners have to say? Nothing much. I talked to the staff that night. Nothing major. How about Ned? He drives that stretch of land twice a week, delivering the newspaper, and the murders seem to happen on one of the nights he does his route. I know, but he's also old and kind. I don't see him as the killer. Anyway, Stanton's white Nissan Altima was parked at the back of the establishment, doors locked, and nothing had been taken from the vehicle. We dusted for prints. Just his and his girlfriend's. Nothing out of the ordinary. What likely happened was the deceased accepted a ride home from someone. Any idea who that might be? Not a clue. He was at the bar by himself, drinking alone and clearly not happy, according to the bartender. Did you talk with the girlfriend, Maya? Yes, we talked to her. She was at home studying that night. It was verified by her roommates and neighbors that saw her that night. Did she tell you that Stanton told her that he missed his ex-wife? No. She just said he was down. What the hell? Why wouldn't she tell me that? I had to drag it out of her. She doesn't want to feel like Stanton didn't love her. From what she told me, it sounded like he was regretting his new life. The ex-wife says she hasn't talked with him in months. Interesting. She told me they were communicating again. Right. We found that out when we saw who Chris was texting with that night. Kelsey played things down when we confronted her about it. She didn't say that they were for sure getting back together, but she made it sound like they were communicating on a regular basis. Yeah. We looked into her. Nothing major was going on there. She just was saving face when she told us she hadn't talked to him. Didn't want us to think she was weak. How much did Chris drink that night? 5 Jack and Cokes and a few beers. He was at the place for several hours and had a burger and fries, so he was fine to keep drinking. Didn't cause any trouble, but the bartender did a silent cutoff after the 5th Jack and Coke. She just didn't acknowledge him anymore? Right. She said Chris didn't seem to notice. According to everyone that remembers seeing him, he was pretty down. Depressed even. So, what's your theory? Well, I think the only way this goes down is that he gets in the car with someone. Could have been someone that was just passing through, or someone he knew. Nothing to hint around to why he was down? Nope. How about the third victim? Donald Pratt was at Rounders. He walked from his job at a law firm in town. His cousin owns the place, and it looks like the job was a favor. I have a confession. Shoot. I went to the trailer park where Donald Pratt lived. And what did Ms. Nosy find? The girlfriend had a heated argument with the neighbor. Young guy, attractive. There's an old lady 3 trailers down. Likes to sit outside and smoke cigarettes. I watched her take some surveillance of the situation. I bet she knows what's going on there. The town gossip. Have you talked to her? Briefly, but she acted like she had no clue what was going on. All she told me was that Serenity and Donald drank, smoked, and fought all the time. Did she happen to mention any fights, in particular? Like, did she ever overhear what they were fighting about? Nope. Wilcox, why don't you want to be a cop anymore? Don't change the subject. Tell me about the second car. A late 90s tempo red, well kept, left in the parking lot here. Once again, no prints other than the victims, but John's story is a bit different. This guy was partying, having a good time with friends. Apparently, too much of a good time because none of them really remember what happened after about 12:30. Of course, that's probably a lie, but nada after 12:30. Where did the friends go? They headed out and walked home. John didn't live that far, and he only drove to the bar because he'd been busy right up until class time. He normally walked and invited everyone to the bar after class, including the professor. This time around, only a handful of people could go. Because of the short intensive summer classes. Correct, but John was helping to teach the class. He'd already graduated and was just studying for the final exam. Someone had the answers, right? Yep. So there had been a falling out over that. John did tell the department head, the old one that was his friend, but nothing came of it. I don't think the department takes the exam as serious as the students. In fact, I get the feeling that the exam is just a hoop to jump through. But the students think it really matters. Possibly enough to think about murder if someone told the department head about cheating? Would the cheaters strike back even though nothing came of the revelation? Doesn't make much sense. No one was punished. Murder is too much revenge for that. Okay, so this is another angle. You've heard about Gilbert disrupting graduation a few years ago. I did. Gilbert was angry about a lack of opportunities, but why murder the guys that were struggling? John I can see because he was finding some success, but not the other two guys. Well, technically, John was about to go places, but I have no idea why anyone would be jealous of the other two. I could see people being angry at him. You know, I thought that would really come through in the interviews, but for the most part, those kids are so sad that he's not around anymore. He wasn't a flashy, showy kind of guy, he was constantly helping others, and outside of the students that had the test questions, everyone got along with him. How about the third victim? The law clerk. He'd had a little tiff with the girlfriend, headed back to the office to work for a few hours, and ended up heading to Rounders for dinner. He walked to the restaurant, ate, seemed to be in decent spirits, and presumably walked back to his car, only he didn't make it. So maybe he stopped somewhere else and met up with the killer. Any evidence that these guys ran in the same circle? I asked. None. So, are you thinking abduction or something like that? Not really. I think these are grown men, and they're going with someone they know. I think the same thing. How about the drugs in the preserve angle? Do you think all these guys headed out there to party, and that's how they're acquainted? It's possible, but we really haven't found much evidence to support that theory. It's all just hearsay. Any solid leads? Nothing. It's like someone is coming to our town, killing people and not leaving a trace. Motive? Total blank. These guys, even if they were casual marijuana smokers, weren't drug addicts, involved in gangs, or known troublemakers. No crimes in their backgrounds. Just average, everyday guys, McAllister said. John was black, but Chris and Donald were white. Yep. No pattern there either. What about Ben Cooper? He's not someone I can rule out, but other than him having prior offenses and being generally unstable, I don't have anything on him. So you don't think it's a possibility? McAllister sighed. I don't want to jump to conclusion because of how the guy is. I agree that he is violent at times, but I've been a cop in this town for 12 years and he hasn't caused any trouble. I think it's a jump for him to start murdering people after all this time. I agree. So this case is basically wide open at this point? I wish it was different. What about the high school kids? I know I was pushing it a bit, but I don't actually think it was the kid. I've got an idea. You're coming on board? McAllister, just hear me out. I can get information that you can't. You're a cop, and everyone knows it. I'm not a cop anymore, and I know a few people around town. And you look younger than me. The college crowd will talk to you. Yep. And I don't have any cases. Think about how much time I can dedicate to this thing. McAllister shook his head. You're manipulating me. No. I'm just telling you what you already know. You've got other cases and duties to worry about. So, what are you saying? I'm in this with you. I know you want me to be official, but I can't right now. McAllister took a sip of his drink and said, Thanks for this. I needed to talk it out with an outsider. Or an in-betweener, or whatever you are. 29. A few days later, I headed to Dewey High School, where Chris Stanton had taught and Bryce Angleton was enrolled. The high school was integrating students from a broader geographic area these days. The cities and townships had seen a population decline, and the proliferation of charter schools posed challenges to what was once the only high school. Now students were shuffled around from city to city, switching between the three high schools. The argument about which school was best and what students needed had raged for several years and showed no signs of stopping. Lana had put me in touch with the principal at Dewey. There'd been some hesitation, but when he heard I was a detective, Stephen Castle agreed to meet. Was I a detective? Yes, but I was technically unemployed. As I pulled into the parking lot an hour after the last bell of the day, I hoped none of that would come up. I carried a slight amount of guilt as I stepped into the foyer of the school. Stephen Castle was medium height with tan-brown skin and dark eyes. He wore black suit pants and a white button-down dress shirt, and was waiting for me in the office when I arrived. Detective, it's nice to meet you. Mr. Castle, thank you for meeting with me. Sure. How can I help? I need a bit of information about a couple of students here. Nothing specific, of course. As I'm sure you've heard, some kids stumbled upon a dead body the other night. Yes? Terrible. Those killings have all of us petrified. It's a terrible thing. The boys have, of course, become suspects, but for the most part their involvement seems unlikely. Even so, we need good reasons to rule them out. I can't give you personal information. Of course not. I'm just asking if you've had trouble of any kind from students. I mean, technically, everyone's a suspect until they aren't. See what I mean? Steve Castle nodded his head. Yeah. I see what you mean. The sooner we can get this guy off the street, the better. Steve Castle crinkled his brow. There is something strange going on here, and I'm afraid for a few of our students. Okay. What is going on? There is a group of boys here that seems to be verging on the dangerous side. One of them has a look, and he had some strange things in his locker a few weeks ago. We did a locker search, found drugs, and suspended him. He spent a little time locked up at a juvenile treatment center, but he's back, and now these killings have sprung up. Teenagers are notoriously angsty. What specifically makes you think that these kids could be responsible for the killings? Well, we found something else in his locker. During the search, the police located animal bones, and it made me think that he might have been the person killing the animals. I asked the police if they were going to try to match up the bones, find out what type of animals were slaughtered, but once they determined that the bones weren't human, they decided that it wasn't something they were going to pursue. They didn't think it was worth finding out whether or not the boy committed the animal slayings, because the victims weren't humans. Exactly, but isn't killing animals a problem? Doesn't that lead to violence against humans? I shook my head in disapproval, but things are more complicated than right and wrong. On the surface, it appeared to be near-sighted thinking, but the reality was that very few precincts would be able to dedicate time to that type of investigation. It can. It's like a gateway to harming humans, but it doesn't always lead to that extreme. The police have limited resources, and they focus on patterns. If the kid is just fascinated with bones, he could have just been collecting them to examine and dissect them. It's not uncommon for teens to be fascinated with such things. But wouldn't you want to look into it? Absolutely, and I bet some of the officers wanted to look into things, but it isn't always possible for cops to do that. We have to work within the bounds of the law. We also have superiors who determine where the investigation goes. That might be what's going on here. The kid has parents that are prominent in the community. They're great people, and one of their older kids is a teacher here. Everyone loves the parents, but the youngest son isn't like them. He seems to be more like the people his folks are helping. He's involved in drugs, weird tastes and hobbies, and terrible grades. His parents are religious pillars, successful and all-around pleasant people. What do you mean when you say the parents are prominent? Upstanding, rich, influential, or all of the above? Not rich, but middle-class, upstanding citizens who are well-liked in their neighborhood. They have 4 other children, and Bryce is the youngest. The older children have gone on to do well in life. You said his brother teaches here? Yes. I mentioned that because he'd like to talk to you. Okay. That sounds like a good idea. Castle led me down a long hallway on the north side of the school. We passed a trophy case, murals of smiling students, and posters for the debate club. Mr. Angleton, Castle called from the doorway of a classroom that was half lab and half lecture hall. Angleton was tall and slender like his younger brother Bryce, but his demeanor was calm and friendly. A banner across the top of the blackboard announced that he was the physics teacher. Even though the school day had been over for well over an hour, he was in his classroom bent over his desk, grading papers. This is the detective I told you about. Do you still want to speak with her? Steve Castle asked. The teacher stood up, gently pushing the papers aside. Yes. Thank you for bringing her to my room, Mr. Castle. Professional and serious. The science teacher was wearing perfectly pressed pants and a starched light blue dress shirt. He walked over to the doorway, shook my hand, and motioned for me to come in. Paul Angleton, he said, gripping my hand in a tight handshake. Sylvia Wilcox. Thank you for speaking with me. You may use my chair, he said, rushing behind the desk and wheeling a large, ergonomic chair out to me. I can use a desk. No. I insist. You're a guest in my classroom. I accepted the seat and asked, What would you like to talk about, Mr. Angleton? Well, it's not something I want to talk about, but it's necessary to discuss the topic. My brother Bryce. He was everyone's baby. I guess we spoiled him, and he effectively became a selfish child. Our brother Dylan is 13 years older than Bryce. The first 4 kids are 2 or fewer years apart, so we had to learn how to share and be kind to one another. Bryce is the baby, and we treated him as such. It's not a crime to be spoiled. Oh, I know. That's not the end of it. I'm having a hard time telling you because it's scary. My brother might be involved in some bad things. What type of things? We should have seen this coming, but we honestly don't know where the bone obsession came from. So all of this is a surprise? Yes. We didn't encourage it. Initially, there was an interest in anatomy, but we were okay with it. We thought, hey, it will be great to have a doctor in the family. But then his grades started to tank, and we realized the obsession wasn't leading toward a career. It was just a morbid fascination. We don't know how to get him out of the cycle of being so negative. He stopped going to church a few years ago. My parents are very religious people, but they let him stay home because he was making it hard for them to enjoy their spirituality. They probably should have forced him to go, but that goes against everything my parents believe. So they did what they thought was best and what our pastor recommended. It can be hard to know how to proceed when a child is acting out. What did you think when you heard Bryce found a dead body in the woods? I thought, oh my gosh, no way. My little brother is a monster, but then my wife reminded me that Bryce is still young. He probably was interested and intrigued, but he's not the one that killed the man. True. I thought back to the scene in the woods. Bryce had been mesmerized by the body, but he also seemed shocked that it was there. He hit a woman. She was trying to stop him from contaminating the scene. Angleton shook his head. Yes. I am so ashamed of that. Have you known Bryce to be violent? At times. He's destroyed his room several times. Not exactly an abnormal practice. I decided to cut to the chase. Mr. Angleton, what exactly are you trying to tell me about your brother? He threw his head back, closing his eyes. Detective, my brother may not have killed that man, but he might be capable of murdering others. He also likes to head to the preserve at night. I've heard him talking with his friends around the school. They go there just about every evening. My parents don't think it's a big deal, just boys being boys, but now I don't know. It's also dangerous. I don't know what to do. Are you close to Bryce? Not anymore. I'm a science teacher at his high school, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise, but he's distanced himself from the whole family. My parents are worried. He listens to this music, I think it's called death metal. It scares me. I don't want my parents to get hurt. Angleton's eyes were filled with fear. The incident with Bryce was published in the newspaper, but his name hadn't been used because he was a juvenile. The article stated that his parents were prominent, peace-loving people, but that was the only clue as to who he was. Is there anything else you would like to tell me? He struggles in school but aces tests. He's one of those kids that is very intelligent, but likes to pretend like he's not smart, so people won't demand too much from him. Also, be careful if you have to deal with him. I nodded. Thank you, Mr. Angleton. I'll be in touch. 30. One of the unfortunate things about resigning was I didn't have any power to wield. Technically, no one was required to speak with me before I quit, but because I was an officer, it was easy to get people to talk to me. Now I was on my own. I sent social media messages to John's sister Daphne, but she responded quickly, telling me that McAllister was the only person she felt comfortable talking with. I called Donald Pratt's cousin's law firm, but he promptly called back and threatened legal action if I contacted him again. Even the trailer park gossip refused to open the door when I stopped by her place. Without the badge, I would have to find a new way to get information. I decided to continue exploring Bryce Angleton as a suspect. The next day I headed to Dewey High 20 minutes before the final bell, hoping to see Bryce, Wally, or Griggs leaving for the day. About 10 minutes before the bell was scheduled to ring, Wally slipped out a side door and headed to a green Ford Ranger. He headed toward town, and I followed a safe distance behind. Wally sped through a yellow light and hit Prospect Road, leaving me stuck at the intersection. After the light changed, I continued down the road, scanning traffic for the truck. There wasn't any place for him to turn off, so I continued to the border of Ypsilanti and turned left on Michigan Avenue. I spotted a Ranger matching Wally's truck parked next to Carly's Cones, an old-fashioned ice cream and malt shop. I drove around the block and parked, waiting a few minutes before getting out of the car. I took my time walking back to the shop, giving Wally a chance to get out of the truck, head into the malt shop, and get comfortable. By the time I made it to Carly's Cones, Wally was sitting in the back of the shop, wearing his Letterman jacket and sipping on a shake. I ordered a strawberry shake and slid into a booth adjacent to his location. He was enjoying his drink and focused on the screen of his cell phone. He let out a giggle and used his finger to scroll through the information on his phone. I waited for him to look up. Hi. Remember me? His eyes narrowed for a moment before going wide. Wally's mouth fell open, and he grabbed hold of his cup and started to slide out of the booth. I moved to his table and sat across from him. I have some questions about your friend Bryce. My dad's a lawyer. He told me not to talk to the cops. Ever. I decided to let Wally continue to think I was a police officer. I'm sure your dad also told you that since I'm a Detroit detective, talking to me is different. Notice that I didn't show you a badge. Yeah, but still. If I talk to you, you're probably going to tell the cops around here. My dad says you're all in it together. Your dad is right. We're all in it together, but what about the rest of the people that live around here? Aren't we, as in the entire community, all in it together? Remember the dead body? Is it okay that a young man lost his life? Or you just don't care about that type of thing? Of course I care, but you're not going to force me into saying something I'll regret. Forget about that, lady cop. What if I told you I was just a cop? Would you talk to me if I wasn't a lady? Whatever, he said, rolling his eyes. I'm not into the feminist thing. Great. Free country and all. So Wally, the question is, do you think your dear friend Bryce had something to do with the murders? Do you think I would hang out with a killer? I don't know. When I was younger, sometimes my friends would do things that took our little games too far. I didn't necessarily want to be a part of the mayhem. Sometimes that happens when we're young. Bryce is weird, but we've been friends since we were in second grade. Most of the stuff he does is to make his parents mad. What's up with the obsession with bones? He wants to be a doctor. Wally, that's not true. If it is, he's not on track for that. I've heard about his grades. He figures that the test scores will get him into Harvard. I laughed. Of course, he wants to go to Harvard. That's why he keeps getting suspended for drugs. Yeah, that's not smart. My dad says he can shake the charges if he does the community service he's been assigned. What were you three doing in the woods that night? Just hanging out. We weren't doing anything crazy. If you're looking for crazy, check out those weird brothers that live around there. We saw them that night. They were out in the woods doing something. Moses and Ben had been out that evening. Where did you see them? They were close to the road, hanging around and not doing much. No idea what they were up to, but one of them chased us and we ran into the woods. That's how we ended up back there. They were furious that we were out there. Did you ask them why they were out there? We're talking about you right now. Not them. Why were you guys in the woods that night? I don't have to tell you anything. You don't. I also don't have to tell your father about the cocaine you got your hands on, but I bet he'd like to know. That's a little different from the weed you got caught with a few weeks ago. What? How do you know that? You never know who is out in the woods, I said, smiling. See. You are all in it together. How do you know about that? As you said, we're all in it together, I said, winking at Wally. Listen, we were down there just hanging out. It wasn't anything special. Not good enough. I guess Daddy will need to hear about this little slip-up, I said, taking a sip from my shake and standing up, turning to head back to my table. Wait. Okay. Here's the thing. Bryce is my friend, and I know he didn't kill anyone, but he told us that he wanted to show us something in the woods. It was supposed to be a haunted place, but we ended up stumbling upon the body. It was a mistake. I know Bryce was acting like he was happy to see the body, but he told me he was freaked out. That's why he touched it. You think he knew the body was out there? Wally squirmed in his seat. I think he could have seen it earlier in the day. Bryce cuts class a lot. You don't cut classes? No. I need good grades and perfect attendance. I might leave a few minutes early to beat the crowd, but I don't cut classes. Did you know Mr. Stanton? He was a teacher at Dewey. Sure. I knew him. Did you ever take his class? All the students at school had his class. He taught a class about using the library, so yeah, everyone knew him. No, I don't think Bryce killed him. What do you remember about Mr. Stanton? Wally shook his head slowly before saying, He's dead, so I guess it doesn't matter. Mr. Stanton was a stoner. What drugs was he using? Marijuana. How do you know that? How do you think? He was in the preserve. Yeah. It was weird seeing him there. He got all uptight and left because he was still teaching us when we saw him. How long ago did you see him in preserve? The first time? Did you see him more than once? Wally waited a few minutes before he spoke. He was a cool teacher. Good guy, but he wasn't like an adult. He was like us. Just hanging out all the time. He even had a friend that sold drugs. I stay away from drugs, but Bryce would hang out with the college dudes. Bryce and Chris Stanton hung out? I wouldn't say that. It's more like they like drugs, so they have that in common. I honestly don't like drugs. That talk you heard in the woods, it wasn't real. We talk big sometimes, but it's just talk. Do you remember the name of Chris Stanton's friend that sold drugs? Nope. He was just a tall, quiet guy. Nothing really stood out about him. 31. Chris Stanton spent time getting high in the preserve. I'd called McAllister the moment I got home. The kids hang out there. I don't want to arrest a kid for 3 murders. I really hope that is just a coincidence. What are the odds that Donald Pratt and Jonathan Bigsby hung out there as well? They all frequented the farmer's market. Their paths could have crossed. You know how everyone knows just about everyone around here, McAllister said. Bryce Angleton also has an animal bone obsession. Yeah. It's not looking good for this kid, but here's something that shifts the focus. Ben Cooper confessed to one of the murders. You don't actually. Don't worry, I don't really buy it. He confessed to another officer when he was in lockup. I think it was just because he wanted to be released, but you know how much that complicates things. Some people will want to throw in the towel on this thing. That's terrible. I feel like Ben could easily be railroaded. Right. That's where you come in. I'm ready to help. What do you need? Can you go back to talk with Nankeen Burke? We need more information about Ben, and Moses won't talk with us at all. I know he's got problems, but just in case, we need more about his mental state. I'm on it. I'll head over and talk with her. Also, Gilbert Newton is still the department head. The longer this thing goes on, I feel like he might have more to do with this than I first thought. Well, I just happen to have this security gig. Yeah. I never thought I'd say this, but I need you, Ms. Security Guard. Please talk with Ms. Burke for me. We laughed and made plans to touch base in a few days. Ben Cooper could be the murderer, but I'd need some convincing before I accepted his confession as fact. I searched online for more information about Ben, but there was nothing. If he was registered to vote or had a license, I couldn't find any basic information for him. I decided to head to bed early and start fresh in the morning. Nankeen Burke seemed to be waiting for me when I showed up at her door the next morning. Halfway through the first series of knocks, she pulled the door open. I knew you'd come to help. Thank you, Nankeen said, standing back so I could enter the house. I need to know anything that you think might help Ben. He's confessed to a murder I don't think he committed. Okay. I'm ready to help. We sat in the living room, and Nankeen stared out the window as she began. My father was a psychiatrist at Eloise. He just loved that place. He even named me, his only daughter, after the original township where it was located. Nankeen Township? Correct. It was Nankeen before the poorhouse came along and took the place over. The poorhouse turned into a city-sized poorhouse and mental institution. My father was a good man and thought he could help Nettie. We were all close back then. Back in the 1960s, there was a chance that you might get out if you went to a mental institution, but discharges were slow because most patients didn't have anywhere to go. Families often turned over custody to the state, so medical decisions and movements from one facility to another were handled by the families. Okay. What does this have to do with Ben? Just let me tell the story. It starts with his mother. The Coopers didn't want Nettie around anymore, so she ended up in an institution. Well, she was troubled, and they already had a bad reputation. The plan was for Nettie to be in a place where a friend could look out for her. My father thought he could help her get better and come home. Is that why she ended up a hospital in another county? That's right. Nettie's parents asked the judge for that, and he granted it. What happened to Nettie? I'm not sure. The records have since been destroyed, but she didn't die until 1974. So Ben and Moses were older when she died. Not young children. Yes. I know it's bad. That's why I'm telling you all of this. I want you to know where he's coming from. He's a good person. Just had it rough always. I think most of us thought Ben would be in a place for life. He's unstable, and it's hard to control him, but all the places where he would have stayed closed. Wouldn't he have had to come home at some point? Ben does not seem to be someone that needs permanent residential care. You're too young to remember what it was like. There was a time when you could be committed for having an argument with your folks. A lot of the people who went to the asylum stayed there. They would live and die in the institution, and the state would notify the next of kin when they were dead. If the next of kin paid, the person was buried promptly. If not, the state would keep the body until it had the money to bury the deceased. So Moses and Ben's mother died there? Not exactly. Nettie had been moved to the hospital in Ypsilanti by then. We'd already told them that she'd died. Did Moses know? Neither one of them knew, but Alex told Moses once the boy was an adult. Ben didn't find out until after Alex died. He got into some paperwork and found out that his mother had been alive for the first 14 years of his life. How did Ben take the news? Nankeen shook her head and said, "He won't never be the same. It destroyed him." Is that why he roams the woods now? He's always done that, but now he's violent and hard to control. Like I said, we thought he would be locked up somewhere for life. So, is that what happened when he was younger? Did he ended up in the same place as his mother? He did for a while. Then something happened and all those places closed. Or if they were still open, people could only stay for about a month. Has Ben had outpatient treatment? We tried to get him to go, but he doesn't like it. So, he goes without medicine and therapy. Ben found out his mother had been alive for years after he thought she was dead. Did that set him off? He was angry, of course, and a little violent, but physically he's okay. It's mentally that he is messed up. Tell me about the rape. Oh gosh, that was just parents that didn't want their daughter dating Ben. Sad because she genuinely liked him. And while we're on it, the assault was of the girl's father. He blew up and confronted Ben. Needless to say, things went Ben's way and the father pressed charges. Ben has confessed. I need something concrete to get him out of this. It's those kids. The high school ones. I just know it. I think I saw them that night. Nankeen had already told me she hadn't seen or heard anything. Now she was just desperate to get Ben out of trouble. Thanks for the information, I said. I felt like she told me all she knew. I headed to the precinct the next morning. McAllister ran his hands over his face when he saw me come through the door. Hey. I've got some. We're going to charge Ben Cooper, McAllister said. You know he's not your guy. Wilcox? No. Let's have a chat, I said, walking past the other officers and heading straight for McAllister's office. I think he'll confess to the other killings as well. I know we weren't thinking he was the guy, but maybe he is. I sat down in a chair. I'm not leaving until we have a real conversation. McAllister sighed and entered the office, slamming the door behind himself. Okay. Sorry. I had to make that look good for the guys. Tell me what you've got. What's going on? You've worked at a precinct before. You know what it can be like. I did. Sometimes your boss just wanted a case closed. Even if it meant putting the wrong person behind bars. Ben needs help, guidance and therapy for PTSD, but he's not your killer. McAllister shook his head. You know how this goes. People are frantic, and they want us to solve the damn thing. Well, there's a guy who has confessed to one murder and the attack of a woman. Any idea who the lady might have been? I should have filed a report when Ben attacked me. Hiding evidence weakened my credibility. I know. He's been violent since we picked him up. If nothing else, we're keeping a bad guy off the streets. Now, would you like to tell me more about Ben Cooper attacking you in the woods? No. McAllister, you're keeping a sick man locked up. But you aren't holding a murderer. Okay, Wilcox. I'll bite. What's your theory? I don't have the answers. I just know Ben isn't the killer. That ain't much of a theory. I need something concrete. All victims were likely murdered early Thursday morning, probably around the time the train comes through. Not the passenger train, but the freighter. All of the victims were non-traditional students or recent graduates. Different colleges. Correct. But let's stay with similarities. Okay. What else? The newspaper route. Delivering the paper is a typical job for students. The records aren't good, so we don't know if all of them delivered the local newspaper, but we know that John worked there for a few weeks. What if John took someone along with him on the route, a friend or someone he thought was a friend? That's a possibility. Everyone claims John was helping others all the time. Right, or he needed assistance with the route. Have you read his book? No way. The dude wrote a romance. Because he was smart. Romance sells very well. I thought it was strange because the guy didn't have a girl. Why was he writing romance? Maybe he was living vicariously through his writing. Sometimes when we can't have what we want in life, we create a fantasy to temper our thirst. McAllister sat down behind his desk. Okay. What is the book about? It's a Victorian romance. The lady is swept off her feet by a man of letters. He's a lower-class orphan who has a benefactor that sends him to boarding school where he's a star student. That's weird. Jonathan Bigsby was adopted. I talked with his parents and sister, and they mentioned that they thought his book was about him. Just in a different time period. It's important to look for clues anywhere you can. See, you should have read the book. Okay. So does his book lead you to any conclusions? It's a romance. There's a girl involved. Jonathan did undergrad studies with Chris Stanton. He had a girlfriend and an ex-wife. You think Jonathan Bigsby killed Chris Stanton, and someone killed him in retaliation? In the book, the hero is a savior. He helps everyone, is humble and is a perfect gentleman. Like Jonathan, he was adopted, and he rises up in society. He gets the job, the girl, and he lives happily ever after. Department head would definitely be a hero to fellow students. I can't find evidence that Jonathan had a girlfriend. Neither can I. The guy was writing and finishing up graduate school. Guess he was too busy. But there's someone he wanted. Kelsey? Maya? How would Donald Pratt figure into that scenario? He doesn't. No connection at all between Pratt, Bigsby, and Stanton. We sat in silence for a moment. Wilcox, it would be great to have you on our side, and I realize that you are, even without the uniform, but since you aren't bound by the same rules, I have a favor to ask. Anything for the team. What do you need? Your security detail. I know you're patrolling the subdivision, and I know it's a lot to ask, but if you head into the preserve every now and then. Nothing dangerous, of course, but if you see anything at all, call me. His voice had lowered to a whisper. You've been told to leave it alone, haven't you? You know how it is. Other cases. Just send me a text message. I'll be there. 32. The holiday season arrived and brought with it peace and calm. Ben Cooper was released from police custody once he proved that he didn't know anything about the murder he'd confessed to. Martin seemed to get lost in the loneliness of the season, and without my sidekick to remind me to keep investigating the murders, I slipped into my own little depression. My life became dull, with me working security detail for the subdivision near the preserve, and spending at least 1 hour in the woods looking for any clues. Life was lonely at times, but I occupied myself with freelance security jobs and spent time with Andy and Martin. Charles had been distant since my resignation, but we'd text one another about Alderson a few times a week. By the middle of December, Alderson's face was all over the news, and his son was pleading for any information on his father's whereabouts. I felt guilty that he was missing, but I knew Charles was right about waiting to look into whatever was going on at my old precinct. A week before Christmas, Andy called and said, "You meet in Christmas lights in Hines Park?" "I'm really busy. I don't know if I have time," I said, while sitting in front of the television with a pint of chocolate ice cream. "I know the holiday season is hard without your husband. Let me be a friend to you. Pick you up at 7? Since Andy was officially on my long-shot suspect list, I'd been more mindful when we hung out, but this time was different. I could feel the pangs of loneliness begging me to accept his invitation. "Okay. I'm not good company these days, but I'll go." Hines Park was about 20 minutes from Ypsilanti. It's a well-maintained green area with houses flanking the park's edge. Christmas lights were hung on trees, bushes and houses, and displays of Santa Claus and his deer stretched through several towns in Wayne County. The night Andy and I went to Hines Park was cold and snowy. We'd bundled up, bought 2 cups of hot chocolate from Cora's, and piled into Andy's GeoPrism. For a few hours my mind was free of death investigations, missing persons cases, and mundane security details. The flashing lights, fluffy white snow, and the soft hum of Christmas music on the radio put me at ease. Andy chatted about the upcoming school year, and how excited he was to be teaching a Russian literature class. I sat in the passenger seat, lost in the lights, barely hearing what he was saying. That may be why I said yes when he'd asked if I wanted to head back to his place and have a drink. "My roommate went home for the holidays," Andy said as he stuck his key into the deadbolt of his apartment. "You're not going home this year?" "Nah. The snow's deep, and I don't feel like fighting the weather and roads to get home. Thanks for taking me to see the lights. I needed that. Thanks for going with me. You know what, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I'm glad you're no longer a cop." "Okay," I said. Not sure how to react. "You know, I think we can be real with one another now that we're on equal footing," Andy said, pulling the cork out of a bottle of Riesling. "I'm the same person. Just don't have the badge anymore. I feel so much better hanging out with you now that I know you aren't going to slap handcuffs on me." I wasn't sure what to make of that comment, so I just smiled and took a drink. Why would I do that? I guess I just like having you as a normal friend, instead of a cop friend. What's your next move? Not sure yet. I could go back to being a cop. I guess that might end our friendship, I said. Yeah, I guess I'll have to stay out of the preserve and hide my weed. I laughed, but thought about what the high school kid Wally had told me about Chris Stanton smoking marijuana in the preserve. Andy was the long-standing teaching assistant who worked more than the rest but remained just below full-time status. There wasn't a reason for him to murder Donald Pratt. At least, not one I knew of. There wasn't enough of a connection for Andy to be a viable suspect. Or was there? Hey, don't get any ideas. I'm kidding. I laughed again. Do you think the killing is over? I guess we'll have to wait and see. So that Ben guy was a false flag? Yep. He's just a guy with untreated problems. Not a killer. Sad. It would have been good to get the killer off the street. I agree. Then again, it means that there is still a chance Gilbert could be knocked off. I sat my wine glass down on the table and thought about how little Andy had had to drink. How much alcohol would make his joke about murder appropriate? You're not a cop anymore. You can have a laugh about all of this now. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Andy's eyes had narrowed, and a sinister smirk slipped onto his lips. You know what, I have work in the morning. I better get. Don't leave now. I'm lonely. Stick around for a while. I stood up to leave. Andy got up and moved in front of me, using his height advantage to create an intimidating stance. I'm really tired. Maybe we can get together for. Come on, Sylvia. Loosen up a bit. Stay the night. He moved close enough for me to feel his breath, hot and fruity from the wine, blowing across my face. Andy. He reached for my arm, and I drove my knee into his sternum. When he bent over, I gave him another knee to the face before running toward the door. What the hell, Sylvia? Why did you do that? I turned around to see Andy holding his bloody nose. Sorry. A cop's always a cop, I said before leaving. The holidays came and went. I spent more time in the preserve, even on cold, snowy nights, although the place was pretty empty in the winter. Martin came over for Christmas, and we spent the day watching movies and eating leftover pizza. The new year dawned without much fanfare, and my life slipped into a mundane routine of work and mind-numbing television when I was home. At the end of January, I got the investigative spark back, and even though the murders seemed to have stopped, I wanted to see the killer brought to justice. I hadn't spoken to Andy since that night at his place when he tried to stop me from leaving. Now that I knew he had a dark side, I wondered what else he was hiding. I slipped my gun into my holster and headed to his place on an unseasonably warm day in February. A man with a long, wiry beard opened the door. Hi. I'm looking for Andy. Does he still live here? Yeah. I'm Isaac. Andy isn't here right now. Sylvia, I said, holding out my hand. Nice to meet you. Are you a student? No. I'm an engineer at the train yard. My brother Sean lets me crash here when I work long shifts. His place is much closer to my job than mine. What type of engineer? The type that drives a train. Not the type you spend years in school to become. Oh, I said. Well, if you see Andy around, please let him know. I stopped mid-thought. If this guy worked in the train yard, and his brother was Andy's roommate, he could have given Andy information about the train schedules. That would make dumping the bodies during the nights when the train came through and lingered on the tracks easy. You work at the train yard? Yeah. What about it? Thank you, I said, rushing back to my car. If my calculations were correct, the train would block the tracks again tonight. The killer might strike again. I had to be there. The moral dilemma was whether or not I should tell the police. I had a hunch, but that didn't mean I was right. I could easily be mistaken, and it would be a waste of time for the officers to be out there waiting for something to happen if I was wrong. Tonight, I would head out by myself. If there was going to be an attempted murder, someone needed to be there. I called McAllister. Wilcox. I haven't heard from you in a while. McAllister, I think the murders are going to start back up. Why? I have a hunch. This is not a television show. We don't work on hunches. Yes, you do. We all do. Now, do you want to hear what I have to say or not? What you got? I think there is going to be another murder tonight. Why? All bodies have been dumped on nights when the train comes through and blocks the road. The train keeps other drivers out of the area, and it provides time for the killer to do his thing. After the train passes, sparse traffic comes through, but the killer attacks the men at that time, and they ended up running toward the road, losing enough blood along the way so that they make it to the edge of the road, but collapse and bleed out once they get there. And it's warm today. I bet the preserve will be lively tonight. We need to be there. It's been months since the last murder. The killer probably moved on. This is something of a tale, but I think you've been daydreaming too much. Leave the policing to the police. I think I know who the killer is. Are you going to be there or not? Wilcox, stop. Just move on. Being out there is a waste of time. I got off the phone and started preparing for the evening. My shift patrolling the subdivision adjacent to the preserve began at 10. I would drive over to the preserve and head in shortly before the train came through. I left the subdivision and parked behind a cornfield about half an hour before the train was scheduled to arrive and walked down to the edge of the road. Armed and ready for anything that came my way, I waited. When the train passed by, I moved into the fields, careful not to step on the patches of leftover snow, listening for anything out of the ordinary. The train did exactly what I expected. It sat on the tracks for a few minutes, blocking the road. When it passed, I saw Ned's Camry zoom across the tracks, but that was the extent of the action that night. I headed back to my car and decided that I would do surveillance every night for a month. If nothing happened, I would accept that the murderer had moved on. "This is what you get for not being a cop anymore," I whispered to myself. The next night was colder, but I was there bundled up walking through the preserve. The following night it snowed and turned into a skating rink. Every night, I followed the same routine. Park, walk, and listen. On the 25th night, I was in the preserve, waiting quietly for anything out of the ordinary. About 45 minutes into my surveillance, I heard voices and the rustle of the trees. "You shouldn't have taken my spot." "I didn't take your spot." "What the hell are you talking about?" "It was mine, and you shouldn't have taken it." Irate screams filtered through the tall grass. I crouched down, staying still and waiting for the next series of screams. This was it. I pulled out my phone and sent a text to McAllister before pulling my gun from the holster and waiting for the next round of voices. I needed to get an idea of where they were coming from. "Get away from me." "What are you doing?" "What?" The voice was coming from the far north side of the woods. I ran toward the shouting, but couldn't see anyone. Another scream. This time blood-curdling and painful. Someone was being hurt. I panicked. McAllister might not get there in time. I called 911. "I need someone quick. I need..." "Slow down, ma'am," a slow, casual voice said. "You have to send the police and an ambulance to the preserve." "Ma'am." "Now slow down and let me get some information." "Where are you?" "I'm in the preserve. Someone is getting..." The phone dropped the call. I ran back toward the road, hoping to get better reception. As I got close to the parking lot, I heard, "Wilcox?" I stopped, looked around. "McAllister." "I'm here." "How'd you get here so fast?" "I've been watching you watch the preserve." "You've been out here every night." "Most nights." "Let's do this." "Head right, I'll take left." We split off, listening for more yelps of pain. I moved fast through the grass and new growth of the trees, doing my best to be as quiet as possible. I'd come to understand the twists and turns of the preserve much better over the past months. As I stumbled through tangled branches, a terrified scream cracked open the night. It was hard to determine which direction it came from. I stood still and waited for more. Angry voices followed by another scream. The voices were moving away from me. I took a chance and moved north, stopping along the way, waiting to hear if I was headed in the right direction. I gave my eyes time to adjust to the darkness before pushing further into tall grass and bushes. A garbled yell of an injured man caused me to break into a sprint, branches scraping the sides of my face. My heart was beating fast against my chest, reminding me that someone was in danger, and that time was limited. Another argument erupted. Both parties were still alive. Why? Why not? What do you want? Your death. I was getting closer. The voices didn't sound familiar, or did they? Was Andy Hurst the killer? I rushed forward, knowing that time was running out. I smashed into a figure, large and dark, arms tightly folded around my body. I fought to break out of the embrace, but the strength of the arms was too strong. Ben lifted me off the ground, pulling me up and holding my face close to his. Shivering with fear, I considered what I might say to convince him not to hurt me. I was trapped. He had me. Ben. No. It can't be. I just want the killing to stop, he whispered. Ben's eyes, wide and wild, rolled over my face before I uttered, "That's all I want to." He let go of me, causing me to fall back to the ground. Realizing that he was not the killer, I stood up, steadying myself, and continued into the brush. I came upon the two in a clearing, fighting and shouting at one another. The darkness made it difficult to see who was winning, who was the bad guy, and who was good. I waited for another exchange. Instead of words, a knife shined in the moonlight. I headed for the wielder of the blade. Grabbing the killer's arm only slowed him down, because he was much taller and stronger than me. The victim took the opportunity to run off into the woods, leaving me to fend for myself. You shouldn't have interfered. I thought you'd just play cop since you no longer want to be one. Before finishing my statement, I realized who was on the other side of the knife. Now for your arrogance, you're going to die. How do you feel about that? I fought to get out of the killer's grasp, biting the side of his hand. Calm and composed, he said, "You shouldn't have done that." He landed a hard right hook to my jaw, causing me to slip and fall. "Well, I guess you're a bonus tonight," he said, grabbing my shoulder and rolling me onto my back. Too stunned to fight him off, the killer was able to tuck my arms underneath his knees. "You had no idea, did you?" The killer leaned over and smiled, his features coming clear. "Why?" "They were taking everything from me. My job, my girl, everything was going to them. I got tired of being everyone's lackey. You could have made different choices. They were taking what was rightfully mine. No one was watching how hard I worked. No one appreciated how smart I was. I was the best, but they ignored me. Even you never suspected I was brilliant enough to pull off 3 murders. 3 murders and nothing. No one thought I was capable of doing anything great. Well, tonight, I'm going to show you how smart I am. First you and then Gilbert. Say goodbye, lowly crime fighter." As Owen brought the knife down, he was tackled, sending him flying off my body and onto the ground. "No," I yelled as the knife plunged into Ben's arm. I rushed over to where Ben had Owen pinned to the ground, blood flowing down his arm while he choked Owen. "No, Ben. Don't kill him. Don't kill him," I said, pulling the handcuffs out of my back pocket. I rubbed Ben's back gently. "Help me get his arms up above his head." We pulled Owen's arms above his head and handcuffed him. "Wilcox? Wilcox?" It was McAllister. "We're here. Someone's hurt in the woods. Call for help." I took off my jacket and tied it around Ben's arm. "We'll wait for the paramedics to take out the knife, okay?" He nodded and winced, streams of blood trickling down his arm. Ben was still sitting on top of Owen. I decided last minute it was better to be safe than sorry. "I thought you were crazy after the 20th night of nothing, but I'm glad I trusted your instincts," McAllister said. "Thanks," I said. "Hold your arm up above your heart, Ben." I helped Ben to his feet, and McAllister took over handling Owen. "This guy," McAllister said in disbelief. "You were too dumb to figure it out," Owen said. "Yeah, but I'm smart enough to not be going to prison for life." The police and paramedics showed up minutes later. They found Gilbert unconscious a few feet beyond the clearing. The paramedics worked on both Ben and Gilbert, and the police took Owen away. "Wilcox, you all right?" McAllister asked. "Yeah. I'm okay. Thank goodness you were here. When you called and told me about the train thing, I thought, she's such a bother, but she's a good cop. So I decided to trust your instincts. I'm sorry I didn't listen earlier. You've got him now. That's all that matters." McAllister nodded and took hold of my elbow. "Let's get you checked out." "I'm fine. You know the rules. Everyone gets checked out." I went to the hospital for treatment of minor cuts and bruises. Even though my jaw was aching, it wasn't broken, so that was good news. Charles showed up before Martin, but they both came to the hospital to pick me up and chastise me for being so reckless. Gilbert was alive, but in critical condition, and Owen was being booked into jail. McAllister hung around the triage room for a while and lectured me about safety. Before I was discharged, he said, "There's still a spot for a good cop at the precinct." 33. That Sunday, after an 8-month hiatus, I returned to church. Entering the sanctuary, I felt a warm, welcoming presence, a reduction of the weight that had been on my shoulders. Dipping my finger into the font of holy water and dragging the lukewarm liquid across my forehead reminded me that there was comfort in rituals, a more profound meaning intertwined with surface familiarity. After genuflecting toward the altar, I stepped into the last pew, carefully dropped the kneeler with my foot and knelt to pray. The stillness of the sanctuary was a comfort and a curse. I went through the motions: stand, sit, and kneel, feeling the words of each prayer pouring out from my heart. I didn't have all the answers. Some things still didn't make sense, but life, the very essence of being, was a blessing. At the end of Mass, I walked outside, each step slow and deliberate. Father Keegan was chatting with a parishioner on the front steps. He stopped mid-sentence, made eye contact with me, and smiled before continuing on with his conversation. I walked home content and willing to accept that life goes on no matter what. McAllister came by to see me a few weeks later. I was sitting on the porch in the old rocking chair, enjoying the sunset, when he walked up to the wraparound porch. This old thing? Yes, this old thing. I've loved it since I first saw it. Really? I thought women liked new, shiny things. Some women do. This one does not. Want some lemonade? Homemade. Well, I guess I could have a swig. I pulled a paper cup from the stack on the table beside my chair. Have a seat, I said, pointing to the wicker sofa on the opposite side of the porch. I poured the lemonade and handed him the cup. Thanks. Sure thing. What brings you by? You did a good thing. It wasn't a safe thing, but it was a good thing. You got us out there in time to save that guy. He's gonna make it because of you. That's a good thing. He's going to make it because of the paramedics and the cops that came in with guns a-blazing. Me. I was just there. A bystander. Something happened, no idea what went on there. McAllister nodded and took a drink. I know you want to know, so here it goes. Bryce Angleton murdered the animals. Owen saw the animal killings and decided to start his murdering spree and dump the bodies in the same spot. What spurred him on? Why did he kill Chris Stanton? Owen didn't like the cool kids, and Chris Stanton became the college dream when he returned to school. He had a beautiful young girl, was the resident pot dealer, and he was loving life. Or so it seemed. Owen knew him from undergraduate studies, so when he saw him at the market one week, all changed and living the life he wanted, the jealousy started to brew. He was jealous of Chris because he seemed to have it all. That cool alternative life to the 9-to-5. Precisely. John's the obvious one. The department head position, right? Actually, there's quite a twist there. Owen had been abusive to Ashley at times. John had encouraged her to leave him. So this is where Donald Pratt comes in. He met John at the Tuesday market, and since he was working at a law firm, John advised Ashley to find out what she needed to do to safely get out of the abusive relationship and press charges. Basically, John was encouraging her to file reports for the previous abuse. Personal protection order, charges, the whole 9 yards? Yep. And of course, Owen promised to stop the abuse if Ashley stayed, which explains why she seemed to be repulsed by Owen, and why he pretended to be so passive in public. Yeah, Owen really had me fooled. I feel so silly for not suspecting him. Don't? I didn't even really look into him. He was so helpful. I was sure he was just a supportive friend. After we took him in, I looked into his background and he was once an up-and-coming student. You checked him out too? Of course. You know the rest? Maybe, but tell me what you have. Just in case I missed something. After graduating near the top of his class, the world seemed to be waiting for him to take it by storm, but when it was discovered that he'd plagiarized his thesis paper, he became the disgraced graduate. His degree had already been conferred, and there was no turning back at that point. The former department head wanted to save face for the department, so he gave him a chance to redeem himself by offering him an adjunct position. Owen took it, and had been able to teach nonstop since his graduation. Over time, he'd watched people come and go, but he'd remained steadfast and reliable, hoping that it would lead to a full-time position. Instead, he was passed over several times for promotions. Eventually, John was enrolled in the department. Since he was a superstar, People began talking about him becoming the department head from the time he arrived for his first graduate school class. None of it seems deep enough for murder. There has to be more. Owen felt like he was losing everything, so he decided to get rid of all the people he felt were taking things from him. The killings also were, and these are his words, fun and challenging. How did he get these guys to go with him? Marijuana. In addition to being a killer, Owen was dealing drugs on the side. Like I said, he was jealous of Chris Stanton, so he even took up a small pot business to compete with him. Senseless. It always is. Thanks for coming by and telling me what happened. It doesn't make much sense, but it's good to know. It makes me feel like something I did was worthwhile. You are a good but very strange lady. I nodded and tilted my cup in appreciation. So you going back to policing? He asked. No. Come on. There's no way you're not going to be a cop again. You're good. Stubborn and a bit of a renegade, but good. You know that doesn't work long term. If you are a police officer, you have to follow the rules. If you don't, you're no better than the criminals, right? I guess, but no one follows the rules all the time. True. But I am an all-or-nothing kind of gal when it comes to rules. If I can't follow them and sleep well at night, I don't try to force myself to make promises I can't keep. I just let it go. So what's next? You're just going to sit on this big old falling down porch like a southern lady, sipping lemonade and enjoying the view? I've got the capris and everything. My grandma was a southern woman. Wore these every day. Well, is this it for you? I dug into the pocket of the capris, pulled out a business card, and tossed it at him. He looked it over, shaking his head and smiling. Of course. The Lone Friggin' Ranger. I'm giving it a try. So missing persons, infidelity, stuff like that? I swallowed hard. I guess I hadn't really thought about taking on missing persons cases. It was my blind spot because of Simon. Probably not missing persons cases. I actually have a 0% solve rate for those. McAllister took another drink, and was kind enough not to acknowledge that I was referring to my brother. Sylvia, if you have a case that you need help with, I can't break any rules or anything, but I owe you. So you know? Yes. I know. We sat on the porch, silent, drinking lemonade. I was running the details of the case over in my head, thinking about places where I could have done a better job. I couldn't be sure, but I assumed that McAllister was doing the same thing. Cops were always wondering about the crimes they didn't stop, instead of feeling good about the ones they did. My wife loves to garden. Our yard is immaculate. Is this a dig at the barren wasteland that is my yard? Just saying. I can get her over here to work on things. My yard had been totally neglected. Martin had cut the grass, but that was it. No flowers or shrubs anywhere. After considering posing an objection, I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. McAllister's wife, Caroline, came over the next week and planted flowers in the yard. After she was done, we sat on the porch, and she told me all about her teaching job at the local high school. Caroline spent half the day at my house, and by the end of her visit, I realized that I was starting to feel at home again in Ipsy. Life would be lonely without Derek, and I wished that I could have told him how unimportant money was to me if it would have saved his life, but I couldn't. All I could do was go on, and at this point it seemed that life would indeed go on. After Caroline left, I headed inside, the floor creaking and cracking as I walked. Like it or not, I had a new life, and life was meant to be lived. There was no reason to feel guilty for going on. I'd throw myself into my new career as a private investigator, and I'd enjoy the thrill of solving crime. That would be my life. Sylvia Wilcox, private investigator. Epilogue. Derek had been ticking the days off on a calendar, wishing that the time would move faster. Being a private detective would be tough in the beginning, but in the long run, he and Sylvia would be so much happier. As his shift ended, he grabbed the banker box that held the contents of his desk. You getting out of here? Bob Alderson asked, his eye wide with worry. Yeah. You okay? Just wanted to say be careful on your way home. Derek sat the box on the desk. Alderson was standing in his way. Clearly the man had something to say. What's up? Derek asked. Nothing, man. Just drive safe, Alderson said before moving out of Derek's path. See you around, Derek said, grabbing the box and heading for the door. The precinct was quiet. The third shift was short-handed. A few cops from the second shift had agreed to work overtime, but Derek had declined the offer. Now that he was quitting, all he wanted to do was work out the last few days and never step foot in another DPD precinct again. Derek pushed the heavy glass door with his shoulder, carefully balancing the box with both hands. The hot and humid stale air engulfed his face as he headed down the concrete steps. He glanced around, taking note of his surroundings, and headed for his Pontiac Grand Prix. At the car, he sat the box on the hood and pulled his keys out of his pants pocket. After opening the car door, he placed the box on the floor, shut the door and opened the driver's door. He stuck the key in the ignition, started the car, noticed a strange scent, something foreign in his car. Derek took a deep breath, in an attempt to identify the smell. His eyes began to burn. Derek rubbed his eyes, his vision immediately blurring. After more intense rubbing of his eyes and another deep inhalation, Derek was dead. After the arrest of Jonas, the quiet peacefulness of our city town returned. Martin stayed at my place for a few more weeks before moving back downtown. We fixed up the house to the point where it was presentable, but it still needed plenty of work. Even so, life was beginning to settle down and shape into a lonely, widowed existence. I missed Derek terribly, and wasn't sure how I was going to get through the next several decades without him. Charles and I had talked about Derek's death extensively. We really had no reason to think there'd been foul play. Maybe we just don't want to think that he'd do it. It's not just that. Based on the way he was that last time I saw him, I just don't believe that he was done with life. Charles had squeezed my hand and nodded, giving me that widow pity I was becoming accustomed to seeing. The look that said, "Poor woman can't accept the truth." Over time, the holes in the story began to blend, and I wasn't sure what was real or imagined. The confusion and pain forced me to accept what I'd been told. Might be best to just leave it alone, I thought. Until I received the medical examiner's report. Initially, I stuck the manila envelope in a box and sat it underneath boxes of unpacked items in the hallway closet. I'd come to terms with the fact that Derek may have committed suicide because he had been skimming off the top of the profits from the drug dealers. I probably didn't want to read it. After stashing the report in the closet, I headed for the kitchen, grabbed a beer, and settled into the easy chair in front of the television. I would just watch something, didn't know what, but surely there would be show to take my mind off. 5 minutes later, I rushed to the closet and threw the boxes aside. I had to know what the medical examiner had found. Ripping open the envelope, I read over the first lines. Initially, it seemed clear and predictable, but then I came to the cause of death. Synthetic opioid overdose. That didn't make any sense. Derek had never used drugs. My heart began to race as I continued to read. Derek hadn't had any water in his lungs, meaning that he was dead before he went into the river. I stared at the paper, not able to make sense of what I was reading. If he was already dead when he went into the water, he couldn't have been driving. Alderson was missing because he knew the truth. Cops were responsible for Derek's death, not gangsters. Alderson knew they would be coming for him next. He'd taken off on his own accord. All I had to do was find Alderson, and I'd have the answers to the one remaining question. In the meantime, I headed to my office in the basement, pulled out my whiteboard, and talked myself through the facts. How overdose? When? Around midnight. Why? He was skimming money off the top of criminal activity. Who cops? Which cops? Which cops? Come on. You know this, I said, slapping the palm of my hand against my forehead. Derek, who was it? Who did this to you? I wrote Derek Wilcox, dead on the whiteboard, allowing the marker to drag down to the bottom of the board. Tossing the marker aside, I sat down and stared at what I'd written. Yes, I wanted to know what happened, but the thing that mattered most was the fact that Derek was dead. Derek Wilcox, my first and only love, was gone, and I had an undetermined amount of time to exist without him. Knowing who took him away wouldn't bring him back. I would pursue every lead and find his killers, but on that night and for many more nights to come, it was enough to just let the weight of losing him sit in my soul.